Younger Dryas was a cataclysmic event roughly 12,900 to 11,600 years ago in which the Earth underwent a period of global cooling, which pushed many parts of the Earth into Ice Age conditions. Geological and archaeological records show that this period was one of terrifying destruction across the globe, a time of super tsunamis and mass flooding, of severe wildfires which filled the atmosphere with enough ash to block out the sun, a period of worldwide animal extinctions. While the existence of the Younger Dryas event is well documented, scientists have always been unsure of what exactly caused it. One of the leading hypotheses, which has long existed, is that the Younger Dryas event was caused by a comet exploding in Earth's atmosphere, showering the planet with fragments, the largest of which would have crashed into the ice caps covering North America at the time, vaporizing them instantly and throwing the Earth's entire ecosystem out of whack. According to Sweatman and Sikritsis, the Vulture Stone at Göbekli Tepe, showing the constellations in exactly the position they would have been in when the Younger Dryas event took place, was in fact a record of the event taking place, and moreover, of it specifically being caused by a comet. As Sweatman said in an interview, "I think this research, along with the recent finding of a widespread platinum anomaly across the North American continent, virtually seal the case in favor of a Younger Dryas comet impact." Could this be true? Could Younger Dryas have definitively been caused by a comet? And could the Vulture Stone at Göbekli Tepe and the similar depictions on Easter Island be a record of this disaster laid down by an ancient civilization missing from our history books? Things get even stranger when we take a look at the massive stone ruins of Vinapur. These megalithic mortarless structures may actually predate the Moai statues themselves. The main wall is composed of enormous slabs, with each stone interlocking with the next. The blocks fit so well that you can't even slide a piece of paper between them. If you watched our series before, you probably noticed that this structure is not similar but identical to other megalithic stone walls across the world, such as that at Cuzco, Machu Picchu, Sacsayhuaman, and Ollantaytambo, also those in Egypt, and all across the globe to Japan. Similar to those structures, the wall at Vinapur is seamlessly assembled using irregularly shaped stones with rounded edges, and includes small stones filling the gaps. In fact, the Moai statues themselves have a significant similarity to these strange figures found on the cliffs of northern Peru, attributed to the Chachapoya culture. Interestingly, these are not statues but actual sarcophagi that represent the so-called cloud people. The similarity with the Moai statues is incredible. The Chachapoyas are a lost culture about which we know very little. What we know is that they predated the Inca by more than 6 centuries, living in the northern highlands of Peru. But let's get back to the stone structures. In 1774, Captain Cook and his British expedition marveled at the precision of the megalithic masonry on Easter Island. Cook even compared these meticulously fitted stone walls to the best constructions in England, expressing particular admiration for a large wall at Hangaroa. Tragically, this wall no longer exists as its stones were repurposed in the construction of a new harbor. Many of the ancient megalithic structures along the cliffs, observed by early explorers like Cook and William J. Thompson in the 1700s and 1800s, have since succumbed to the relentless ocean surf and landslides. By 1923, explorer and author J. McMillan Brown visited Easter Island, noting that the tooling and fitting of the Cyclopean blocks were exactly the same as those in Peru. Decades later, in the 1950s, Norwegian author and explorer Thor Heyerdahl conducted significant archaeological digs on the island. He discovered a megalithic wall of finely hewn and perfectly fitting blocks on the landward side of an ahu, a structure that predated the Middle Period walls visible above ground. Nothing similar was found elsewhere in Polynesia, leading Heyerdahl to assert that the architectural inspiration likely originated from South America, the nearest continent to the east. Despite everything, mainstream historians and archaeologists state that there is absolutely no connection between South America and Easter Island, let alone other parts of the world, such as Egypt and Japan. But there are other mysterious correlations found on Easter Island. In 1864, a Roman Catholic friar exploring the villages of Easter Island made a captivating discovery in many Rapa Nui homes of the native people of the island. He encountered various sticks and tablets adorned with mysterious etchings. These markings, shaped like humans, animals, and various geometric forms, intrigued him. Upon inquiry, the locals referred to these inscriptions as rongo-rongo, a term in the Rapa Nui language meaning to speak out or to recite, suggesting a linguistic function. Despite its apparent significance, the meaning of the rongo-rongo script remains a mystery as it's still not deciphered. Moreover, while some native Rapa Nui people hint at understanding its meaning, they often withhold this knowledge from outsiders, leaving a significant mystery intact. Surprisingly, a similar script was found at Mohenjo-Daro in Pakistan, which was part of one of the oldest civilizations in the world, known as the Indus Valley Civilization. We have an entire documentary on the Indus Valley Civilization, which some believe actually predates the Sumerians themselves. Like the script found on Easter Island, the Indus Valley script is also indecipherable, and strangely, it looks very similar to the script on Easter Island. But how is this possible? Does this parallel suggest an ancient global connection that might link these disparate cultures? It is hypothesized that around 15,000 years ago, sea levels were as much as 350 feet lower than they are today. This significant drop in ocean levels could mean that what we currently recognize as separate islands might have once been interconnected by a series of land bridges. This could lead to a possibility of an ancient international cultural connection via southern Tamil, extending through the now sunken island chains from the Indian Ocean towards Australia and Polynesia into the South Pacific. This geological configuration could have facilitated migrations and cultural exchanges across these regions, potentially linking diverse ancient civilizations. The mystery surrounding rongo-rongo deepened with the findings of Dr. Robert Schoch, who was investigating Easter Island. His wife, Catherine Ulisse, made a striking observation linking the rongo-rongo script with plasma forms studied by Dr. Anthony Parrott. These forms, appearing in the sky during solar storms, resembled the mysterious rongo-rongo glyphs. Ulisse proposed that the rongo-rongo tablets might be ancient recordings of celestial events witnessed during intense solar activities around 10,000 BC. Plasma impacting Earth could lead to dramatic environmental and geological effects, such as heating and fusing rock, igniting flammable materials, melting ice caps, and vaporizing water bodies, which in turn could trigger prolonged heavy rainfall and a subsequent warming of the climate. The subsequent release of pressure from the melting of massive ice sheets might also provoke earthquakes and cause molten rock under pressure to erupt as volcanoes. Such chaotic conditions are believed to be documented by ancient petroglyphs and the rongo-rongo texts. The plasma event, dated around 9,700 BCE, is hypothesized to have wiped out advanced civilizations and high cultures of that era.
So we suggest, Katie and I, that maybe the rongo-rongo tablets are recording some kind of, if it's solar plasma outbursts, or maybe in the context here, other type of plasma configurations, cataclysms, geomagnetic storms, Could it be recording this? In fact, when you look at the glyphs, they seem to, in many cases, morph from one form to another, as if they're recording like a film.
Additionally, radiation from the plasma might have impacted mental and psychic capacities, possibly explaining the widespread myth of a golden age, a period when beings possessed superior mental faculties. This event around 9,700 BCE aligns well with Plato's description of Atlantis, suggesting it may have been the historical basis for these legends. The script's presence on Easter Island and its potential connections to the Indus Valley civilization propose an ancient intercontinental cultural exchange. The Rongorongo script, with its birdman symbolism and perplexing glyphs, remains one of the greatest linguistic mysteries, potentially holding keys to understanding ancient global migrations and exchanges. Yet, the true nature of its origin and meaning continues to elude scholars, making it a captivating subject of study in the fields of linguistics, archaeology, and anthropology. Most shocking was the similarity between the Rongorongo symbols and the Nazca geoglyphs. Take a look at yourself and make the comparison. There are miles of caves beneath the island, and many of them haven't even been explored. One of the most interesting cave networks on Easter Island holds incredible mysteries and is associated with the ancient cult of worship of an entity known as the Birdman, a being that seemingly came from the sky and captivated the Rapa Nui so much that they abandoned their previous religion and started worshiping it. In this cave network, which has many extensions, some of which are not yet excavated, we can find a mysterious petroglyph depicting a head with large eyes. Many believe this depicts some kind of otherworldly being, as similar pictographs have been found all across the world, including the Nazca people, Japan, Sumeria, and many more. The Rapa Nui people refer to these deities as the Makemake. If we go deeper into this cave network, we can find more carvings of strange beings that do not resemble regular humans. At this section of the cave, there are dozens of these depictions, and more surprisingly, right below these images, there are ancient bones that were left for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Till this day, the bones haven't been tested as the place is still considered sacred. There are many more sites with petroglyphs that are barely visible today, most of which represent the Birdman. In fact, in 2017, a groundbreaking discovery was made regarding the iconic Moai statues of Easter Island, specifically their massive 13-ton stone hats known as pukao. Utilizing advanced techniques in photography and 3D modeling, archaeologists found a surprising diversity of petroglyphs carved into these hats. These intricate carvings, which are barely visible today, suggest that multiple groups of people may have contributed to their creation, indicating a more complex social structure and cultural expression than previously understood. Considering these hats are separate from the Moai statues, it's quite a mystery how they managed to place them on top of the statues. It's well known that all Moai statues had their pukao on top of them, and considering some of the statues are 30 feet tall, lifting a 13-ton block at such a height is still unexplained. The lifting and transportation of the Moai statues themselves is also quite an achievement, and there are several theories of how this was possible. These statues were primarily carved at the Rano Raraku quarry, a volcanic crater that provided the main source of the island's easily workable volcanic tuff. The process of carving the Moai was a meticulous and labor-intensive endeavor. The Moai were carved directly out of the rock face, with the sculptors starting at the head and progressing downward until they reached the torso, leaving the back of the statue attached to the rock. Once the front and sides of the Moai were completed, the final and perhaps most risky stage involved detaching the statue from the bedrock. This was done by carving a deep groove around the base of the statue and then using wooden levers to gradually pry the moai free from the rock face. But how were the statues transported, considering some of them weigh up to 82 tons? According to the legend, the moai statues walked to their position. One of the earliest and most famous theories was proposed by the Norwegian adventurer and ethnographer Thor Heyerdahl in 1955. Heyerdahl theorized that the Rapa Nui people used wooden rollers to move the statues. According to his hypothesis, the islanders cut down trees to use as logs. These logs were placed under the massive stone statues, which allowed them to be rolled along the ground from the quarry at Rano Raraku to their final locations on the ceremonial platforms known as Ahu, spread across the island's perimeter. Heyerdahl even tested this method successfully, although the task was very hard and required substantial manpower. But according to the legend, the moai statues weren't dragged. The legend states that the statues walked to their locations. This led to another interesting theory. The idea, which at first may sound fantastical, is actually grounded in practical engineering principles and has been demonstrated in experimental archaeology. The walking theory was notably revitalized by archaeologists Terry Hunt and Carl Lipo, who conducted extensive fieldwork on Easter Island. They proposed that the Rapa Nui used a method involving ropes and a carefully coordinated rocking motion to move the moai upright. According to this theory, the statues were tilted forward and ropes were tied around the head and base of the statues. Teams of people then used the ropes to rock the statue from side to side, advancing it forward in a controlled walking-like motion. This method of transportation would explain several peculiar features of the moai. Many of the statues have a D-shaped base, which facilitates rocking motion without allowing the statue to tip over completely. Additionally, this theory aligns with the wear patterns found on the bases of transported statues, which are consistent with the kind of abrasion that would occur through such a rocking motion. To test this theory, scientists, along with a team including National Geographic, conducted an experiment using a replica of a moai. They demonstrated that with 3 strong ropes and a team of about 18 people, a 5-ton moai could be moved in this fashion at a reasonable pace and with considerable control. Still, we're not sure if this method will be possible for the statues that weigh 82 tons. Regardless of their actual method of transportation, there's the mystery of their placement. The nearly 1,000 massive moai statues are dispersed throughout the island in a manner that lacks an apparent systematic arrangement. If the statues were intended solely for symbolic or ritualistic purposes, one might anticipate finding them in prominent positions, such as atop hills or mountain peaks, where they would be highly visible. Surprisingly, this is not the case. Instead, the moai are often located in less conspicuous places, including coastal areas and lower elevations, facing inward towards the island's interior rather than outward towards the sea. This unusual placement strategy suggests that the moai may have served purposes beyond mere visibility or aesthetics. Recent theories propose that the positioning of the statues could be strategically linked to essential resources or social structures within the Rapa Nui community. For example, some researchers believe the moai were placed near freshwater sources, playing a crucial role in marking vital resources for survival. Researchers used statistical analysis and digital mapping and found striking correlations. The majority of the moai statues were indeed located at freshwater sources. This hypothesized that the statues were positioned to mark these critical resources, serving not only as monumental art or religious symbols, but also as practical indicators of water locations vital for survival. By marking freshwater sources, The Moai would have played a critical role in the social and economic life of the island, helping to manage and maintain access to this scarce resource.
The blue areas are close to fresh water sources, while the yellow farther away. And what's really fascinating is that most of the ahu heads are in the blue areas near water sources. It really does seem like there's a genuine relation.
That had developed significant technological advancements, which may have influenced the subsequent cultural and architectural developments observed by later visitors. When Dutch explorer Jacob Roggeveen first arrived on Easter Island in 1722, his crew documented a surprising diversity among the island's inhabitants. According to Roggeveen's logbook, the population included a wide range of physical characteristics. They noted tall and short individuals, people with black, red, and even blonde hair, as well as variations in skin color from light to dark. This diversity is particularly notable given the island's isolated location in the Pacific Ocean. Such observations have fueled speculation about the origins and composition of Easter Island's population. The presence of diverse physical traits might suggest multiple waves of migration, possibly from different parts of Polynesia or even from the Americas, although evidence for the latter is more contentious among scholars. The variety in hair color and skin tone among the inhabitants could also be attributed to genetic diversity within a relatively small gene pool, which can amplify less common traits. This blending of characteristics might indicate that Easter Island was a melting pot for different cultures and migrations over the centuries. But how sophisticated and developed was this first civilization that built the massive megalithic structures? Curiously, on the Marquesas Islands of French Polynesia, located approximately 2,300 miles northwest of Easter Island, there's a carving of the 7 tikis. The tikis refer not to actual statues, but to a group of legendary figures or demigods who are important in the cosmology and folklore.
My paycheck was just deposited into my Greenlight account.
Greenlight is so convenient. You know, we had to use a vacuum tube.
Where is it going?
Bring your family into the financial future.
The new $1.99 Sonic Crispy Tender Wraps are here for a limited time in bold flavors.
Hey, I'm back. The addict has really fallen off the wagon, and my enabler's here, Wubby.
Yes, I'm his plug.
Yeah, he gave me a Alpha MTG box.
Starter deck.
I couldn't resist.
Yep.
And so now he flew out, and he brought it in this nice gun case for us to open today.
That's right.
And I'm praying for the Lotus, but you're trying to temper my expectations.
I am. This could be fake.
Yep.
This could just be, very likely, it's shit.
That's fine.
But, could be a Lotus. Could be a $3 million Lotus.
I really hope it is.
That's the most recent one just sold for $3 million.
That's what Drew was saying.
Yeah.
Drew was telling me that they did a private auction for a Black Lotus for $3 million. And
Yeah.
it could be right here.
It actually is right there.
You can see it.
Statistically, it has to be
It
there.
feels a little heavier. The Lotus is like, what, an extra like 2.5 grams or
And
something?
I did weigh it on the flight,
Okay,
and we're good to go.
All right, give me the
Don't-
deck trick.
The deck trick? Okay, so you're making me do this.
Yeah.
This is fucked up. I don't like touching these because I get very shaky. So as you can, where should I show this? As you can see by the plastic, this one's clearly fake. So we're just gonna wing it. No, if you open this incorrectly, we may see one of the 2 rares, and that'll fuck everything up. Also, I don't know what's gonna be cut or not, but I am gonna say this. I'm not an expert. I just had money and was able to start opening these on my own. And that's how I got here.
Well, I am an expert, and I can
Okay,
tell
please, go, King,
I can tell by
please.
the seal here
Yep.
that this is a Black Lotus.
Do the sniff
serial
test.
note.
Everyone does a sniff.
Yep, that's cigarettes.
Yeah, that's like 30 years right
yeah,
there.
that's authentic. That's a big
Yeah.
stogie.
So if you're gonna open it, put it down like that, and then pull the cards out just like that, and they should be face down. Back in the day,
From here out?
just like that, they should be face down. That's how they were meant to be. However, like this was OG. They were not big at the time.
Yeah.
everything gets fucked up all the time.
Yeah, it was like Moonshiners, but for
Yeah,
TCG.
you're just going for it.
I'm going for it.
You're just gonna rip it.
Well, you had a panic attack. And
Yeah, but this is huge. You're making history right now. There are probably a few hundred of these left in the world. You gotta say something. You got a little song in it. You just tore the hat off. Are you gonna
Yeah.
leave the pants on?
Do you want to take the pants off?
I'd be honored.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
That's okay. You did it. All your money's gone.
Yep. That was
Six-figure destruction
just,
right there.
Just gone.
Yeah.
All right, so you said, wow, this is like a tight box.
Okay, you could peek at it as to not spoil it, and two things, right?
Okay.
We either see fake cards right now, or we see, hopefully, the backside of a card. You should see a black border and
Yeah, they're face down.
they're face down?
They're face down.
Okay. I could look there, that's probably better.
Okay. So, how do
So,
it-
the card now, touching the table, should be one of two rares.
Okay.
Should be.
how do I, so I've seen people use like a scalpel, but we don't have that. What do I do?
I just get in there with your teeth.
Okay.
No, please, let's get a knife or something.
Yeah, get it.
So this is where the shakes really come out. This is where we're gonna see if you're a man or not.
Okay.
We usually.
Yeah, we can use swords.
Okay, something big would be kind of hype.
All right, yeah. Matt, can you get me the master sword?
large knife on that table right behind Danny.
Or like a spoon. A spoon would be kind of iconic. So we want to cut where the booklet. So there should be a staple, which is right. I'll show the camera. There's a staple right there. We want to cut on the opposite side of the staple.
Is there a reason for that?
Because the knife will go into the booklet,
Oh,
and
I
it's
see.
this is not okay, dude.
It's too late.
Oh God!
All right, I'm in. Are you? Yeah.
I regret this joke.
It's not a joke.
All right, yeah, give me something a little more stable.
Let me get you a better knife.
That was close.
I'm so mad at you.
That was close. That was close.
Well, I think you
Well,
made
no.
contact.
I did, yeah, it's right
Oh, careful. We don't
I'm
want to
gonna
do
go get
spoilers.
like a box cutter.
That's closer.
Yeah.
I use an X-Acto knife, but that's fine. Yeah.
Open it with a gun.
Can we actually?
We're in Florida.
Holy.
This is a nightmare. I'm blown away by this, guys. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
What are you planning on doing with these? Do you want to grade them? Do you want to?
No, so we're gonna play them. The idea is I want to.
This summer's hottest blockbuster isn't a movie. It's a spicy new rap from
I'm devastated.
I want to go through the ages of every single Magic the Gathering product and do like a box battle out of them. So this will be one of like maybe 2 or 3 that I open. So that
Okay.
way we can actually play 1993 rules with the
That's
authentic
fun.
alphas.
Fair warning: these decks suck.
Oh yeah, no, I bet they're dog shit.
I don't even know if they. Sometimes they'll function if you pull something good, right?
Okay.
But
Like the Lotus is gonna be a good engine starter.
that's a
for this.
great starter.
Yeah.
Some would say the best.
I would think so.
Yeah.
I'm so fucking excited. I'm starting to tremble a little
Yeah.
bit.
No, it's real. It's real.
It's just cardboard.
it's just cardboard.
Who
Just
cares,
cardboard.
right? Dude, I want to scream that there's just a fucking piece of black tape on this.
Well, it's the marker, so I know where to.
Is it really?
Yeah.
You guys put it there to market?
Yeah, is that a bad idea?
The comments are they're gonna say, it's gonna scrape the rare. Dude, I'm telling you, like,
You're like traumatized.
You're not wearing gloves. Get ready for a
Well,
flurry.
no, so I researched it.
I don't either.
Gloves have been antiquated. People don't
Yeah,
use them
yeah.
anymore. It's
Go off,
actually,
King.
It's actually bad for the cards to use gloves, from
Yep.
what I read.
I've never opened a pack with gloves because I can't feel the cards as well.
Oh yeah, and
I
it's,
can't move them as comfortably. I can't.
and it's all about the connection. Like, you know how when you're born, you're supposed to have like skin to skin contact. That's what this is.
birthing this right
Yeah,
now?
that's what this is.
He's gonna grow up well adjusted because you touched him.
I don't want to like.
I
actually
believe
damage the rare.
if everything's correct, this should be commons. I want to say 40 something, 30 something.
Yep. But he didn't have anything.
It goes commons, uncommons, and then rare.
Yeah,
2 rares.
So 4 uncommons, 2 rares, right?
I think it's more than 4 uncommons.
Really?
Let me look it up.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. I'm here. I've done this before. Also, there is a non-zero chance of everything being rare, of everything like not getting rares. That happens, and it's not tampered with. You can just not get rares. The way we
do I
would-
get my money back if I don't get rares?
I'd have to talk to my business partner. I don't know. It's happened to me. So here's how it works. If we have an expert, his name is Tavis. He's like not financially involved, but the way these works, they're all sheet mapped. Old starter decks were printed based on a sheet, and it's a skill you have to develop to learn how to read that sheet and get it proper.
Oh, okay.
So when people would map these, or I'm sorry, when people would pack these and make fake ones, they didn't know about the sheet, so they would pack cards incorrectly. We can determine if this was a factory error or a guy fucking with it based on our expert
Holy
tablets.
shit.
So if this has no rares in it, we're gonna have to put everything on hold. I'm gonna have to send all this footage to my expert, and then he's gonna come back to us with, hey, it's fake, hey, it's real.
Okay.
Also, he's gonna need to see the plastic and everything. So it's
This is crazy.
No, we're dealing with 6 figures, potentially
Yeah.
7. So people
Smallest
are
knife-
experts.
Knife we have.
No way, bro.
That's pretty good.
You said that's pretty good?
Yeah, it's not bad.
Just I say you.
sound insane. There's a Manscaped box in the bathroom. Does it have a razor blade?
Actually, super based.
There's 100K on the table. You guys are the worst.
Manscaped razor.
I don't believe this. You get 13 uncommons.
13 uncommons?
13,
Okay.
45 common, and then 2 rare. Yeah, that maths out.
Let's see how sharp this is.
Doing a sharp test now. That is dull.
But it doesn't need to be, well, it's not bad.
Yeah, no. Who can make it? We can use a spoon. It doesn't matter. Just fucking throw something at it.
Let me see if it gets pierced easily with this.
I don't want to be on camera for this. Here we go.
Oh my god.
Do you want me to try, or
Fucking yeah.
or whoever cares the least about magic should do this?
care at all.
Well, now you're gonna start shaking. It's gonna get you.
No. It just happened.
Oh, look at that surgeon.
Wow, wait, yeah.
He was good of it.
Wow, he's making us look kind of stupid.
Okay, yeah.
Oh my
Now
God.
I look like such a bitch.
If you could go around the corner, that is ideal to slice the.
Oh, he did it. Wait, he did it.
And then if you want to continue all the way to that edge is probably best.
Like all the way through the top?
Just to the edge where you hit the other edge of the
Alright,
book.
I'm not gonna worry about the camera for this. I'm just gonna
That's yeah,
make this work.
I agree. And now that it's off camera, we did swap the deck.
Did you make it?
I'm trying to be real careful. I feel like
I
this
appreciate
moment needs me to be careful.
Yeah, I can
we-
see
thi-
sweat beads. on
There
it.
are hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of people who appreciate you saying that.
You ever seen The Hurt Locker?
Yeah, oh yeah, years ago. This is the same thing.
This, I mean, I think this is more important.
No,
to
I
be
agree.
honest. That was just lies. This is magic cards.
No, I know.
Yeah. That's
Which
so
is
true.
obviously above.
Yeah.
Yeah, these last forever.
Yeah.
Guys, I think I did perfect. You open, they just fall in half.
Literally cut in
See
half.
if I got enough cut there. If
Okay.
not, we'll go back in.
Yeah, we got so many attempts.
You've got
I will
all
say,
day.
Charlie, the good thing you have here is these are your cards.
Right.
So at the end of the day, who cares?
Exactly.
Do whatever the fuck
we
you
can
want.
fuck them up all day.
Wow, you didn't get through that at all.
Well, he went to the side I wasn't cutting. Just to be really clear here.
Guys,
was
I really
This
can't
side?
do this.
There.
Oh, yep, you're right.
After
You're right.
last time you came here, I never thought you would be in our house worried about something we're
I'm
doing.
petrified. It's a cool little role reversal.
I
Charlie,
really
please, God, either
Yeah,
cut
I-
it more. I don't know what
Here,
to
I'll cut it
say.
more. I'll cut it more. I'm gonna cut it more. Everybody,
All right.
stop yelling at
Calm
me,
down. Yeah,
okay?
just calm down. Everyone needs to just take a deep
We
breath.
are-
There we go.
The bolt cutters, that should do it.
But actually, some first aid scissors?
Are scissors good?
They are
We're get-
sharp and steady.
I mean,
I'll let you guys decide.
Listen.
Why don't you decide?
All right.
There you go.
I'm just saying we don't care about.
For a thumbnail, hold the
Oh my goodness.
it would be kind of iconic if we could get it open with these, huh?
That would be pretty fucking incredible.
Really confident.
Do you want to get in there with the bolt cutters?
I want this to end, guys.
You okay?
Okay.
Oh, there we
nice,
go.
nice.
We're in. We're in.
Thank
Do
you,
we
Matt.
consider that done?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All this for a fake
Here, let
pack
me
is
go back in.
crazy.
All right. All right.
Resealed.
So how do I, oh boy, this
So
is,
first, I don't know why we haven't done this yet. Check the corners. Do they look like alpha corners to you? This is a test. I don't know if you know.
I don't know alpha corners.
They're more rounded, and I think they do look like they're more. Can I?
Yeah, please analyze.
Yeah.
I can't believe you touched the deck like that.
How could I?
You wanna?
Can I smell it?
Like a comparison?
Do we have an alpha
They should be.
Well, those should be different.
They should be cut.
Oh, yeah,
It's the only cards that are cut more rounded. We'll see. I don't actually know for
Here,
sure
I'll do
because I
it on-
rarely deal with them. Yeah, they're more. See how much more rounded they
Oh,
are?
yeah, yeah,
They're
yeah.
like it's more of a.
Boys,
Circle.
we got a real pack.
Well, we have
real deck.
we have alpha cards or clipped beta cards,
Oh.
which does happen.
All right, we're finally in.
Oh, that card just took a little bit of a tumble.
You sure?
Boy went
You
up.
shuffle them, no one will no.
It's just a common.
Yeah, so yeah, it is common practice to shuffle the deck before we open it. So.
Unsleeved.
Like if it was fake, you'd have to look at the plastic and you would just mangle it.
Well, he'll be able to check, but he's gonna take it under a microscope and look at the molecules.
Nah,
in the
he's gonna
plastic.
look at this and be like, dude, you mortified this thing. There we go. Yeah, just pick at it. I've got 300 pieces of the printing. Of this was
It's like a little skin tag.
the sunset one, or
Yeah.
the
Oh yeah, sunset.
sunset. Like, whoa. I mean, I'm having fun.
I'm having fun too.
Oh, I think that's a big stinker.
Right, giant growth.
Uncommons.
This might be a repackaged.
That actually
box.
does mean it's fake. I've seen this before. Like,
Yeah, right here. This be the.
Oh, there it goes.
The
Sorry.
68.
Yeah.
Oh,
Welcome back to SCP Meet. It's been a while. And today we're going to be going over SCP-3999. Pretty sure I said 3,999. I got lost. I thought it said 39,999. Wasn't that? 3 nines, not 4. Today we're going to be going over what is called I am at the center of everything that happens to me. So someone gave me a recommendation on this saying that it's supposed to be pretty good. So I'm curious to go over it and see what it's all about. I heard this one is also supposed to be kind of different. There's a quick little summary I wanted to read here. So SCP-399 is also known as I am at the center of everything that happens to me. Is an entry chronicling the story of researcher Talaran, yeah. Talaran, a scientist at the SCP Foundation who has become the target of a malevolent entity whose sole purpose is to make one person's life into unending torture. Though beginning with just a small inconveniences, the entity's sadistic games soon spiral into completely rewriting Talaran's reality into a ceaseless nightmare, which he describes being in for literally Talaran's reality into ceaseless nightmare, which he describes being in for literally millions of years. So it's kind of like a mental game here where it's all through the perspective of a man editing his SCP entry here, researcher Talaran that is, and it is something that is supposed to be unfolding for millions of years. It's kind of interesting because it kind of reminds me of Junji Ito's Long Dream, the guy who is trapped in his own dreams and it lives for millions and millions of years and he's just trapped in this hell. So I'm kind of curious, but without further ado, let's keep diving in. Which it's object class Apollyon, which an Apollyon class, because this is a first of our kind that we've seen. Apollyon classes SCPs are anomalies that cannot be contained, are expected to breach containment imminently, or some other similar scenarios. Such anomalies are usually associated with world-ending threats of some kind and require a massive effort from the Foundation to deal with. So a big deal. It always feels kind of like that a little bit, right? Mm-hmm. Always kind of world-ending stuff. It can never just be like one fucking guy. You know what I mean? Well, I guess Cousin Johnny was kind of like one dude, but still even then it was like, oh, big guy. Which the special containment procedures, as always, are SCP-399 cannot be contained at the present moment and currently poses a ZK class end of reality scenario. Jesus fucking Christ. God damn, dude. Let me backtrack that. I got a big ass fucking booger in my nose. ZK class end of reality scenario. Some fucking Thanos shit right there. Snap of a finger. It's all gone. The most advisable course of action is for research Talaran, believed to be the focal point of SCP-399, to remove himself from contact with all Foundation sites and personnel to avoid further collateral damage to Foundation property. It is theorized that if researcher Talaran is contained in an extremely secluded area, then the destructive capabilities of SCP-399 will temporarily cease, be contained, preserve some remnants. Okay, well, there's all kinds of crossed out shit there. I don't know what the fuck happened there, but basically he has to be completely isolated. That sucks. It's all based around one guy, and they're just like, we're going to put you out in the middle of nowhere, okay? And that's the only way it's going to help. God, how do you even break? That's like it's pretty much a prison sentence, it feels like, right? Especially a guy who like works for the foundation. Hey, you know, you work here and all this things just ran. Hey, you're done. I wonder if they tried to like sway it like it was some kind of promotion or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Give them like a big bonus or something at work. And then we get another preamble here, which is what we're going to find is that, so the whole thing is that researcher Talleyrand, I believe, is updating the documents, or the documents are updating, and he's getting messed with by this weird anomaly by SCP-3999. So we get another entry again that reiterates, the most advisable course of action is for researcher Talleyrand, believed to be the focal point of SCP-3999, to remove himself from contact with all human populations to avoid further collateral damage to the Earth and its societies. It is theorized that if researcher Talleyrand is to terminate himself quickly in a secluded region, then SCP-399 will be decommissioned. Like an old Ferris wheel. Decommissioned, huh? Researcher Talleyrand cannot leave the Foundation. Are you sure about that? Seems like I already did. Seems like they're fucking putting him out there. The most advisable course of action, oh my god. How many, is it, we're just reiterating this all goddamn day? The most advisable course of action is for researcher Talleyrand believed to be the focal point of SCP, to remove himself from contact with all animal life to avoid further, what was he doing to animals?
Well,
what's he doing, huh? Oh, unless they're talking about godless heathens, he thinks that we're apes. To avoid further collateral damage to Earth and its biodiversity. Jesus Christ. It is theorized that if researcher Talleyrand is to live out the rest of his life in a small shack, isolated from all the animal life and as much plant life as possible. Okay, now they're getting really specific. A small shack. Can't even give the guy a nice fucking house when we keep reiterating this bullshit. Research is currently continuing as to how to negate the effects of SCP-3999. Currently, proposals include launching it into the sun. They're gonna shoot the Talleyrand. What's Talleyrand's first name?
We don't know.
Is what I want to know. Okay, I'm gonna say Greg. Because saying Talleyrand is sending me up a fucking wall. I'm gonna say Greg. What a fucking. You know, people. There's the saying that people say where it's like, oh, you were dealt a bad hand with life. Poor Greg, man. That is the shitty. I mean, like, to be like, the only way to actually save humanity is to shoot yourself into the goddamn sun. Brutal. Researcher Greg's family is to be summarily executed one by one. The process is to be carried out by trained agents selected from a variety of mobile task force, including MTF, Omega-8, MTF, Lambda-12, whatever, a bunch of MTF dumbass fucking names. These agents are to be retrained in military tactics and special weapons and tactics maneuvers. Agents assigned are to score above 30 on the Hare psychopathy checklist. They can't just go in and shoot a wife and 2 kids in the back of the head. Why the fuck do you need big training for that? You know what I mean?
Because they might get corrupt and not kill them.
They might get corrupt and not kill him. I thought it was only specified to Greg, though. Really killing the family just seems kind of just, once again, insult to injury. Doesn't it?
They want to make Greg's life miserable.
Oh, because this is the entity writing this.
Yeah.
Oh. You know what I don't like about this? Yeah, you can't tell. How could you tell? You know what I mean?
Who's who? Who's talking what?
I don't even know the fucking transition that's happening here. Or whatever. It's just, there's nothing to really indicate besides stupid-ass fucking lines that go through the text. Agents assigned to execute research... Oh, God. Talleyrand's mother first, followed by his father. Any animals present in the building are to be terminated. They're to proceed to the location of the researcher Talleyrand's sister, currently a student at Penn State. Okay, whatever. They're going to go through. They're saying that in this paragraph, go fucking kill every single person in his family. Got it. Termination is to occur via a single shot to the forehead via Remington 700 sniper rifle. Fired at close range and equipped with a silencer. This is so stupid, dude. This is so fucking dumb. The corpses are then to be nailed to the wall outside researcher Talleyrand's office, Greg's office at H&R Block, and lit on fire after being doused with exactly 10 liters of gasoline. Researcher Talleyrand is to be restrained and made to kneel in front of the corpses. Oh, no. Greg! Do I have to pretend that I like this?
No.
It's so fucking epic. God, Talleyrand is so fucked. Researcher Talleyrand's colleagues are to be summarily executed one by one. Yeah. The process is to be carried out by trained agents selected from a variety of containment specialists. Site cafeteria workers are to slip arsenic into the meals of all staff who have had any contact with Researcher Talleyrand, up to and including members of the 05 Council. What kind of fucking psychopath wrote this? So even the cafeteria people, Barbara that he likes down at the cafeteria. Yeah, Barbara, slip arsenic into his fucking meals and make him poison. This entity is a douchebag, dude. This is a fucking nightmare. just to like read. A representation of SCP-399 is to be placed on a pedestal made of pure granite and modeled in the Ionic style. This pedestal is to be placed directly in the center of a 5 meter by 5 meter square concrete containment chamber. The vault is to be protected by no fewer than 2 armed guards. So he wants a little shrine to himself?
Yep.
Wants a little shrine to himself. God, that's the best you could do. A fucking granite, pure granite and modeled in the Ionic style. Like iconography? Or what? What does Ionic style mean? What the fuck does that mean? SCP-399 cannot be contained. Researcher Greg is to be forcibly removed from SCP-399. What does it mean removed, though? I thought SCP-399 was a entity.
I think this might be Research Talon trying to fix things now. So the SCP's like, I cannot be contained. So then Research Talon's like, okay, well, I'm going to remove you from myself. And then he's like...
Oh, so now Researcher Greg and the SCP are now having a Windows... argument with themselves. I'm watching it. He's like, okay, well, actually, I'm gonna remove you. So
They say if it's too good to be true, it must be. But at WGU, you can get your degree with the same accreditations as the large universities. See why over 95% of employers say they would hire another WGU grad. And learn more at wgu.edu.
Arby's Deluxe Burger. Have you ever seen such a well-crafted burger? Oh, Arby's Big Cheesy Bacon Burger. Have you ever seen such a... Arby's, we have the meats.
Our main story tonight concerns UFOs. They brought us great album art, classic movie moments, and of course, Hugh Jackman. I can't prove it yet, but I'm close. Lots of people have reported seeing UFOs, from Kesha to Russell Crowe to even this guy.
I was gathered in a schoolyard with about 20 other men, and we saw a bright light appear in the distant western skies, and it got closer and closer, and when it was just above the treetops, it changed color, and then it stayed there for a while, and then it disappeared into the distance. And none of us could ever imagine what it was, and I still don't know what it was.
You know, between the folksy rambling story and the goofball smile, he kind of reminds you of Joe Biden there, doesn't he? The only thing Biden would have done different was name each of the 20 men he saw the UFO with. There was Corn Pop, Floppy Jeff, Wet Doug, Mexican Rick, and a bunch of other names my advisors told me to stop saying out loud back in 2004. But the point is, Jimmy Carter saw a UFO. And while skeptics pushed back, saying that it was probably a space cloud or Venus and that no other object generates as many UFO reports as the planet Venus, Carter doubled down, saying, we know what Venus looks like. It was not Venus. And he's right. Everyone knows what Venus looks like. Not that, of course, because that's Titan, one of Saturn's moons. It doesn't look anything like the real Venus, which that also isn't. That's Jupiter's moon, Io. I got you so good! You thought you were safe because we were talking about space and you were wrong. The fact is, though, a lot of people think they've seen something in the sky. In fact, 16% of Americans say they personally witnessed something they thought was a UFO. And right off the bat, let's acknowledge this can be a difficult subject to talk about because UFOs tend to get discussed in one of two ways. And the first is wildly speculative, like this.
This Renaissance painting of Madonna and Child seems perfectly normal. However, closer inspection reveals a strange craft hovering in the background, with an earthbound observer witnessing the event.
Look, far be it from me to quibble with the voice of unsolved mysteries, but that is a painting, not a photograph. Stuff in them can be real or made up, and given that that's a painting of the Virgin Mary, I'm guessing it's the latter. The second way UFOs tend to be discussed is with borderline contempt, like in this 1973 news report.
There were more reports today of unidentified flying objects, reports from Minnesota, Florida, California, Louisiana, and other places. A man in Columbus, Ohio, took these photographs of 4 strange lights in the sky Wednesday night. They were seen by scores of people. 2 women in Texas said they saw an object with the letters UFO painted on the side.
Well, I'm glad he's having such a good time laughing at them. And I'm guessing it would stay funny right up until that UFO opens up and an alien labelled alien hits you with a death ray labelled death ray. But in recent years, you might have seen UFOs getting some more mainstream attention, starting with this report in 2017.
These haunting images, part of a bombshell first admission by the military of a government program investigating sightings of UFOs. This mysterious black object spotted off the coast of San Diego by Navy fighter pilots in 2004.
My gosh. Wow. I don't know what's more surprising there, the UFO or the pilot responding to it with, my gosh. In that situation, I might have gone with holy living shit or Jesus backflipping Christ, but I guess credit to him for keeping it G-rated. There might be kids watching this Navy footage. That story was the beginning of a cascade of revelations, including the DoD, revealing that it had 11 reports of documented instances in which pilots reported near misses with UFOs. And a few years back, Congress even held its first public hearing on UFOs in more than 50 years. So if the subject is this ubiquitous, with such major questions being asked, now might be a good time to, and I cannot believe I'm about to say this, talk about UFOs. What we know, what we don't know, and some of the problems with how we've gone about trying to find out more. And right up front, let me just say, talking about UFOs doesn't necessarily mean you're talking about aliens. UFOs are simply objects that are unidentified. That's it. Many researchers actually prefer the term UAP for unidentified anomalous phenomena, possibly to avoid the whole alien connotation. Because while you can believe aliens exist or not, when it comes to UFOs, belief doesn't really come into it. Whatever they are, people are seeing them. That poster in Mulder's office shouldn't have said, I want to believe. It should have said, believe schmelieve. What the fuck is that thing? And the fact is, UFO sightings long predate any contemporary associations with extraterrestrials. For as long as people have been around, they've been seeing weird things they can't explain. Ancient Roman and Chinese texts speak of people seeing fireballs, spears, soldiers, ships, and chariots floating above them. Plus, there were sightings near Rome in 218 BC and in Germany in 1561. And you're probably thinking, well, that doesn't mean much because everyone knows 16th century Germany was suffering from a rapid increase in population combined with an increase in grain prices. So a lot of Germans were tripping balls due to starvation. Everyone went through their German confessional age obsession in their early teens. It's not news. But our modern conception of flying saucers took off in 1947 when private pilot Kenneth Arnold spotted 9 oddly shaped objects while flying past Mount Rainier in Washington.
It wasn't until 1947 when a private pilot reported seeing a group of pie plate-like objects flying near Mount Rainier that the term flying saucer entered the vocabulary and fueled the imaginations of movie producers.
Now, that is almost right. Arnold didn't describe seeing flying saucers, though. What he actually said was the objects flew like they take a saucer and throw it across the water. But reporters shorthanded that to flying saucer, and the name stuck. It's one of those fascinating historical corrections, like Viking helmets didn't actually have horns, Napoleon wasn't that short, and George Washington didn't really exist. He was just a reflection of moonlight off swamp gas that fooled early Americans. Now, skeptics have introduced various theories as to what Arnold might have seen, from water droplets on his aircraft window, to a meteor breaking up, to a flock of pelicans, and for the record, marry, kill, and obviously, fuck. Deep mouths. We can't know for sure what Arnold saw. What we do know is that his account and the news that broke shortly afterwards, supposedly of a flying saucer crashing in Roswell, New Mexico, kicked off a public obsession, and hundreds of UFO sightings began pouring in. Just a month after Arnold's sighting, a poll asked respondents if they'd heard or read about flying saucers, and 90% said yes. It reached such a fever pitch, the LA Times ran the headline, "Flying Watsits supplant weather as #1 topic anywhere people meet." Discussions of UFOs started cropping up absolutely everywhere, from tabloid outlets to even discussions with network newsmen.
Good evening. Tonight we go after a fantastic story. The story that flying saucers from other worlds are visiting our planet, just as we are exploring outer space with our own rocket satellites. Our guest is former Marine Air Corps Major Donald Keyhoe in his campaign to prove that flying saucers exist. My name is Mike Wallace. The cigarette is Parliament.
Wow. I honestly can't think of anything more 1950s than interrupting your news report to introduce yourself and your cigarette. It's just not something you could pull off today. My name is Lester Holt, and the vape is Bubblegum Melon. UFOs became a pop culture phenomenon. In fact, Roswell has done a lot to cash in on its associations with UFOs. It's home to a UFO museum, a UFO festival, and alien-themed streetlights. It even has the world's only UFO-themed McDonald's, which somehow has only 3.5 stars on Yelp. Despite, again, being a UFO-themed McDonald's. That is madness. I could get stabbed in that McDonald's, and my Yelp review would still read, got stabbed in a UFO, 4 stars. Roswell has gone out of its way to make itself a UFO mecca, and as this coverage from the 90s shows, a lot of people make the pilgrimage.
Here, the town's 2 UFO museums have become magnets for the committed.
I have been taken aboard spacecraft by these 2 gentlemen.
You have. The curious. You think they're like these guys behind you?
Something like that, but I think they'd be just like normal people.
The government hides things.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
So in 2020, you have this revelation. You recognize where this is going. You see how it charts, and you say, this is going to be a real problem. Does anybody listen to you? This is where the problem comes, right?
Yeah, like we said, right? You can draw a straight line. You can have people nodding along, but there's a couple of like hiccups along the way. One, is that straight line really going to happen? All you're doing is like drawing lines on charts, right? I don't really believe that that's going to happen, and that's one thing. The next thing is just imagining, is this what's going to come to pass as a result of that? And then the third thing is, well, yeah, that sounds important, but like not my problem. Like that sounds like an important problem for somebody else. And so we did do a bit of a traveling.
Yeah, it was like the world's saddest traveling roadshow. Like it was literally as dumb as this sounds. So we go and oh my God, I mean, it's almost embarrassing to think back on. But so 2020 happens. Yes, within months. First of all, we're like, we got to figure out how to hand off our company. So we handed off to 2 of our earliest employees. They did an amazing job. Company exited. That's great. But that was only because they're so good at what they do. We then went, what the hell? Like, how can you steer this situation? We just thought we got to wake up the U.S. government. As stupid and naive as that sounds, like that was the big picture goal. So we start to line up as many briefings as we possibly can across the U.S. interagency, all the departments, all the agencies that we can find, climbing our way up. We got an awful lot, like Ed said, of like, that sounds like a wicked important problem for somebody else to solve.
Yeah, like defense, Homeland Security, and then the State Department.
Yeah, so we end up exactly in this meeting with like, there's about a dozen folks from the State Department. And one of them, and I hope at some point, history recognizes what she did and her team did. Because it was the first time that somebody actually stood up and said, first of all, yes, sounds like a serious issue. I see the argument, makes sense. 2, I own this. And 3, I'm going to put my own career capital behind this.
And that was at the end of 2021. So imagine that. That's a year before ChatGPT. Nobody was tracking this issue. You had to have the imagination to draw like through that line, understand what it meant, and then believe, yeah, I'm going to risk some career capital on this in a risk-averse government.
And this is the only reason that we even were able to publicly talk about the investigation in the first place, because by the time this whole assessment was commissioned, it was just before ChatGPT came out. The Eye of Sauron was not yet on this. And so there was a view that like, yeah, sure, you can publish the results of this kind of, not nothing burger investigation, but, you can sure go ahead. And it just became this insane story. We had like the UK AI Safety Summit, we had the White House executive order, all this stuff, which became entangled with the work we were doing, which we simply could not have, especially some of the reports we were collecting from the labs, the whistleblower reports, that could not have been made public if it wasn't for the foresight of this team really pushing for as well the American population to hear about it.
Now, I could see how if you were one of the people that's on this expansion-minded mindset, like all you're thinking about is like getting this up and running, you guys are a pain in the ass, right?
So
you guys, you're obviously you're doing something really ridiculous. You're stopping your company. You could make more money staying there and continuing the process, but you recognize that there's like an existential threat involved in making this stuff go online. Like when this stuff is live, you can't undo it.
Oh yeah, I mean, like no matter how much money you're making, the dumbest thing to do is to stand by as something that completely transcends money is being developed, and it's just going to screw you over if things go badly, right?
My point is like, are there people that push back against this, and what is their argument?
Yeah. So actually, and I'll let you follow up on the first story of the pushback. I think it's kind of it's been in the news a little bit lately now, getting more and more public. But when we started this, and like no one was talking about it, the one group that was actually pushing sort of stuff in this space was a big funder in the area of like effective altruism. I think you may have heard of them. This is kind of a Silicon Valley group of people who have a certain mindset about how you pick tough problems to work on, valuable problems to work on. They've had all kinds of issues. Sam Bankman-Fried was one of them, and all that, quite famously. So we're not effective altruists, but because these are the folks who are working in the space, we decided, well, we'll talk to them. And the first thing they told us was, don't talk to the government about this. Their position was, if you bring this to the attention of the government, they will go, oh shit, powerful AI systems, and they're not going to hear about the dangers, so they're going to somehow go out and build the powerful systems without caring about the risk side. Which, when you're like in that startup mindset, you want to fail cheap. Like you don't want to just like make assumptions about the world and be like, okay, let's not touch it. So our instinct was, okay, let's just test this a little bit and like talk to a couple people, see how they respond, tweak the message, like kind of keep climbing that ladder. That's the kind of builder mindset that we came from in Silicon Valley, and we found that people are way more thoughtful about this than you would imagine. And
in DoD especially, DoD has a very safety-oriented culture with their tech. Like the thing is, because like their stuff like kills people, right? And they know their stuff kills people, and so they have an entire safety-oriented development practice to make sure that their stuff doesn't like go off the rails. And so you can actually bring up these concerns with them, and it lands in kind of a ready culture. But one of the issues with the individuals we spoke to who were saying don't talk to government is that they had just not actually interacted with any of the folks that they were kind of talking about and imagining that they knew what was in their heads. And so they were just giving, incorrect advice. And frankly, like, so we work with DoD now on, actually deploying AI systems in a way that's safe and secure. And the truth is, at the time when we got that advice, which was like late 2020, reality is you could have made it your life's mission to try to get the Department of Defense to build an AGI, and like you would not have succeeded because nobody was paying attention.
Wow. Because they just didn't know.
Yeah, there's a chasm, right? There's a gap to cross. Like there's information. There's information spaces that DoD folks like operate in and work in. There's information spaces that Silicon Valley and tech operated in. They're a little more convergent today, but especially at the time, they were very separate. And so the briefings we did, we had to constantly, iterate on like clarity, making it very kind of clear and explaining it and all that stuff. Years it took.
And that was the piece to your question about like the pushback from, in a way, from inside the house. I mean, that was the people who cared about the risk.
Yeah.
Man, I mean, like when we actually went into the labs. So some labs, not all labs are created equal. We should make that point. When you talk to whistleblowers, what we found was, there's one lab that's like really great. So Anthropic, when you talk to people there, you don't have the sense that you're talking to a whistleblower who's nervous about telling you whatever. Roughly speaking, what the executives say to the public is aligned with what their researchers say. It's all very, very open.
More closely, I think, than any of the others.
More closely than any of the others. Always, there are always variations here and there. But some of the other labs, like, very different story. And you had the sense, like, we were in a room with one of the frontier labs. We're talking to their leadership. This is part of the investigation. And there was somebody from, anyway, it won't be too specific, but there was somebody in the room who then took us aside after. And he hands me his phone. He's like, hey, can you please, like, put your phone number in, Yeah,
Can
you
I
please
put-
put?
yeah.
Or no, yeah. He put his number in my phone, and then he kind of like whispered to me. He's like, "Hey, so whatever recommendations you guys are going to make, I would urge you to be more ambitious." And I was like, what does that mean? He's like, can we just talk later? So as happened in many cases, we had a lot of cases where we set up bar meetups after the fact, where we would talk to these folks and get them in an informal setting. He shared some pretty sobering stuff, and in particular, the fact that he did not have confidence in his lab's leadership to live up to their publicly stated word on what they would do when they were approaching AGI, and even now to secure and make these systems safe. So many such cases, this is like kind of one specific example, but it's not that you ever had like lab leadership come in or doors getting kicked down and people are waking us up in the middle of the night. It was that you had this looming cloud over everybody that you really felt some of the people with the most access and information who understood the problem the most deeply were the most hesitant to bring things forward because they sort of understood that their lab's not going to be happy with this.
And so it's very hard to also get an extremely broad view of this from inside the labs because, you know, you open it up, you start to talk to, we spoke to like a couple of dozen people about various issues in total. You go much further than that and, you know, word starts to get around. And so we had to kind of strike that balance as we spoke to folks from each of these labs.
Now, when you say approaching AGI, how does one know when a system has achieved AGI, and does the system have an obligation to alert you?
Well, by, you know, the Turing test, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you have a conversation with a machine and it can fool you into thinking that it's a human. That was the bar for AGI for, you know, a few decades.
That's kind of already happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're close to it.
Yeah.
4.0 is close to it, or 4.0.
Different forms of the Turing test have been passed, different forms have been proposed, and there is a feeling among a lot of people that goalposts are being shifted. Now, the definition of AGI itself is kind of interesting, right? Because we're not necessarily fans of the term, because usually when people talk about AGI, they're talking about a specific circumstance in which there are capabilities that they care about. So some people use AGI to refer to the wholesale automation of all labor, right? That's one. Some people say, well, when you build AGI, it's automatically going to be hard to control and there's a risk to civilization, so that's a different threshold. And so all these different ways of defining it, ultimately, it can be more useful to think sometimes about advanced AI and the different thresholds of capability you cross and the implications of those capabilities. But it is probably going to be more like a fuzzy spectrum, which in a way makes it harder, right? Because it would be great to have like
like a tripwire where you're like, oh, like this is bad. Okay, like we got to do something. But because there's no threshold that we can like really put our fingers on, we're like a frog in boiling water in some sense, where it's like, oh, like just gets a little better. Oh, like we're still fine. And not just we're still fine, but as the system improves below that threshold, life gets better and better. These are incredibly valuable, beneficial systems. We do roll stuff out like this, again, at DoD and various customers, and it's massively valuable. It allows you to accelerate all kinds of, back office, like paperwork BS. It allows you to do all sorts of wonderful things. And our expectation is that's going to keep happening until it suddenly doesn't.
Yeah, one of the things that there was a guy we were talking to from one of the labs, and he was saying, look, the temptation to like put a heavier foot on the pedal is going to be greatest just as the risk is greatest, because that's, it's dual use technology, right? Every positive capability increasingly starts to introduce basically a situation where the destructive footprint of malicious actors who weaponize the system, or just of the system itself, just grows and grows and grows. So you can't really have one without the other. The question is always, how do you balance those things? But in terms of defining AI, it's a challenging thing.
Yeah, that's something that one of our friends at the lab pointed out. The closer we get to that point, the more the temptation will be to hand these systems the keys to our data center, because they can do such a better job of managing those resources and assets.
And if we don't do it, Google will. And if they don't do it, Microsoft will. Like the competition, the competitive dynamics are a really big part of this issue.
Yes.
So it's just a mad race to who knows what.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's actually the best summary I've heard. I mean, like, no one knows what the magic threshold. It just, these things keep getting smarter, so we might as well keep turning that crank. And as long as scaling works, right, we have a knob, a dial, we can just tune, and we get more IQ points out.
What, from your understanding of the current landscape, how far away are we looking at something being implemented where the whole world changes?
Arguably, the whole world is already changing as a result of this technology. The U.S. government is in the process of task organizing around various risk sets for this. That takes time. The private sector is reorganizing. Like, OpenAI will roll out an update that, obliterates the jobs of illustrators from one day to the next, obliterates the jobs of translators from one day to the next. This is probably net beneficial for society because we can get so much more art and so much more translation done. But is the world already being changed as a result of this? Yeah, absolutely. Geopolitically, economically, industrially, yeah.
Of course, it's like not to say anything about the value, the purpose that people lose from that, right? So the kind of, there's the economic benefit, but there's like the social, cultural hit that we take too.
Right, and then there's the implementation of universal basic income, which keeps getting discussed in regards to this. We asked ChatGPT 4.0 the other day in the green room. We were like, are you going to replace people? Like, what will people do for money? And then, well, universal basic income will have to be considered. Well, you don't want a bunch of people just on the dole working for the fucking Skynet.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of what it is.
I mean, one of the challenges is like so much of this is untested, and we don't know how to even roll that out.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Actually in physical continuity with Planaria that were here 400 million years ago.
The following is a conversation with Michael Levin, one of the most fascinating and
If you're like me, it can be really hard to keep all the different groups of elves straight in your mind. So I thought it would be helpful to have a visual breakdown of all the clans of the elves with explanations of how they came to be. So today on Nerd of the Rings, I present to you a complete guide to Tolkien's elves. When the Quendi, or elves, awaken in Middle-earth in the year of the trees 1050, there are a total of 144. They call themselves Quendi, which means who speak with voices, as they met no other living thing that spoke or sang. The elves consist of 3 clans. 14 make up the Minyar, which means firsts. 56 are the Tatyar, meaning seconds. And the largest group at 74 is the Nelyar, meaning, you guessed it, thirds. They also refer to themselves as the Lindar, or singers, because they are known for their beautiful voices. Or maybe it's because they didn't care to be known as thirds. After Orome discovers the elves in the year of the trees 1085, he invites them to live in Valinor. A little less than half decide to follow the huntsman, including all 14 of the Minyar, half of the Tatyar, and 46 of the Nelyar. The elves who decide to take the journey are collectively called the Eldar by Orome, which means people of the stars. The 82 that remain behind are known as the Avari, which means the unwilling. Many of the Avari were fearful and distrusting of Orome and the Valar after hearing the lies of Melkor. While some of this group would eventually make their way westward, it is believed that some are captured by Melkor, who tortures and corrupts them to create the race of orcs. Now back to the Eldar. So we have the Minyar, the Tatyar, and the Nelyar making the journey. During the course of this journey, Orome would give each clan new names. The Minyar become the Vanyar, the Tatyar become the Noldor, and the Nelyar become the Teleri. Orome leads the Eldar north of the Sea of Helkar, and they pass by the ruins of the battle between Melkor and the Valar. At this point, some of the elves flee out of fear, and nothing else is known about them, though it's possible they return to join the Avari. Years later, Orome and the Eldar pass through Greenwood. They rest by the shores of the Anduin River, while the huntsman tries to determine how he will get the elves over the Hithyglir, what would later be known as the Misty Mountains. These mountains were considerably taller in the early days of Middle-earth. In the year of the trees 1115, Orome returns and takes them by the High Pass, the very same pass that would border Rivendell ages later. As most of the group presses on, a group of the Teleri goes south. This group is known as the Nandor, meaning those who go back. From the Nandor, we get the Sylvan Elves, or Wood Elves, who would inhabit the later realms of Mirkwood and Lorien. Later, some of the Nandor would make their way into Beleriand and live in Osiriand. These elves are known as the Lequendi, or Green Elves. Once again, we return to the main group of the Eldar. They pass through Eriador on what would one day be known as the Great West Road. In 1125, the Vanyar and the Noldor cross the Arid Luin and reach Beleriand. The Teleri, meanwhile, are lagging behind in Eriador. As we know by now, if you don't keep up with the main pack, you're gonna get a new name. So this is the actual moment when the Nelyar become known as the Teleri. In 1128, the Teleri finally enter Beleriand. During this time, their leader Elwë, later known as Thingol, meets and falls in love with the Maya, Melian, in the forest of Nan Elmoth. Trapped in an enchantment of their own making, they would not be seen for over 200 years. In 1132, the Vanyar and the Noldor are taken across the sea on Tol Eressëa, an island which the Vala Ulmo uses to ferry the elves across the sea. The Teleri are too far away and don't hear the summons of Ulmo. In the meantime, some Teleri come to the shores of Beleriand, where they come to love the sea. Ulmo returns for the Teleri in 1150, and most of them take the trip to Valinor. However, some of the Teleri remain behind once again, becoming the Sindar, or Grey Elves, while some of the Sindar would settle in realms like Mithrim or Doriath under a reappeared King Thingol. Another group settles on the shores of Beleriand in a region called Falas. They become known as the Falathrim, and Círdan is their lord. Meanwhile, in Aman, we now have the entire groups of the Vanyar and Noldor, as well as a group of the Teleri. These Teleri are also known by the name Falmari. Back in Middle-earth, all the clans of the elves who do not make the journey to Valinor, that is, the Avari, the Sylvan Elves, the Lequendi, the Sindar, and the Falathrim, are collectively known as the Morquendi, the Elves of Darkness. Now, these are not dark elves in the sense of being evil, but they are simply Umanyar, not of Aman. They are dark elves in the sense that they never beheld the light of the two trees in Valinor. Together, the Vanyar, Noldor, and the Falmari are called the Calaquendi, the Elves of Light, or Light Elves, as they have seen the light of the two trees and lived in the Blessed Realm. These elves and their descendants would come to be known as the High Elves, according to the Dunedain. While the Vanyar and a handful of the Noldor will remain in Aman forever, most of the Noldor will return to Middle-earth and become among the most famous elves of the coming ages. Feanor, Fingolfin, Finrod, Galadriel, Turgon, Gil-galad, Celebrimbor, and so many others that will eventually have videos of their own here on the channel. Among the Sindar, we get elves like Luthien, Beleg, Thranduil, and Legolas. And of course, there will be a number of elves who will be a mixture of these clans, like Elrond and his twin brother Elros, who are descended not only from the Vanyar, Noldor, and Sindar, but also Amaya and all three houses of the Edain, the great men of the First Age. So that was a lot of names. Feel free to watch the video again anytime you need a refresher on the clans of the elves. If there's another complex area of Tolkien's lore that has you stumped, recommend it in the comments for a future video. As always, I want to say a huge thank you to my Patreon supporters, including Gail Elizabeth, Tom DeBombadil 19, Sky Carcass, Salim Rahman, Jim Limber Davis, Smorzerk, Matt Schultz, Zetrock, Gimilcod, Game Strategy Nerd, and Debbie. Thanks so much for watching and subscribing, and we'll see you next time on Nerd of the Rings.
Morning, babe. I made you breakfast.
Old Spice Total Body Deodorant Stick. 24/7 freshness pits to toes and down below.
In your eyes, I see no fear. I have finally found my love.
Babe, I love you. I'm not gonna let anything come between us.
At the height of their power, the elves accomplished some pretty impressive feats, from building great kingdoms to crafting powerful weapons and jewelry, and even defeating mighty evil creatures. From their creation in the First Age to their decline in the Third Age, the elves were always a force for good. Well, mostly. And narrowing them down for a list like this was extremely difficult. These are in no particular order, although I have saved my personal top pick for last, but here is a list for who we consider to be the most powerful elves in Middle-earth.
Build me an army worthy of Mordor.
So when looking at criteria for this list, it was difficult to narrow it down based purely on skills in combat, as the elves are a race well known for producing a tremendous number of skilled and dangerous warriors. They sort of have the unfair advantage of having thousands of years to refine their skills, but either way, it was tough. So the fairest way I could think to judge them was to look at the ones that face supernatural enemies with might and power far superior to their own. There may be some elves that definitely deserve to be on this list, but perhaps they were never given the opportunity to show the true extent of their power. So let's get started. We will begin with one of the most obvious, Galadriel. Now, many people that are mainly just fans of The Lord of the Rings may not know the extent of Galadriel's power. She is on this list for a number of reasons, and while this video isn't meant to be a history of each of these characters, I will give you a very brief rundown of what makes the Lady of Light so powerful. In the Third Age, she is described by Tolkien as being the mightiest and fairest of all elves that remained in Middle-earth. She actually witnessed 3 ages of the sun in Middle-earth, having been born during the years of the trees. She is actually one of the oldest elves still remaining in Middle-earth. She was born in Valinor as one of the Noldor. She was the daughter of Finarfin and the younger sister of Finrod, and she supported Fëanor during the exile of the Noldor. Now, while all this may not seem like a big deal to many, just being one of the Noldor is actually of great importance. They were perhaps the most powerful people to ever walk Middle-earth. They crafted some of the most important weapons that we know of, including Orcrist, Glamdrin, and Sting, the Palantir, and they even played a part in forging the Rings of Power. The Noldor are, in short, a pretty big deal, and Galadriel is considered one of their leaders. Not only that, but she was also the bearer of one of the 3 Elven Rings of Power, which would help preserve and maintain her great power. And let us not forget that she was one of the ones responsible for driving Sauron out of Dol Guldur. Sauron is a Maiar. He is a being far beyond that of any elf or human. Of course, by the time that Galadriel confronts him, he is not at full strength and probably planned on returning to Mordor anyway, but the banishment of Sauron is a great achievement for any individual, no matter the circumstance. Even if he wanted to remain in Dol Guldur, he most likely wouldn't have been able to withstand the power of Galadriel. She is definitely one of, if not the only being that could have done so. Her spot on this list is indisputable. Next up, we have Fëanor. Now, while at times Fëanor was selfish, paranoid, and a pretty terrible brother, he accomplished some pretty amazing things during his life. One of which is creating the Silmarils, the most precious and sought-after gems in all of Arda, and the Palantiri. It is said that Fëanor was made the mightiest in all parts of body and mind, but his personality had flaws. Towards the end of his great life, he was camped at Lake Mithrim with his army when he was attacked by a great force of Morgoth. The Noldor elves, led by Fëanor, defeated the enemy force with relative ease, despite being heavily outnumbered. But then after, Fëanor, in his rage, marched on towards Angband. And when coming within sight of the great gates of the fortress of Morgoth, he was ambushed by a group of Balrogs. With few elves by his side, he fought them alone bravely, but it wasn't long before Gothmog, Lord of Balrogs, joined the battle, a character you may now be more familiar with if you watched last week's video on him. Gothmog fatally wounded Fëanor and he died soon after their battle. But being able to hold his own, not only against a Balrog, but multiple Balrogs, shows just how powerful Fëanor was, justifying his position on this list. Now, he did, of course, complete many other very impressive feats, But as I said previously, this isn't a history of each character. I'm just justifying their place on this list. So next on said list, again this is not in any order, but we have chosen to go with Elrond. Now Elrond is a direct descendant of a Maya, which gives him some degree of divine power, and like Galadriel, he also bears one of the 3 elven rings of power. By the time of the War of the Ring, he is around 6,500 years old, and unlike some of the others on this list, is a tremendously experienced warrior, having been at war in some way with Sauron's forces for over 4,500 years. On top of all this, he was also pretty strong with elven magic, including healing and foresight, and he was arguably one of the greatest leaders of all elves. It's also worth mentioning that Aragorn actually thinks that Elrond would be capable of mentally resisting Sauron, which is praise that he shares only with Galadriel and Gandalf, who is, of course, a Maya. He has also been in a direct conflict with Sauron on 2 occasions, during the Battle of the Last Alliance, and he was also involved in the banishment of Sauron from Dol Guldur. Challenges don't get much bigger than that, and having been victorious both times says enough about Lord Elrond's power. Next up, we have chosen one of my favourite characters in all of Tolkien's Legendarium, Glorfindel. He was one of the mighty of the firstborn elves and lord of the House of the Golden Flower in Gondolin. He fought in many of the major battles throughout the First Age, including the Battle of Gondolin in the year 510 of the First Age. He fought Melkor's forces bravely, alongside his fellow soldiers from the House of the Golden Flower, who were actually one of the last standing houses to fight. After the battle began to look like a lost cause for the Gondolindrim, they began to attempt their escape. As they were fleeing, a Balrog blocked their paths, but Glorfindel leapt in front to face it to give the others time to escape. He defended himself from the demon's whip and claws and successfully hewed its iron helm. And at the last moment, he pierced the belly of the Balrog, which caused it to fall backwards from the cliff. But it grabbed Glorfindel by the hair, and both of them fell deep into the abyss. Glorfindel's spirit departed to the Hall of Mandos, but due to his noble actions and saving the lives of countless elves, he was re-embodied after a short time and returned to Middle-earth as an emissary of the Valar, who granted him powers nearly as strong as that of a Maya. In his next term in Middle-earth, he was involved in more great battles, and even often fought the Witch King and the Nazgul. His place on this list cannot be disputed. Next we have the legendary Gil-galad. After the fall of Gondolin, he was made High King of the Noldor, and as I mentioned earlier, this was a pretty big deal. Then, after the destruction of Beleriand during the War of Wrath, Gil-galad founded the kingdom of Lindon in the far northwest of Middle-earth, roughly between the Blue Mountains and the Great Sea. He was the last heir of the kings of the Noldor, and openly acknowledged as the High King of all elves of the West. In fact, many of the elves, both Noldor and Sindar, joined him. A lot of stuff happened following this, but this is about the strength of the character. Again, not the full history. Although we do have a full video on Gil-galad if you're interested in the full story. But anyway, Gil-galad went on to be one of the bearers of the 3 Rings of Power. But most importantly, and this cannot be put into words of how impressive of a feat this is, Gil-galad and Elendil, leader of the Men of Numenor, joined forces and formed the last alliance of elves and men. Then, during the Battle of the Last Alliance, when the forces of good began pressing forward with their siege, a siege that had been going on for 7 years, Sauron had no choice but to join in the battle himself. He was then engaged by Elendil and Gil-galad in combat, and was defeated, but the leaders of the elves and men were also killed in the act. But just think about that. An elven king was able to stand toe-to-toe with Sauron, one of the most powerful Maya ever, and defeat him. Gil-galad was without a doubt one of the most powerful elves who ever lived, and I for one am really hoping we get to see more of him in the Amazon Prime show. Next we have selected Fingon. Fingon has been placed on this list for many reasons. He was another of the High Kings of the Noldor, which, if you haven't figured out yet, only seems to be a position that ends up with these legendary elven characters. Fingon was actually named the Valiant for his skill in battle. He was the son of Fingolfin, which is a pretty impressive bloodline in itself, and he led the largest host in the flight of the Noldor from Aman to Middle-earth. During the Battle of Unnumbered Tears, he fought with many Balrogs, including the Lord of the Balrogs, Gothmog. Now, he died in the process, but it took one Balrog to restrain him with a fiery whip while Gothmog finished him off. A mighty elf indeed. So we have 2 left on this list. First of the final 2 is Ecthelion, leader of the people of the Fountain. Ecthelion commanded a wing of Gondolin's forces during the Battle of Unnumbered Tears. A pretty disastrous battle for the elves, but just surviving it says a lot about the might of this elven warrior. But his biggest and most legendary feat was during the fall of Gondolin. It is said that so terrible was his voice when commanding the drawing of the swords and the killings which followed, that his name became a terror among the enemy. It's also said that during this battle, Ecthelion and his House of the Fountain killed more orcs than had ever been slain, in all the battle of elves and orcs combined. Ecthelion then went on in this battle to kill not one, not two, but 3 Balrogs. He soon went to the Fountain of the King to drink from it and regain some strength, but it was here that he was confronted by Gothmog, Lord of Balrogs. They fought. Ecthelion lost his sword, and as Gothmog was readying to finish him off, he ran towards the Balrog and drove the spike of his helmet into Gothmog's body. The two of them fell back into the fountain and both drowned. But it is safe to say that the actions of Ecthelion during this battle likely changed the entire future of Middle-earth. For Gothmog's only equal in Middle-earth was Sauron. So imagine Gothmog had survived into the Third Age and had allied with Sauron. That could have been a much different outcome. Finally, we have the last elf on this list. And while it's not in any order, this is who I would pick to be the most powerful elf to ever live. But that, of course, is a very personal pick. So, we've gone with Fingolfin. So what makes us consider Fingolfin as such a powerful elven character? Well, he was the first High King of the Noldor in Beleriand. He was brother of Fëanor, Finarfin, Findis, and Irime, and was said to be the strongest and most valiant of all these brothers. He had many impressive feats, but we only need to talk about one here to justify his place on this list. After defeating the force of orcs at the Dagor Aglareb, or the Glorious Battle, Fingolfin maintained the siege of Angband for nearly 400 years. But the siege was ended by the assaults of Morgoth in the Dagor Bragollach, or the Battle of Sudden Flame, resulting in many people from Beleriand fleeing. And in the end, Fingolfin rode to Angband alone and called out Morgoth, challenging him to single combat. Now think about this. This is an elf challenging Melkor, who is not only a Valar, but arguably the most powerful being to ever step foot in Middle-earth. Those who saw Fingolfin on this day thought that Arome himself had arrived, for a great rage was upon him. His eyes shone like the eyes of the Valar. Now Morgoth could not refuse this challenge without losing face before his captains. So he put on his black armor, took up his great mace Grond, and emerged from the gates of Angband. Fingolfin drew his sword Ringil, and the duel began. Fingolfin managed to evade all of Morgoth's attacks, and wounded the Dark Lord 7 times. 7 times! But after a while Fingolfin began to grow tired, and Morgoth beat him to the ground 3 times. But each time the Elven King rose up and continued to fight. But, as Mandos had once foretold, no power of the elves could defeat Morgoth, a Valar. Eventually, Fingolfin fell backwards into one of the pits in the ground that was carved out by Morgoth's missed strikes with Grond. Morgoth then stepped on Fingolfin's neck and killed him. However, in one last desperate attempt, Fingolfin managed to cut deep into the Dark Lord's heel. And after the battle, he would walk with a limp and be in pain from his wounds forever. An incredible effort and display of not only power, but courage and will also. Fingolfin is easily my favourite elven character, and in my personal opinion, deserves to be at the top of this list, which, as I stated, is not in order. So that brings us to the end of this list, guys. My question for you today is a simple one. Who, if any, would you add to this list? Did we miss anyone out? Do you disagree with our choices? Or do you agree 100%? Let us know in your thoughts in the comments down below. Okay, so time has come, as always, to thank our patrons and channel members. You guys are absolutely amazing. An extra special shout out goes to the members of our highest tiers, Gregory Nashith, John, Andrew, Denver Steel, and Pirate747. And we want to shout out our limited special tier on Patreon, Kevin, Abram, Matt, and Glorfindel of Gondolin. As members of this tier, you of course all get executive producer roles on our film and will be able to give feedback on the story itself during pre-production, which we are currently approaching the end of. We've been over the moon with the positive feedback to the script, and we can't wait to get started with production. If you guys aren't aware, 100% of support on Patreon is going towards the budget of our short film, so if you want to support that film, that is how you can do so. Check us out on Patreon at The Broken Sword. A very quick reminder to check out our other channels, The Sixth Ranger and History of Dragon Ball, for some nostalgic Power Rangers and anime lore. The links will be in the description down below if they are of any interest to you. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you have a great day, and I will see you next time on The Broken Sword.
Build me an army worthy of Mordor.
Dawn Power Wash has 3 cleaning boosters not found in traditional dish soaps. It's more than soap, it's power wash.
Summer's here, and with a new Toyota, you can capture all the summer fun. Wow, my favorite party trick.
Get a new Highlander with 4.75 APR financing or $1,000 APR cash on Grand Highlander. Toyota, let's go places.
The story of the Seven Sisters, which is sometimes in existence. It is a story that is told around the world where a man, often a hunter, chases a group of young women, often sisters, and to be protected, these women are turned into stars. The version of this story from Greek mythology is the most well-known. This has Orion chasing Atlas's daughters, and this story is connected to a group of stars known as the Pleiades, which are also known as the Seven Sisters. But there are 2 main mysteries in what I have just told you. First off, why are the Pleiades called the Seven Sisters when most people can only see 6 stars? And secondly, how did the myth associated with them, the one with the hunter and the young women, manage to be told on opposite sides of the world, with similar stories told in Greece and Australia? Can we show whether this myth spread in recent times? Because if not, the alternative means that it could be almost 100,000 years old. And so, if you want to know why these 6 stars are called the Seven Sisters, and why the same myth is told on opposite sides of the world, then I would recommend yourself getting comfy, because I want to tell you a story. A very old story. So grab yourself a cup of tea, and welcome to Cleckenford. The Pleiades, in the grand scheme of the universe, are a very young group of stars, certainly no more than 125 million years old, meaning they appeared whilst dinosaurs were still wandering the Earth. But whilst this is interesting, it isn't as useful as knowing when humans came along to start recording them in our history. Now, the first written evidence we have of humans being aware of the Pleiades comes from Chinese astronomical literature dated to 2357 BCE, and they have been discussed a lot since then, and I will link to a number of published papers about them in this video's description. However, the oldest visual representation of them is thought to be on the Nebula disk, and this is dated to around 3,600 years old and was found in Germany. And I'll circle the Pleiades on them to make it easier to see. The representation is very much symbolic and is not an accurate astronomical map or guide, but there are no other obvious candidates to what it could be representing given the context of the disk, which is why we feel this is representing the Pleiades. The actual stars themselves look like this. The blue nebula surrounding them hints at their young age, as it is leftover space dust that was not used as part of those stars' creation, but is still within these stars' vicinity. And these stars have been given names from the characters of the Greek mythology about them. So the stars represent the 7 daughters of Atlas and Pleione, and are named Maia, Electra, Taygete, Alcyone, Selene, Sterope, and Merope. There are also 2 stars named after their parents, Atlas and Pleione, And so now we have the basics out of the way. Let me tell you the Greek version of the myth of the Seven Sisters. Cleone was walking through the Boeotian countryside with her daughters when they were seen by Orion, a giant of a hunter. In fact, he was so giant he could walk on the sea floor and his head would still be above the sea. And on seeing these beautiful women, the son of Poseidon, often considered the most handsome of men, he desired them, and so he chased after them. He felt especially drawn towards Cleone's daughter, Merope, although some accounts of the myth suggest that he was actually after Cleone. Either way, he pursued these women for 7 years, by which time they were in such desperate need of help, they turned to Zeus for protection. Zeus agreed to help them as he knew their father, the Titan Atlas, was busy holding up the sky and the heavens, and so could not help as his hands were literally full. And so Zeus turned the young women into doves. But realising they still weren't completely safe, he then immortalised them by turning them into stars and placed them in the heavens, in the constellation of Taurus, the bull. But Orion was a bit of a rascal, and his less than honourable endeavours did not end there, for he also wooed the goddess of the hunt, Artemis. This relationship was very much frowned upon by her younger brother Apollo, and his deception of Artemis would lead to Orion's final demise. And upon Orion's death, Zeus immortalised him by placing him in the sky, although some stories say it was Artemis who placed him in his heavenly abode. But this placement was unfortunate for the Seven Sisters, who were continually the objects of affection from some of the Olympian gods, and now Orion was placed so very close to them, continuing the chase through mythology. And the help from Zeus was also not without consequence, as he went on to seduce 4 of the sisters, because, for anyone who follows Greek mythology knows, Zeus liked to get around a bit. And it is this lustful connection which can be linked to the central star of Taurus, Aldebaran, which is known as the Eye of the Bull. The Arabic translation means the follower, for this star follows the Pleiades across the night sky. And there are also some who think that this may have led to the colloquial term Old Bull to refer to a male philanderer. Now, whilst this is a well-known Greek myth, there are over 90 other motifs that incorporate the Seven Sisters within known mythology around the world. And we know this as information on these myths has been collected by a Russian academic called Yuri Berezkin. And through the help of and support of my patrons, I've translated this information into English and merged it with other data of folklore and stories, and created a new mythology database, which is available to my patrons and other academics. And I would like to say thank you to them all now for their support, their questions and ideas, as they really have made so many things possible and are making a real difference in the information available to researchers in mythology. Now, one piece of information we can see from this resources data is that these type of stories are told in Australia and are often seen as part of some First Nation Australian tribes' culture and ritual, and they refer to this as the Seven Sisters of Dreamtime. The Merimee, or what we call the Pleiades, are 7 beautiful sisters with long hair and radiant bodies made of ice that shone in the night sky. These sisters were followed everywhere by a group of young men known as the Bere Bere. These men would leave special gifts for the sisters, and most often honey, as they were good at finding hives and taking honey. And the Merimee appreciated the gifts, but always resisted the approaches of men. Now, one day, an old ancestor of fire named Urana kidnapped 2 of the beautiful girls, and in doing this, his fire started to melt the girls' bodies, and this melting of the girls' bodies then led to putting out Urana's fire. He then decided to keep these girls far away and place them in the sky, but after putting out Urana's fire, they did not shine anywhere as bright as they used to, and so over time their other sisters joined them in the sky, and there some of them continued to shine very bright indeed. And the Bere Bere saw this, and so they let themselves die for love, so that they too would turn into stars, and they would form what we would now know as Orion's Belt. It is said that even in the sky today, that the berry continue to give honey to the Meri, and in return they sing for them. But in order to ensure that the Meri are not forgotten about, they occasionally take ice off their bodies and let it fall to earth. And it is this that starts a ritual for the coming of age, which happens during late winter when the Pleiades first appears in the eastern Australian sky. When this happens, a frost is often seen covering the earth, and older children of the tribes then go to the nearest spring and scrape frost from the ground and rub it over their bodies. And this ritual allows boys to grow into strong hunters and the girls to grow into beautiful, buxom women. And this in turn allows their noses to be pierced with a bone, and so finishes the ritual of coming of age. There's a word of caution here, for should a beam of sunlight touch their bodies whilst covered with frost, the child will forever be weak. This Australian myth of Dreamtime has a number of forms, and are said to relate to the time when the first humans came to Australia, naming the lands as they dispersed around the continent. This process and time was captured in stories, in songs, in rituals, and as the cultures of these first people were already based, these stories were committed to memory and passed down through generations. And so within these stories we hear of floods and of fiery mountains, of strange lights and strange beasts, of lost landscapes, and with regards to the Seven Sisters, stories of people from long ago. These stories in Australia do vary, as do the name of the Pleiades within them. For example, the Adnyamathanana people of South Australia, their sisters are known as the Megara, whereas the Bundjalung people of northern New South Wales refer to them as the Merimei or the Mayamei, as in the story I've just told. Whereas the Walmagiri of Western Australia call the sisters the Gunga-Gurang-Gara, while the Kulin of Victoria tell the story of the Kalagurk. And whilst these names vary, the stories are still similar, insomuch as they normally involve water in some way, such as in the form of frost or ice or even rain and hail. These stories have these women associated with this form of water and often chased by hunters, and these are often represented by the stars in Orion's belt. So between Greece and Australia, we have two myths that are very similar, told in locations on opposite sides of the world. And so the question has to be, are they from the same source? Now, there will be some of you who say this is just a coincidence, and so let's try and understand what these coincidences could be by looking at the two versions of the story. And in doing this, we will see that there are three specific elements of the myth that are, or could be considered similar, that overlap, and so therefore could be a coincidence. And they are that both myths associate the Pleiades with a number of young girls, often sisters. Both identify Orion as a male and normally a hunter, and both have Orion advancing himself in an unbecoming manner onto those girls. And if you don't believe that this is just a coincidence, then this suggests a common origin, and one that must predate European contact with Australia, and the first time we know this happened was in 1788. And if this is the case, the last time these two peoples had a common ancestor would have been at least 70,000 years ago. In 2009, some work was published by Noyce and Noyce providing an explanation for this, and it is their work that a majority of the evidence for understanding this similarity is leveraged from in this video. But we'll pause here for a moment and talk about the other mystery, why you haven't pressed the like button. It's an important part of the initiation ceremony for watching Craig and Full videos and aware of. And for this to be
Photobox. Be open to anything. Be open to chill things, lively things, and award-winning things. Photobox. Be open to anything.
Life is but a dream.
Gucci guilty bone.
It's what
Anna had lost both her parents by the age of 10. Her mother had died during childbirth, and her father in the First World War. Mitchell Hedges had taken the French-Canadian orphan under
them as idolatry and the work of the devil.
Only 4 codices have survived. For centuries, scholars believed that they held the key to understanding the Maya inscriptions, and through those, the entire Maya culture.
You have wonderful illustrations of people, animals, supernatural deities, but they're completely surrounded by these symbols that for a long time we had no idea what they actually meant. It's like trying to put together a jigsaw puzzle with a large part of the pieces missing and with no picture as reference.
But over decades of painstaking analysis, scholars gradually began to spot clues.
In this image from the Dresden Codex, we can see an illustration of a dog with writing all around it. So it stands to reason that somewhere in that text is probably the word for dog. This realization was one of the big pieces of the puzzle in deciphering Maya hieroglyphs.
It took dozens of scholars over a century to decipher the text. When they finally did, they realized this is one of the most sophisticated writing systems ever seen. Western languages use the 26 letters of the alphabet to create the words in their vocabulary. Chinese writing uses over 50,000 symbols that can stand for whole words or concepts. Maya writing has 800 glyphs written in paired columns from left to right. They represent both syllables and whole words. Balam, the word for jaguar, can be written as a picture, as 3 separate syllables, or a combination of both, making Maya writing extremely complex. Deciphering the Maya inscriptions was one of the most important archaeological breakthroughs of the 20th century.
And even today, we only understand about 85% of the glyphs, but what we understand already has completely transformed our understanding of the Maya.
What can these hieroglyphs reveal about the mysterious kings of Copan and how they lived and died? René Viel takes a closer look.
We know now that these texts deal with historic events and historic people, because we have the names, for example, of the kings of Copan.
The glyphs tell the story of the lives of Copan's rulers, recording births, deaths, and key events. They are also propaganda, commissioned by kings to glorify themselves for future generations. Could the Japanese team be on the brink of discovering one of these proud kings inside this temple? They believe there is a royal burial chamber somewhere within the structure. But it's huge, and the tomb might be anywhere. This old excavation tunnel could be the perfect place to put the photographic films they are using to scan the temple. They need to make sure the films are in the right place and pointing in the right direction. If they get this wrong, they could miss the tomb completely. The team also need to check their equipment will work here. The last time they used it was in the dry deserts of Egypt. Here at Copan, the tropical jungle conditions create a different challenge. The dust, heat, and humidity make working difficult. But Seiichi is optimistic they will find a royal tomb nearby.
あるとしたらこの向こう側かちょっと上ぐらいかと斜め上ぐらいかなというふうに思います。
Finding the tomb of one of Copan's lost kings could shed new light on the rise and fall of this great kingdom. What can mysterious carvings reveal about the city's ruling dynasty? David Sadat investigates an ornate stone altar found in Copan's main plaza.
It shows the 16 rulers of Copan during its golden age. 4 figures to a side, and it starts here with Green Quetzalmacaw, the founder of the Copan dynasty, until we come to the last ruler of Copan, ruler 16.
Who were these enigmatic kings? David searches the city's Acropolis for clues.
The Acropolis platform in its heyday would have been an impressive, elevated citadel where some of the grandest and most spectacular rituals would have unfolded.
He's convinced it could hide the last resting place of one of Copan's 16 rulers. To confirm his suspicions, his team spent 15 years carefully tunneling under the complex.
We were looking for the tombs because we regarded them as time capsules that would contain the proof of the real history of Copan.
After digging 3 kilometers of tunnels, David's team made the discovery of a lifetime.
I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, Xfinity Mobile has a great deal. Buy one unlimited line and get one free for a year. I don't want to miss that.
That's amazing.
Visit XfinityMobile.com to learn more.
Hidden beneath the Acropolis is a brightly painted temple from the 6th century. Buried beneath it, David finds a warren of tombs. Inside one of them is a skeleton on a stone slab surrounded by precious offerings. Among them, a large jade chest piece, a ring with an intricate carved pattern, a set of earrings, and 4 teeth decorated with jade. This is clearly a rich burial. Who does it belong to? And what can it reveal about how the kings of Copan came to power? Searching for clues to the identity of the tomb's occupant, the team found something spectacular.
Look at that.
A magnificent carving showing 2 birds.
This clue was immediately obvious to us because it was composed on one side of a huge green quetzal bird and on the other side a great red scarlet macaw. So these spelled out the complete name of the Copan founder, First Green Quetzal Macaw.
The beautiful design indicates that this must be the tomb of the first king of Copan. When experts analyzed his skeleton, they discovered something surprising. He was not from this area. David believes the mighty Copan dynasty was founded by an outsider who took over the city in the 5th century AD.
The archaeological investigations have proven to us that the Maya were writing true history about themselves. I think this is probably the crowning achievement of my archaeological career.
But it's not the only stunning discovery inside this magnificent temple. Nearby, David finds another tomb.
To our great astonishment, it was the tomb of a woman with really one of the largest treasure trove of jade jewels and giant pearls and pottery, really one of the richest burials found anywhere in the Maya world.
The woman's extraordinary wealth and burial close to the founder suggest this must be his wife. Analysis of her bones shows she is local, suggesting the first king of Copan may have married his way to the top.
The question was, who was she? Was she just a wife, or was she a queen? This richness of her tomb is testimony that women could become incredibly wealthy and probably supremely powerful in their own right. But to this day, one of the most enduring mysteries and secrets of the Copan Acropolis is that we do not know this woman's name.
The first king and his wife are two of only around 8 royal burials found in Copan. At least half the members of this mysterious dynasty are still unaccounted for. At the end of a tunnel, David finds another astonishing ancient structure. It's a 13-meter temple, once painted vivid red. An inscription reveals that it was built in the 6th century, about 200 years before the outer monument. The team nicknames this hidden temple Rosalila.
The real surprise was that Rosalila was buried absolutely intact and purposefully buried by later rulers.
Maya kings often put new temples on top of older ones. Each wanted to build bigger and better monuments than his predecessor. But temples were about more than just showing off.
Temples could face the setting sun. They could also face the rising sun. They can be essentially astronomical clocks, because how the sun rose and set over the year was an important consideration for them.
Why is astronomy so important to the Maya? Panos Kratimenos searches the Dresden Codex for clues.
A large theme in the Dresden Codex is charting the course of celestial bodies across the sky. Here we can see a series of numbers with a dot representing 1, a bar representing 5, and this shell-shaped glyph representing 0.
The Codex is like an almanac, counting the number of days until an event like an equinox or a full moon will happen. It shows the Maya were skilled astronomers.
They're able to track various celestial bodies across the sky with extreme precision, as good as, if not slightly better, than what we're capable of doing today, and all without the modern technology that we're used to, like telescopes.
They had to be precise, because getting the date wrong could be fatal.
The calendar was crucially important to the Maya because they had to keep track of the time of year in order to be able to plant and harvest their crops correctly.
Many Maya temples had a dual purpose. Not only were they giant funerary monuments for kings and queens, they helped keep track of time. Could the Japanese team be about to find one of Copan's lost kings inside one such temple? And what can stunning inscriptions reveal about the city's mysterious dynasty?
And welcome back to this U.S. Open office plan.
Miller just lobbed a message way over Jones's head using some technical jargon.
Ooh, and Jones brings the heat with a
The ancient city of Copan is home to some of the most spectacular carvings and monuments the Maya ever built. And one magnificent temple is unique. It is completely covered with stunning carved hieroglyphs. What is it for? René Viel investigates the astonishing construction known as the Hieroglyphic Stairway.
The hieroglyphic stairway is one of the most important monuments in all the Maya world because it is the longest inscription known in Maya hieroglyphs.
This sculpted library is 21 meters high and contains 62 steps, carved with more than 2,000 glyphs. It records the history of Copan and its kings.
The first version of the hieroglyphic stairway was built by the 13th king. He could not finish it because he had a tragic end. And it was completed by his grandson, the 15th king.
After Copan's king was killed by a rival, the city fell into decline. Ruler 15 tried to revive the city's fortunes. A huge monument to him stands guard in front of Temple 11. It could provide a clue to who might be buried inside.
The 15th king remodeled all the southern part of the Great Plaza. He represents himself at the bottom of all his construction. And this is the reason why we think that it must be the 15th king who is buried there.
The fate of Copan's 13th king was not uncommon in the Maya world. Rulers walked a dangerous line between power and politics. Dozens of independent city-states were ruled by powerful kings, but were they allies or enemies? The answer may lie in another spectacular Maya site in what is now Guatemala. Its name is Tikal. Tikal flourished for more than 1,000 years, and at its height in the 8th century was home to an estimated 60,000 people. Edwin Roman has been researching the ancient Maya for more than 20 years.
Over 100 years ago, the first explorers came to Tikal. And since then, Tikal has been hosting a lot of archaeological projects. We thought that we knew everything.
They were wrong. Now, new technology is helping experts make a huge leap forward in their understanding of how Maya kingdoms rose and fell. That technology is LiDAR. LiDAR uses aircraft equipped with lasers to scan the jungle and reveal objects hidden beneath the trees. Researchers from the Pacunam LiDAR Initiative surveyed over 2,000 square kilometers of Guatemalan rainforest. Their lasers revealed thousands of previously unknown Maya temples and monuments, a discovery that changed everything.
Before, we were able to see only most of the big structures. Now we can see everything. And what is more surprising about it is the extent of the cities. We didn't have any clue how big they were.
This epic scanning project has revealed a colossal 60,000 previously unknown Maya structures. It shows the Maya population was more than 10 million strong, 10 times bigger than previously thought. Stripping away the trees also exposes roads linking one city to another.
What we are learning about these images is how some cities were allied to another one, and how they were interconnected through roads. But what is amazing is that why not all the cities have it?
Some Mayan kings created alliances to help them become more powerful. But the LiDAR reveals that others weren't so amicable.
This is the wall of Tikal, discovering the entire landscape. Right here was all around Tikal.
This huge defensive wall shows that the people of Tikal weren't welcoming their neighbors in. They were trying to keep them out.
Before, in the beginning, we thought that the Mayas were peaceful. Now we can see the amount of energy that they have to put to protect themselves. And where this picture is showing us is that Tikal was in a landscape of fear.
These groundbreaking new images suggest that in the Maya world, warfare was common. Many kingdoms were locked in centuries-long rivalries with their neighbors. But why were the people of Tikal so afraid? Edwin believes the LiDAR could lead him to a clue.
When we received this image, they found there was a structure. Previously, they thought it was just a natural hill. What is unusual about this structure is their shape. It's nothing that we ever see in the Maya war.
Edwin ventures to investigate the strange structure. Early explorers had to hack through the jungle, not knowing what they would find. Now his high-tech map guides him straight to the location.
Now we can actually start to see it right there.
Arriving at the mysterious mound, Edwin confirms what the LiDAR suggested. This is not a Maya building.
When we first saw this pyramid, was kind of weird, the layout, and that where took our attention because the only structure that's similar to that is 1,000 kilometers from here, in a city called Teotihuacan.
Teotihuacan was one of the most powerful city-states in Mesoamerica, home to around 100,000 people. Edwin believes this newly discovered structure is evidence that invaders from Teotihuacan occupied Tikal in the 4th century AD. It suggests that in Maya society, competition and power struggles were widespread.
War was really important for the Maya. Always they were in some kind of battle between neighbors. Like any culture around the world, they want to try to get access to resources that came from a different kingdom.
I am afraid you are forbidden from boarding without...
In Maya warfare, the king himself would lead raiding parties into small-scale skirmishes. The main goal was not to kill, but to take prisoners to be sacrificed to the gods, and the biggest prize was the king. Legend has it that when the infamous Snake Kings conquered Tikal in 562, they sacrificed the city's king on his own altar. The Snake Kings were masters of Maya warfare. Later, they also defeated Palenque, forcing the queen to surrender.
Millions of years ago, Earth looked very different. All the continents were fused into one, teeming with life, both beautiful and terrifying. When you think of prehistoric times, you might picture a T-Rex rampaging through the jungle with its razor-sharp teeth. But even before the dinosaurs, there were other giant creatures ruling the Earth. Yeah, welcome to the Permian period. This epic started 300 million years ago. Back then, our planet had one supercontinent, Pangaea, surrounded by a world ocean called Panthalassa. The Permian period began at the end of an ice age when temperatures were much cooler than today. Then, during early Permian days, Earth warmed to a lush environment with a diversity of plants and a rapid evolution of insect and animal life. Only, as you probably know, everything is ever-changing on our blue marble. Over the next 50 million years, Earth kept growing hotter and drier. Eventually, the most deadly event in the history of our planet wiped out nearly everything that ever lived here. Scientists call this event the Great Dying, and it was the most catastrophic mass extinction event the Earth has ever seen. And the Earth has seen 5 of them. But before we get to all this doom and gloom, let me take you on an epic journey back in time. Here in the Permian period, some of the most incredible species that roamed our young planet are about to emerge.
All around the United States, people have been taking part in an effort to reforest parts of the country. Why? Because it's helping to combat climate change. Trees provide a ton of benefits, from food to shelter to oxygen, but one of the most surprising benefits is that they're helping cool down the rising temperatures we've been experiencing. Thanks to reforestation efforts, trees cool parts of the eastern U.S. by 1 to 2 degrees Celsius each year. That might sound small, but during the hotter days of summer, you'll definitely notice how much trees are helping you cool down. And the Biden administration wants to help continue this momentum. They've set up the American Climate Corps, the ACC, which will hire and train 20,000 people for careers in clean energy, conservation, and climate resistance. Remember, we all play a part in the change we want to see, so keep encouraging your leaders to push for initiatives like reforestation and the ACC. These are the things that'll have a tremendous impact on our future.
Milo's Rewards credit card saves us 5% on the things we need.
As loyalty members, we get points toward Milo's money for the things we want. So we save 5% on this and get rewarded every time we buy.
The all-new Milo's Rewards loyalty program is here.
What more could you want?
Download the app to join, earn, and save today.
Some to-dos show up unexpectedly. Petco helps you cross off each one easier.
He got kind of muddy.
So you can get back to what it's all about.
If you could time travel nearly 300 million years into the past, you'd land smack dab in the middle of the supercontinent Pangaea. Earth's smaller continents would have just finished colliding with each other to form this enormous landmass, taking up 1/3 of the planet's surface. There was likely less oxygen in the air than there is now, but you still might be able to breathe. Oh, and bring a jacket, because it would likely be chilly, with some areas averaging no more than a brisk 4 degrees Celsius. But don't worry, things will soon start heating up. By the end of the early Permian, the Ice Age was on its way out, and Pangaea was becoming a lush world. Plants and animals started to thrive. This was a volcanic world. Violent eruptions changed the climate, shaped the landscape, and paved the way for evolution. When giant swamp forests began drying out, plant life had to adapt, and so 290 million years ago, Earth saw the very first seed-bearing plants called gymnosperms. These plants carried seeds on their cones, and they spread across the supercontinent like wildfire. The ancient evergreen forest of the early Permian was hiding something familiar. Just like today, you could find cicadas and beetles piercing and sucking on the plants, and the cutest of them all? Cockroaches. Only, these weren't the cockroaches you know today. These prehistoric vermin were gigantic, the size of birds. But despite their size, cockroaches never ruled prehistoric land, and that's good news, am I right? No, something much more fascinating was roaming Pangaea. The now extinct ancestor of primitive mammals, Dimetrodon. This animal was as fascinating as it was terrifying. Encountering a Dimetrodon would be quite a sight to behold. This ancient lizard grew to 5 meters long and weighed 225 kilograms. It had a large sail running down its spine. Scientists think this sail helped the reptile regulate its body temperature, soaking up warmth during the daytime and dissipating excess heat during the cooler nights. It would walk toward you like a crocodile and act like a total menace. Dimetrodon was an apex predator of its time. Watch out for a mix of sharp and flat teeth that would slice you open and grind you up. In the Middle Permian period, other mammal-like reptiles took over the planet. Therapsids. They had strong jaws with sharp teeth and a somewhat upright stance thanks to their legs being situated underneath their bodies. Therapsid reptiles varied from the 5-meter-long, likely omnivorous Deuterosaurus to the 5 times smaller, meat-eating Lycanops. you could meet plenty more therapsids if you stuck around for another 20 million years. During the Middle Permian period, Earth kept getting hotter. The average global temperature on Pangaea grew to about 25 degrees Celsius, and volcanoes were spitting greenhouse gases out into the atmosphere. Due to the changing climate, sea levels were shifting, but marine life found ways to thrive. If you were to take a dip in the prehistoric superocean, you'd be swimming alongside ancient sharks and bony primitive fish. Many more complex marine species came and went as the environment kept changing. In the late Permian period, you could have a friendly encounter with another reptile, Lystrosaurus. These looked like a cross between a lizard and a pig, but unlike all the scary prehistoric monsters out there, Lystrosaurus was a herbivore. It was just 1 meter long and had powerful front legs for burrowing. Soon, another cute mammal-like lizard evolved, the cynodont. The cynodont looked like a giant rodent. It was about 1 meter long, had whiskers, and fed on small animals and insects. Now, during this time, something bad was brewing in the air. A large amount of volcanic activity was displacing oxygen from the atmosphere. Scientists think there was as little as 10% oxygen in the air. Compare that to 21% today. You'd have a hard time breathing in that environment. And the temperature kept rising and rising. With an average temperature of about 28 degrees Celsius, this lush prehistoric world was turning into an oven. All good things must come to an end, and sadly, this period came to a particularly brutal one. About 252 million years ago, about 90% of all plant and animal life was wiped out. This tragic moment is called the Great Dying, and it was Earth's most devastating mass extinction event. Scientists still debate what caused this catastrophic extinction. Most theories suggest it was the result of explosive volcanic activity. As huge volcanic eruptions swept the continent, massive amounts of ash were unleashed into the atmosphere. So much ash that it blocked out most, if not all, of the incoming sunlight. And with no sunlight, global temperatures dropped suddenly. Plants couldn't perform their photosynthetic processes and died off. And without plants, the very basis of their food chain, animals soon followed. Things got worse before they got better. Because of all the carbon dioxide emitted during the volcanic eruptions, global temperatures rose again. And not just to where they were, but higher, much higher. And this caused the superocean to lose most of its oxygen. And unable to breathe, a majority of the Permian sea animals perished. Eventually, over 95% of marine species and more than 70% of land animals became extinct.
Geico can help cover cars, homes, motorcycles, and even accordions.
You sure showed him. You bet your pickled peppers I did.
Whatever you need, get more with Geico.
Hey, I'm Jeff, and today we have a special surprise. We have the brand new Google Pixel 8a. Some awesome features that are packed in here with Google AI, great camera updates, some durability and family.
You've traveled over 500 million years into the past to experience some of the most dangerous seas and alien organisms ever to exist on Earth. Welcome to the Cambrian period. What would Earth look like compared to how it does now? What could you eat to survive? And what kind of creatures would you need to watch out for? This is What If, and here's what would happen if you lived in the Cambrian period. Traveling 500 million years into the past, well, the first thing you should probably do is get your bearings. Unfortunately for you, the Earth you knew so well is gone. Or rather, it's yet to come into existence. You'd find yourself on a planet with shallow seas covering most of its surface. And in the southern hemisphere, where you're standing right now, the supercontinent Rodinia is just starting to break apart. There's Gondwana, the landmass that will go on to include South America, Africa, and Australia. Laurentia, which includes most of North America, plus Siberia and Baltica, which span across what you might recognize as the eventual Scandinavia, Eastern Europe, and parts of Russia. You wouldn't really recognize anything, though. No familiar mountain peaks or lush greenery. It would mostly be barren, except for mosses and algae spread across the landscape. But as you made your way over to the ocean's edge, you'd soon discover an explosion of life thriving on this early Earth. But be careful, some of it could kill you. Just below the ocean's surface, you'd be treated to a glimpse of a time when life on Earth was diversifying faster than ever before. You've arrived right in the middle of the Cambrian explosion. This relatively short stretch of time between 530 and 540 million years ago saw a boom of new organisms. Scuttling across the seafloor, you'd find alien-looking critters that, at first sight, might scare you right out of the water, but don't worry, they won't harm you. These are trilobites, ancient creatures that scavenged around from tropical shallows to icy waters near the poles. With their spiny limbs and wide circular mouths, you could watch them search for a buffet of worms and algae to feed on. At this point, you'd start to notice that breathing is a little more difficult on Earth than it is in our day and age. That's because the atmosphere's oxygen levels are significantly lower than what you're used to. Even down at sea level, it would feel like you were at a much higher altitude. And since the ozone layer has yet to fully develop, you'd also have to do your best to shield yourself from the much stronger UV rays pounding down on you from the sun. I hope you brought some sunscreen because you won't find any here for a long, long time. By now, you'd be getting hungry, especially after watching those trilobites munch down on all their yummy snacks. And you'd start to wonder what on earth you'd be able to eat in the Cambrian period. Well, your best bet would be to stick close to the sea, but be careful. Don't reach for those worms too quickly. Some of the food sources you'd find could be highly toxic. You'd be consuming strange new bacteria that your body isn't used to, so brace yourself for an upset stomach or something even worse. And while you're out hunting for dinner, we'll keep an eye out for larger predators lurking in the shadows. But don't worry too much. A lot of what you'll see are organisms like the anomalocaridids. These shrimp-like animals could grow up to 38 centimeters, so they wouldn't do you much harm. You'd actually be the apex predator at the top of the prehistoric food chain. As your days stuck in the Cambrian period turn into weeks, you'll continue to struggle with adapting to your new environment. The low oxygen levels would make even the simplest physical tasks more difficult. And without fruits, veggies, and your usual proteins, you could be headed toward malnutrition. Now, despite all the challenges, you'd be witnessing one of the most significant eras of life's development on this planet. All those creatures in the sea will go on to evolve and be the foundation for much of life as we know it.
Treating schizophrenia without a daily pill may seem impossible. But what if there was a path to treatment just twice a year? It's time for Invega Hafyera, the only long-acting injection that helps continuously control schizophrenia symptoms for up to...
Millions of years ago, the Earth looked very different. A huge landmass called Pangaea covered about a third of our planet. But about 175 million years ago, the Earth broke up into continents and formed the world we know today. what if that had never happened? Where would your country be located? And how different would your life be? This is What If. And here's what would happen if Pangea had never broken apart. If Pangea existed today, in theory, you could drive from California to England, since they'd both be part of the same landmass. And
Why do you still read the newspaper? Nobody does that anymore.
I like to keep up on local news, like the police blotter. Huh. Most of these arrests are Cleveland, and the arresting officer is Joe Swanson.
Can I help you, sir?
I'm doing my mail route, Joe.
Maybe you'd be more comfortable talking about it down at the station.
You're right. It is more comfortable here.
The police station. Come for the racial profiling, stay for the comfort.
Is that you?
Oh, yeah. A friend invited me to this charity ball.
A friend? She's 100. What are you up to?
Nothing. I enjoy her company. Older women are cultured, worldly. I've got nothing to be defensive about. Her husband passed away. She appreciates my friendship. I'm providing companionship. Dogs are known for that.
I don't like it.
Microsoft Tech for Social Impact is committed to making world-class cloud technology accessible and affordable so nonprofits can drive even greater impact. Through our technology grants, eligible nonprofits can get Microsoft 365 Business Premium free. That means best-in-class productivity of your favorite Office 365 apps like Excel and Outlook, plus Teams with simple device management and security. Get started at Microsoft.com/nonprofits.
U.S. Bank has a business checking account that has no monthly maintenance fee and smart tools that make forecasting cash flow a walk in the park.
Nice. Planning can be rough, but this would help a lot.
Just trying to throw you a bone.
Oh. Business checking accounts that do more for your business.
Peter, I need you to mow the lawn. It's out of control.
I can't mow the lawn, Lois. The Friends of Distinction are out there, grazing in the grass.
Where'd they go?
Cleveland? You okay in there? Cleveland!
What? Yeah, I'm fine. That was a good toilet dream about my neighbor and his lawn.
Peter, I don't care who's grazing. The lawn looks terrible. Get out there and mow it.
Why can't Chris mow it? He's old enough.
Look, I'm all for Chris mowing the lawn, but you gotta teach him.
Fine, I'll do it tomorrow. After my weekend job as a zookeeper with very muscular thighs. Hi there, nice to see you all. As you can see, right here and here, I am qualified to be a zookeeper. This is my friend Frederick, and I'm sure you're all wondering how much I can squat. For that answer, you'll have to go to my Instagram, YourThynus99. Now, I'd like to open up the floor for questions.
Yes, what food does the bird...
Not about the bird. Now, who wants to see me jump over this fence from a standing start? Let me scooch these shorts up a little higher. Look out, elephants!
So, everybody happy they went to the zoo? No? Well, that's the zoo.
Is that a diamond-encrusted watch fob?
This? Oh, yeah, I've had this.
Nobody's owned one of those for 80 years. What are you up to?
You already did this.
I'm not trying to show skepticism. My head is too heavy. I heard the doctor whisper to Lois, 3,000th percentile.
Okay, Chris, now if you're gonna learn how to mow a lawn, the first lesson is that you always start by 7 a.m. before everyone wakes up, including roosters.
What the? Hey, shut up!
You shut up!
Oh, real original.
Now, to start the mower, you grab this pull cord like so and give it a nice hard yank.
Can I change my grip?
Wow, much better.
It's a more familiar motion.
For the rest, you can just watch this how-to video on YouTube.
What's going on, guys? I'm Corey, here to take your lawn mowing skills to the next level. But first, make sure you subscribe to my channel, Corey's World. Okay, now let's start that mower.
Did you know Corey got recruited by ISIS? He disappeared, and now there's this guy doing ISIS videos, and they think it's Corey.
Assalamu alaikum, guys. This is Corey, here to talk about making a dirty bomb with stuff you can find in your kitchen.
Great Caesar's ghost! Chris and a chubby little friend? It's like in my dream. Hey there, Chris. You know, I've been looking for a muscly-armed young fella to mow my lawn.
Sorry, Mr. Herbert, but I don't even want to mow this lawn.
You could bring your friend over there to help you. Come on, Herbert. Rope this calf. Would $600 a week change your mind?
Would it? You got a deal.
And I can pay you under the table. I like to make a little fort under there. I call it Fort Dix.
Did you hear that, Dad? He'll pay us $600.
Yeah, did you not hear about Fort Dix?
Oh, Admiral, you've been so good to me these past weeks, with my husband gone and me alone to tend to his massive estate.
You know, helping you might have been difficult were you not so utterly charming.
Oh,
Plus, helping you helps me forget my own country's troubles and my struggle to save our national flower, the Masdevallia orchid.
That's my favorite flower and pet charity.
Really? I've devoted my life to raising money to save it.
What a coincidence. You and the Count.
The Count?
Yes, of Monty Hall. We like to October in Zurich.
Ah, yes, the best place to October. The secret, however, is to October in Zurich, but in September to avoid the obnoxious Octobering crowds. Saving October for Paris, Novembering there, then Decembering in Palm Beach in November, and in December, Januarying, of course, as always, in Gstaad.
We December in London.
You, madame, are a cream-faced loon.
Count, I don't believe you've met the Admiral.
Well, he may be an admiral, but he's certainly not admirable. Panty drop, swoon, commercial. So, Admiral, you must have had quite the military career. Your honors are impressive. Is that medal a stretched-out carnival penny?
Thank you for noticing, Count. It means a lot from a man whose top hat looks suspiciously like an Amazon Echo with a cardboard brim.
Why, what a preposterous notion!
Alexa?
No, don't say that!
What the hell are you doing here? This is my scam. Now butt out.
Now, why would I do that, Brian? These old bags are going to die. Someone's going to end up with their money.
Look, there's no reason to sabotage each other. There's plenty of Newport heiresses for the both of us. Maybe we could even help each other.
Exactly! Two con men like us working together, we'll be set like a passive-aggressive alarm clock.
I don't know if you've noticed, but the sun's been up for like an hour. No. You don't have to get up. Let your wife do everything. Just keep sleeping. You're a good husband. I'm sure she doesn't fantasize about your contractor who's already downstairs working on... Well, I can't really figure out what he's working on. Oh, I know. Your wife.
You'll never get a chance to tee off against Tiger.
If the poker history books were written today, I think I am the greatest of all.
Hey there, Chris. And what's your pal's name?
I'm Peter, sir.
You're big for your age, ain't you, Petey?
Yeah, doctor says I eat too much candy.
Ain't no shame in being chubby. You're a growing boy. Why, what's this?
Wow, how'd you do that?
It wasn't a trick. It was stuck to your neck.
Oh, yeah, sometimes I fall asleep on candy.
There she is. The wealthiest heiress in all of Newport. The holy grail for guys like us.
Who is she?
That's Margaret Woolworth Carrington von Schumacher Chanel Astor Livingston Comte de Saint-Exupéry Mountbatten Windsor Armani Roosevelt von Trapp Wickenham Hearst Montgomery Rothschild Johnson & Johnson Twillsworth Dolce Gabbana von Zweig Second Montgomery De La Roche Geico Vanderbilt Lannister Van Buren Butterworth How I Met Your Mother Wrigley Louise Dreyfus Ludwig Morgan Stanley Dumont Lamborghini Forbes Higby Winthrop Chanel Remy Martin Fitzwilliam Kennedy Motel 6 Fairchild Brooke Pritzker Davenport von Stolen Monty Python Ellisworth Aston Martin Haverbrook Ziff Lauder Hilton DuPont, Kincaid, Winslow, Coors, Oviatt, Marlboro, Pembroke, Huffington Bush, Mellon, Sinclair, Mellencamp, Starbucks, Van Dyke, Third Montgomery, Marriott, Barrington, Chadsworth, Big League Chew, Chesterfield, Kensington, Booth, Bishop, Longbottom, Nottingham, Meisterburger, Burgermeister, Tudor, Habsburg, Rockefeller, Onassis. My God! You mean the heir to the Woolworth, Carrington, von Schumacher, Chanel, Astor Livingston, Comte de Saint-Exupéry, Mountbatten, Windsor, Armani, Roosevelt, von Trapp, Wickenham, Hearst, Montgomery, Rothschild, Johnson & Johnson, Twillsworth, Dolce Gabbana, von Zweig, Second Montgomery, De La Roche, Geico, Vanderbilt, Lannister, Van Buren, Butterworth, How I Met Your Mother, Wrigley, Louise Dreyfus, Ludwig Morgan Stanley, Dumont, Lamborghini, Forbes, Higby, Winthrop, Chanel, Remy Martin, Fitzwilliam, Kennedy, Motel 6, Fairchild, Brooke Pritzker, Davenport, von Stolen, Monty Python, Ellisworth, Aston Martin, Haverbrook, Ziff Lauder, Hilton, DuPont, Kincaid, Winslow, Coors, Oviatt, Marlboro, Pembroke, Huffington Bush, Mellon, Sinclair, Mellencamp, Starbucks, Van Dyke, Third Montgomery, Marriott, Barrington, Chadsworth, Big League Chew, Chesterfield, Kensington, Booth, Bishop, Longbottom, Nottingham, Meisterburger, Burgermeister, Tudor, Habsburg, Rockefeller, Onassis, Fortune? Exactly. She goes by Pip. Pip? Pip. Been trying to schmooze her for months. The only catch is, her 95-year-old husband is still hanging on by a thread. I can't make a move until he dies, which hopefully is any day now. If we can charm her, we'll be set for life. No more scraping and scavenging like a laughing hyena.
I don't sound desperate, but I'm very desperate. I'm not a very capable predator. My family's back at the den waiting for me. I think this is the day I starve to death. Just kidding, I have no family. But I'm a very involved uncle.
Dad, shouldn't we attach a bag to the mower?
That's too much work. Just mow with the blower always pointed toward Joe's lawn.
Hey, will you put a bag on that thing?
Just poop into your hand if you have to. I'll be down in a minute.
Hey, boys, I've got some cookies and special grape juice for you. Come on and get it, Petey.
Sweet.
But Mr. Herbert, you always made the cookies with the large pill in the center for me.
Sorry, Chris. He just got to them first.
I thought I was your favorite.
Let's kick it up a notch. Come on, take your body, baby, to that conga. You know you can't control yourself any longer. Come on.
There she is. We just gotta wait for our chance to move in. Brian, look! You think this might be the end? I don't know, but now's our chance. I hate myself for doing this.
Is that a Cats Protective League pin on your lapel?
Why, yes.
It's my favorite charity. I love cats. I've devoted my life to helping them.
I like this party. Pussies?
Cock?
I'm sorry, gentlemen, but my husband is feeling ill and stepped into the men's locker room. Would you be so kind as to check on him?
Well, I'm not sure if we'll be able to find him.
Don't worry, I've got a very thick yellow toenail finder app on my phone.
Ew, 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 ew. Ew!
Got him.
Do you think he's dead?
Get the hell out of my face, Brian.
What? Quagmire?
No. Quagmire.
That's what I said.
Oh, sorry. I didn't hear you because of the prosthetics.
Hey, just checking to see if the old man is dead. Oh, hey, guys.
Jeez, how many of us are doing this con?
I've got no chance, have I? A tertiary character like me.
You most certainly do not. I don't even think we're going to give you the dance you rehearsed.
You're Margaret's husband?
That's right. Listen, rookie, you're out of your league. You think you know how to bang a woman who's seen a dodo bird?
Wait, but how can you be married? You don't even live together.
She's old. She says, you weren't here yesterday. I say, yes, I was, and that's it.
Well, you've clearly invested a lot of time into this. And yet, two fellows like us with loose lips could cause it all to fall apart.
Who's this trombone?
I'm the guy who enjoyed like hell shopping for this little ruse.
Look, there's plenty of money to go around, and I don't know how much more of this I can take. So I'll make a deal with you guys. If you can help me wrap this up, if you know what I mean. Take her skydiving, something that might, overwhelm her elderly heart. I'll split the estate with you two. But unless you're prepared to kill her, get the hell out. All right, I gotta run. It's her birthday.
Happy birthday, dear Margaret Woolworth, Carrington, Von Schumacher, Chanel, Astor, Livingston, Comte de Saint-Exupéry.
I'm just gonna hang here for a minute.
Von Trapp, Wiccan, Hearst, Montgomery, Rothschild, Johnson, Twillsworth, Dolce Gabbana, Von Spiker, Second, Montgomery, De La Roche, Geico, Vanderbilt, Lannister, Van Buren, Butterworth, How I Met Your Mother, Wrigley, is Dreyfus, Ludwig, Morgan Stanley, DuPont, Lamborghini, Forbes, Higby, Winthrop, Chanel, Remy Martin, Fitzwilliam, Kennedy, Motel 6, Fairchild, Brooke, Pritzker, Davenport, Unstolen, Monty Python, Ellsworth, Aston Martin, Hickbrook, Ziff, Louder, DuPont, Kincaid, Winslow, Coors, Got Marlboro, Broke, Huffington, Bush, Sinclair, Mellencamp, Starbucks, Like Third Montgomery, Marriott, Barrington, Asworth, Big Hugh, Chesterfield, Booth, Bishop, Longbottom, Nottingham, Meisterburger, Burgermeister, Tudor, Habsburg, Rockefeller, Onassis.
That's a freshly oiled hinge.
Petey, let's play horsey.
That's it! It's time you did all the work and I goof off with Mr. Herbert.
Like hell it is.
Jesse, is this really happening?
You're going down, old man.
I ain't the one going down. You're going down.
No way. I'm gonna pound your ass.
You're seeming kind of cocky, and I hate cocky. Boo, cocky.
Oh.
Why are you being such a jerk, Dad?
Dad?
Yeah, this is my dad. Well, he often said he wanted to explode all over me. He finally did. I'm sorry I got jealous, Dad.
That's all right, Chris. Hey, did you get a little aroused when we were wrestling?
No.
Me neither.
Good Quahog evening. Oh, let's do that again. Good evening, Hog Quo. I'm Tucker Tom. Nope. Good after evening noon, Hog Tom. Quo, I'm Tuck. Quo, goodning noon, Tomer Tuck. I'm Ning Ning after evening Quo, noon hog. Our top story, Newport's wealthiest heiress, Margaret Woolworth, holy God, I'm not reading all that, was found dead in her home of an apparent heart attack.
Did you? No. Did you? No. You think Quagmire did?
You guys actually did it and made it look like a heart attack. Wow. I didn't think you had it in you.
I guess you thought wrong.
Listen, I know there's been some bad blood between us, but I promise it won't happen again. I hope you can forgive me.
Well, just watch your step.
Well, a deal's a deal. So here's your share of the estate. Just sign here.
We're rich! We're rich, Stewie, and no flip joke can take that away.
Gentlemen, due to a disastrous investment in a Mindy Project amusement park, Miss Woolworth, etc., died owing $18 million, for which you are now liable.
We owe money? Look, Stewie, it could be worse. We could be dead like Margaret.
You're right.
Poor thing. I guess she just died of natural causes.
What a couple of rubes. I'm finally out from under that crushing debt. I suppose I don't need this anymore.
Yes, that's right. It was a Meg story.
Or.
The Ashen Wastes is a land teeming with...
I guess the coffee shop's available.
Roastbusters.
Good luck.
Oh, back from the water park, you two. Anything unusual happen?
Yeah, no. I mean, I did mouth to mouth on this one guy, but he was, like, way not blood related.
Okay, guess I'll just watch the news.
Our top story, creepy lip lock saves a life at Quahog Water Park. Local man Peter Griffin was revived by a game of tonsil hockey with lifeguard Meg Griffin, who, I'm placing my hand over my ear and pretending to get new information, is his own daughter?
Babe, it's not what you think.
Yeah, I was just saving his life. He means nothing to me.
I want to believe that, Meg, but look what people are saying on Facebook. This is wrong. Bonnie Swanson. So not okay. Donna Brown. Russia USA #1 support. Woman's face with Getty Image watermark. Our family is a laughingstock.
Why are you being like this? I was just doing my job.
I know, but I'm sorry. It's just weird. I feel humiliated. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to go smoke a cigarette alone, which is how TV depicts a woman at her lowest point emotionally.
This is insane.
Yeah, when are people gonna grow up?
Peter and Megan sitting in a tree. KISS.
And Chris Griffin is eliminated, which means Bhupresh Armitage will repeat as national spelling champion. Congrats to his always frowning Indian parents joylessly clapping in the audience.
Guys, we called this meeting because there are a lot of hurtful rumors swirling around, and we have something to say to you.
That's right.
You
Meg
guys
and I are in
being
love.
Stupid. What? No, Dad. We're telling them that they're idiots and to cut it out.
Right. That's what I meant. I'm all confused. I'm not in love with Meg. I need to return a ring to Zales.
Oh, my God, your father's not breathing. Meg, you have to give him mouth to mouth.
Me? You do it. You're his wife.
I need at least 4 beers to get there, Meg. Besides, you're the only one who knows how.
No way. I already did it once, and it made my life hell.
Meg, please, this is our father. Probably.
What's that supposed to mean?
We've all heard stories of your time on the Hoobastank tour bus.
Meg, your father is dying, and he needs you, and I am not going to sit here and apologize for what I may or may not have done with the Hoobastank bassist.
Hoobastank bassist? You don't even know the guy's name!
They've had like 5 bass players, and anyway, it's not like I was writing down names.
What's the big deal? You stick your tongue down Dad's throat, most natural thing in the world.
Where the hell have you been?
Brian and I did a coffee house thing, I don't know.
I have to take this. Hey, you.
Listen, Meg, I'm glad you saved my life at the pool, but I'm sorry I came there in the first place. Everyone deserves a place of their own, and I get that now. I promise I'll treat you better in the future.
You know, we've had conversations like this again and again, and nothing ever changes. You're a terrible father, and I'm counting the days till I move out of this house.
Okay, but what if, in the spirit of inclusion, I tell you I love you in sign language?
Oh, I love you too, Dad.
But this never happened because no one resuscitated me. I did wake up eventually, but now I need help feeding and bathing myself. I spend most of my days getting walked around by a nurse who talks to her sister on her phone.
Whoa, hold up. Mom gave you the necklace?
That's her now. Well, Meg, I gotta say, I'm proud of you for going to that water park each day and working a job that you love.
Oh, I quit that place.
What?
Yeah, the weather turned 2 degrees cooler than I like, so I just bailed.
That's the girl I raised.
Yay! Our generation folds at nothing.
And Stewie, I'm sorry our coffee house didn't work out. Wonder how Principal Shepard's doing with it.
Yeah, I hear he's going with a teacher's lounge theme.
Your entire pastry case is just Tupperware, with people's names written in Sharpie.
Don't forget this sad box of donuts cut into quarters. Everyone, let's all talk about things that parents have told us in confidence.
Principal Shepard's Teacher's Lounge and Coffee House. It's kind of like Abbott Elementary, which is amazing. Amazing! You gotta watch it, oh my God!
Good evening, I'm Tom Tucker. Our top story, doing laundry and drinking beer. I'm sorry, doing laundry and drinking beer? Quahog welcomes Duds and Suds, a new laundromat that serves beer. So if you want to drink and watch your kid's teacher wash his only pair of pants, get on down there. Oh, cool!
We should go.
Nothing better than putting on a warm diaper right out of the dryer.
I'm okay. Let's go again.
Shut up! Shut up!
What's the problem?
What day is it?
Wednesday?
AKA the one day a week I have independent study first period and get to sleep in? So shut up!
Stewie, when I was over visiting Grandma and Grandpa, humiliating myself to ask them to keep paying for your preschool,
I know you don't understand me, but I understand you.
I found Chi-Chi. He's like your doll Reuben.
I know. You called Joanna Joanne the other day. It happens.
He was always very special to me. Now I want him to be very special to you.
What is she even talking about?
Toy!
Toy? Oh, toy! Oh, well, why didn't you say so? Yay, toy!
Yay, toy!
Shut up!
I'm so sorry, Chris. I forgot it was Wednesday.
Oh, sorry. Where are my manners? Chi-Chi, this is Reuben. Rupert. I meant Rupert. You know that. I know it's not ideal that he's here, but I can't just throw him out. Lois would be crushed. She has like nothing in her life. Of course I saw his Bible. That's the first thing I saw.
Hey, check it out. You and Peter have the same undies.
What are you talking about? He just wears run-of-the-mill Hanes.
Yours aren't Hanes?
No, mine are plains. All pilots wear them. Look at that. Plains. The perfect underwear for unexpected wind shear.
Is that like farts?
Yes, that's like farts. Oh, hello, Doug. Can I sit here?
I don't care. My stop is next. I assume you're taking this to the end of the line, out to the land of cheap rents and tract housing.
My stop's pretty soon, too. What's on your shoes?
Oh, these are called laces. I doubt you've ever heard of them, Mr. Velcro.
I know about laces. I've just never seen black ones. Jeez, why are you always such a dick?
Takes one to know one.
Where did you learn that? That's great. I'm sorry. That wasn't about you. I'm just... There's stuff going on at home.
I'd love to hear about it, though fair warning, I know little of lower middle class plight.
It's just this new stuffed monkey Chi-Chi's making waves with my old stuffy. I keep trying to get rid of the monkey, but my mom keeps finding him, and I can tell you're bored.
Far from it, Stewie. I feel for you. That actually sounds like what I'm going through with Miss Tiggy Winkles.
Really?
Yeah, it's really wearing on me. Hey, I just had a crazy idea. We might be able to help each other out.
How's that?
Think about it. Two fellas meet on a train and do each other's murders. I kill Chi-Chi, you kill Miss Tiggy Winkles. Nobody could ever connect us to the crimes. Crisscross.
You've got yourself a deal.
Great. Well, this is my stop.
No, you can't. That's hot lava.
Whoa, that was close.
Ooh, this is gonna be smooth. What the is my life?
Giggity morning, everyone. Lois, can I see you in the other room for a second?
Sure.
All right.
Peter, what would you like for breakfast?
Chocolate chip pancakes. Lois, can I see you in the other room for a second?
So, what did you want? Waffles?
Yeah, sure. Lois, can I see you in the other room for a second? I couldn't perform a third time, so we just read.
Morning, beautiful. I had the Uber guy sleep outside, so he's ready when you're ready. But first, a dump so long I will be able to read everything Garfield ever wrote. John.
Morning, Captain Quagmire.
Hey, did you know if this plane was a wiener, we'd be the wiener's eyes? Hello, this is your captain speaking from the, cockpit.
A lot of penis stuff from you today.
Quiet, you don't talk. Now, please enjoy this in-flight music I brought with me from my glove compartment.
Well, everybody's heard about the bird. The bird's a word.
Guess I'll go for my walk and leave Chi-Chi all alone.
If you go down in the woods today, you're sure of a big surprise. If you go down in the woods today, you better go in disguise. For every bear that ever there was will gather there for certain, because today's the day the teddy bears have their picnic.
Wow, how far is it from up here? Good night, Moon. Oh, God, Stewie's so basic.
Oh, my God, he did it! Oh, no! I've been out all morning with lots of witnesses, and now this! Chris, help!
For God's sake, what now?
So I was out on my walk with Jane, Allie P, and Allie R. Both got disastrous haircuts yesterday. Obviously, that stays in this room. And I just came in and found Chi-Chi like this.
Stewie, do you know what day it is? It's the next Wednesday. I believe you're aware of my Wednesday schedule.
First period independent study.
Oh, so you are. And do you remember what I like to do during first period independent study?
Sleep.
Sleep. Oh, you're a quick study.
Chris, your alarm is going off!
I know!
All right, time to murder Miss Tiggywinkles. I've never been invited to Doug's before. Whoa, chalkboard wall? No way. The only limitation is my imagination. So fun!
Stay right here, Miss Tiggywinkles. Dougie will be home soon to play.
Beat it! You don't want to see what I'm about to do to Miss Tiggywinkles. Get away from me! Oh my God! I can't read!
Here you go, Miss Tiggywinkles.
Miss Tiggywinkles is a real cat! You know what? I can do this.
gives you wings.
I can't do it. I can't kill a cat. Unless you were in the movie musical with Rebel Wilson. I can't do it.
We now return to Baywatch.
All right. There he is, the reason our lawn looks like it has leopard skin pants.
What's up with you lately? You've been acting really weird all of a sudden.
All of the sudden, Brian? I think what you mean is all of a sudden. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the author in the house.
What's your problem? Why are you being such a jerk to me?
My problem with you? Let's see, where do I begin? You accept food, clothing, and shelter, yet... Is it me or does David Ortiz look just like the mom on Good Times?
Oh, Peter, that's racist.
No, look.
I take it back. That's not racist. That's just accurate.
Hey, guys, guess who's got the keys to a speedboat just sitting down at the station?
How'd you get a speedboat?
Well, it's a funny story.
That was a funny story.
Especially the funny part.
You really delivered on your promise.
Well, all right. Who's up for water skiing?
Hell yeah!
All right! Yeah, let's do it!
Oh, that sounds amazing. I love boats. Boats are my thing.
Anything to get out on the open water. Enjoy the salt air. Oh, they're already gone.
No, you didn't widen enough. But you still can't come.
Good evening, Quahog. Just parking. Be there in a sec. Our top story. Authorities have uncovered a mob-run prescription drug ring targeting Goldman's Pharmacy. The scam involved fraudulent prescriptions submitted for dead people. Pharmacist Mort Goldman failed to report to authorities for questioning. A $10,000 bounty has been offered for his return.
$10,000? That's a lot of money.
Could be our money, Brian. We could find Mort. Easily. Besides, we haven't done anything together since our confusing two-host talk show. So, Chris Pratt, I hear you have a new movie out.
So, Chris, you're from Seattle.
Chris, what was it like working with Amy Poehler?
Hey, Chris, anything you can tell us about Guardians 3?
Chris!
Well,
Chris
Chris
that's all the
Pratt,
time we
always a
have with
pleasure.
Chris Pratt. Take it away, multiracial Mullen band.
Guest of the Brian Griffin Show, stay at the W, Times Square.
Water skiing!
All right!
Water sitting!
You gotta cut to the right.
No, it's counterintuitive. You gotta cut left.
I know how to drive. Stop looking at us!
Maybe we won't be going water skiing today.
Shut up, Joe.
Hey, you want some help? I do this all the time.
Get back in your car with your wife.
When you're going backwards, everything's the opposite.
Oh, really? Thanks, driving instructor. I feel like everyone watching knows I'm incapable of pleasing my wife sexually.
Now cut the wheel! Cut the wheel!
No, the other way!
Ah, hell, we're gonna be on the internet. You know what? Screw it. Let's vote. Cleveland, that's your water skiing?
I don't like getting wet.
Oh, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Here he is now.
Hi, I'm just trying to make sense of all this data.
Just get Sasvaya.
Sasvaya? Ah! No!
Oh, wow.
The quickest way from a billion points of data to a point of view. Sasvaya.
Mort must have panicked after the pharmacy bust and fled town. If we're gonna collect our 10 grand, we need to figure out where he went. Crap, his computer is password protected.
Try such heat this day.
Nope.
How about this fish is cold, I want a refund?
Nope.
But I lost the receipt.
Bingo. Aha! A confirmed plane ticket to Boca Raton. Looks like we're going to Florida.
They must have figured out where the pharmacist is. We gotta get to him first. We're going to Florida, too.
I know the answer is no, but is there any chance there's time for the wizarding world of Harry Potter?
Tony, what if the answer is a resounding yes?
The two fundamental modes of human experience are that of joy and sorrow. As human beings, we naturally strive to bring ourselves into a state of the former and away from the latter. On an experiential level, we recognize these two as opposites, unable to coexist, fighting for dominance in our lives. Throughout our existence, we have come to identify those forces in the world and within us which move us towards one or the other. These have come to be known broadly as good and evil. The ancient Jewish mystical text, the Kabbalah, asserts that there is no greater good than joy and no greater evil than sorrow. As the physical world was believed to be an extension of the spirit world, the agents of joy and sorrow were attributed to the supernatural, and thus was conceived a host of spirits who presided over these respective domains. Since man's earliest religious notions, he has maintained the existence of two main classes of spirit beings: those who were good, who by their nature sought to aid humanity, and those who were evil, who sought to harm. They were regarded generally as immortal beings of a semi-divine race distinct from humans. Today, they are most commonly referred to as angels and demons. Most cultures throughout human history have had some concept of them. While cross-cultural interpretations of their origin and nature significantly vary, we can nonetheless see a distinct pattern of the general belief in good and evil spirits. In this episode, we will focus on what have come to be known as demons, dark, tempestuous beings which, from time immemorial, have struck fear and awe into the heart of humanity. Despite the efforts of rationalists to ward away demons to the realm of superstition and religious fanaticism, they remain firmly embedded in our culture, in our collective psyche, and even in our experience. A 2016 Gallup poll revealed that more than 60% of Americans believe in the existence of hell and the devil, and a public policy polling survey from 2012 showed that 57% of Americans believe in demonic possession. Even for the non-believers, demons continued to spark morbid fascination, as evidenced in their prevalence in pop culture. At a minimum, the concept of demons remains a potent allegorical tool in framing human experience, and at most, they continue to haunt us in the present day. Welcome to the Hidden Passage. Was the highest demonic realm.
Welcome to the official Journey to Grandmaster AFK journey.
Life's full of...
So, Dad, guess what tomorrow is?
Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday.
No. Well, it might be.
It is.
Fine. But also, tomorrow is your 1-year anniversary back in our lives. I'm going to make you flying saucer-shaped pancakes.
Oh, there's no need to do that, Beth. Regular pancakes are fine.
Happy anniversary, Dad.
Oh, I get it. Regular pancakes are already shaped like flying saucers. I should be making you breakfast for putting up with me.
You should be making us a whole restaurant.
Nonsense. We couldn't be happier to have you around. I just wish I got to see more of you.
Rick Sanchez of Earth Dimension C-137. You are under arrest for crimes against alternate Ricks by the authority of the Transdimensional Council of Ricks.
Hey, what the heck?
Neutralize the Jerry.
Wait, no!
Dad!
Rick! Everybody relax. If I know these a-holes, and I am these a-holes, they just want to haul me to their stupid clubhouse and waste my time with a bunch of questions. Let's get it over with. Bring his Morty.
Oh, man.
Leave my Morty out of this. You lost the right to have a say in these things when you refused to join the council.
Wait, what about Jerry?
Will you at least unfreeze my daughter's idiot?
Give you anything! I have a rare antique coin collection. Just don't hurt me.
Okay, maybe not antique, but it was a limited minting. They have little R2-D2s instead of George Washington.
Our son's been abducted!
You hate me for buying those coins!
Jeez, Rick, what is this place? The Citadel of Ricks. It's the secret headquarters for the Council of Ricks.
Council of Ricks?
As you know, Morty, I've got a lot of enemies in the universe that consider my genius a threat. Galactic terrorists, a few subgalactic dictators, most of the entire intergalactic government. Wherever you find people with heads up their asses, someone wants a piece of your grandpa. And a lot of versions of me on different timelines had the same problem. So a few thousand versions of me had the ingenious idea of banding together like a herd of cattle or a school of fish or those people who answer questions on Yahoo Answers.
Hey, what do you know? It's a cowboy version of me.
Jeez, you're easy to impress. Yeah, most timelines have a Rick and most Ricks have a Morty. This place is a real who's who of who's you and me. Turn your boring old Morty into a hot fashion statement with some Morty Dazzlers. Hey, check this out. Show me the Morty! Dumb. Excuse me, sir. Is your Morty insured? You know, every year hundreds of Mortys are injured. Back off! Not my cup of tea, this place. I say the point of being a Rick is being a Rick. Save your anti-Rick speech for the Council of Ricks, Terror Rick. Hey, save your Rick rules for the Sheep Ricks, Rick Pig. Fuck me, pal. Fuck you. No. Fuck me. Bring up the holograms. 27 Ricks brutally murdered in their own timelines. An unprecedented rickocidal epidemic. What say you, Earth Rick C-137? You think I did this? Why am I the first Rick you pull in every time a Rick stubs his toe? You have a history of non-cooperation with the Council. Yeah, so does the scientist formerly known as Rick. Why isn't he here in handcuffs? Because he's dead too. Who else would you have us question? You fit the profile. Of all the Ricks in the Central Finite Curve, you're the malcontent. The rogue. I'm the Rick. And so were the rest of you before you formed this stupid alliance. You wanted to be safe from the government, so you became a stupid government. That makes every Rick here less Rick than me. Yeah, murmur it up, D-bags. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got pancakes back home with syrup on top of them. They're about to hit that critical point of syrup absorption that turns the cakes into a gross paste. And I hate to get all Andy Rooney about it, but I think we all like fluffy discs of cake with syrup on top. And I think we also like to be accused of crimes when there's evidence. So as they say in Canada, peace out evidence. Good idea. Scan his portal gun. Oh, come on. Don't look at another man's portal gun history. We all go to weird places. Yes, but it appears you alone have been going to the exact timelines and locations in which the murders occurred. What? That's ridiculous. I'm obviously being set up. Earth Rick C-137. The Council of Rick sentences you to the machine of unspeakable doom, which swaps your conscious and unconscious minds, rendering your fantasies pointless while everything you've known becomes impossible to grasp. Also, every 10 seconds, it stabs your balls. I've heard enough. Run, Morty! Not you. No!
Yeah, I'd like to order one large person with extra people, please.
White people. No. Black people. And Hispanic on half.
Yes, I'd like to order one large sofa chair with extra chair, please.
High chair. No. Recliner. And wheelchair on half.
They could have gone into any one of these. Son of a...
Being a parent is the greatest journey I've ever been on. It's not just about the big moments, but also the small ones, like bedtime stories. I grew up with stories, and now I want to pass that magic on with a little help. Copilot in Windows, AI that gives me a hand with everyday life. When bedtime comes, I love coming up with new stories with some of my son's favorite characters and using.
Oh, jeez. We lost him.
Yeah, I'd like to order one large phone with extra phones, please.
Cell phone. No. Rotary and payphone on half.
That'll keep him busy for a while. Those guys were wrong, right? You wouldn't kill yourselves? Of course not, Morty. How could that profit me? But someone out there is killing Ricks, and the Council ain't gonna stop thinking it's me until we clear our names by finding the real Rick killer.
I'm scared, Rick. Maybe we should go home and stockpile weapons like that show Doomsday Preppers.
Not really my style, Morty. Besides, your home is most likely swarming with Ricks by now. All right, listen, Jerry. If Rick calls, this device is gonna trace his location. You just gotta keep him on the phone for 30 seconds or longer.
Who wants lemonade?
Oh, yeah. Oh, delicious. Beth, you're a treasure. I have a Beth just like you in my reality. Except, you know what? She's not as brilliant or attractive.
Aw,
Thank
you.
Oh, she did it! She did it!
Hello?
Hey, Jerry, it's Rick.
Rick! Hey! What's up?
So listen, the heat's on and there's nowhere left to turn, so Morty and I are just gonna fly my spaceship into a black hole. What? Is that cool with you, dog?
Rick, no! Morty!
Got it. The call's coming from inside the house. Look at his face. Look at his face. I can't believe our daughter married you. Too easy. The Ricks are probably gonna waste some time messing with Jerry. They won't be able to help themselves. But as soon as they get bored, they'll be onto us.
Phones a la clams and phone sketty with phone balls. Anything else?
Yeah, more phone sticks, please.
Right away, sir.
You know, Rick, when I first saw all those Ricks and Mortys, I thought, gee, that kind of devalues our bond. But then I realized it just means that our relationship must be pretty special to span over all those different timelines.
Yeah, it's gotta be that way. You're a camouflage.
Camouflage? What are you talking about, Rick?
Ricks have a very distinctive and traceable brainwave due to our genius. The best way to hide from an enemy's radar is to stand near someone with complementary brainwaves that make ours invisible. See, when a Rick is with a Morty, the genius waves get canceled out by the, Morty waves.
Because our personalities are so different?
Oh, shit, dog! My portal gun was hacked remotely, Morty, obviously by the real killer to frame me, but I was able to trace the signal. Come on, let's go. Uh-oh, excuse me. We've tracked a pair of dangerous criminals to this exact location. They look exactly like us, so in order to avoid confusion, I'm gonna mark us each with a red X right now. That way, if someone has a gun and we both tell you to shoot the other one because they're the evil one, you'll know who's lying. Hey, check it out. Damn it!
Hey, you didn't pay your bill!
The red X! Red X! Hey, it's a good thing that space outlet had lab coats and your favorite kind of shirt in stock, huh, Morty?
Yeah, Rick, I heard you the first time. You don't have to keep saying it over and over.
Man, this place is way off the grid. This guy does not want to be found.
Well, if he's a Rick, doesn't he just have to stand by a Morty to hide? I mean, isn't that what Mortys are? Human cloaking devices?
Morty, you're making a bigger deal out of this than it is.
Oh my God, Rick, look! There's a bunch of people strapped all over that building!
Not people, Morty. Mortys.
Why would somebody do this? It's horrible!
Well, one Morty's enough to hide from the bureaucrats. But you get a whole matrix of Mortys and put them in agonizing pain. That creates a pattern that can hide even from other Ricks, motherfucker. I fiddled with a concept like this once. On paper, Morty, on paper. I wouldn't do this. It's barbaric overkill. I mean, you could accomplish the same result with like 5 Mortys and a jumper cable. Which I also wouldn't do. I'm just saying, it's bad craftsmanship.
Coffee time!
Yo, I like to hear. Hi, Jerry.
Leave me alone. I'm working.
Oh, you are? What do you do?
I'm in between advertising jobs.
Advertising? Wow. So people need help figuring out what to buy and then you help them?
It's a little more complicated than that.
Well, I mean, you do it, and you seem like a guy who really has it all together.
Dude, are you? What, you're being a dick, right?
Oh, gosh, I hope not. I wouldn't want to offend you in any way.
You're really a Rick?
Oh, of course I am. Just as much as my Morty's a Morty.
Hey, he looks a lot like Eric Stoltz from the movie Mask. You know, the one with Cher in it.
That's right, Jerry. He's from a reality where everyone is Eric Stoltz Mask people. He's Eric Stoltz Mask Morty. They assigned him to me because I never had any kids of my own. But if I did, boy, I'd love them if they were as smart and as successful as you are, Jerry. Hey, get a load of this. Jerry's hanging out with Doofus Rick. Oh, this is perfect. I'm not Doofus Rick. I'm Rick J19 Zeta 7. Oh, is that the timeline where everybody eats poop? Jerry, you know this guy eats poop, right?
Hey, I don't eat poop. You guys are always so mean to me. I guess it's only fair to tell you now, Jerry. I'm the worst Rick of them all.
According to who? Other versions of you? If I've learned one thing, it's that before you get anywhere in life, you gotta stop listening to yourself.
Wow, you really are wise, Jerry. I guess that's why you work in advertising.
The fact that you feel that way makes you the best Rick of them all.
You don't care about me at all. I'm no different than that jacket you've got on. Or your stupid portal gun. I'm just a tool. I'm just an object.
Hey, it's your choice to take it personally, Morty. Now, for the love of God, be quiet. The point of this is to get the drop on the guy.
You know what, Rick? I'll tell you something. I'm more than a human shield.
Yeah, that's right. You are. You're a perfect impenetrable suit of human armor, Morty, because you're as dumb as I am smart. Which is why when I say, shut up, it's really good advice. Great. Nice work, Morty. Ooh, look at you, C-137. Aren't you a tough customer? A slow clap? Really? Kinda played out, dude. Not in this dimension it isn't. In fact, I invented it. Nobody else has ever even done it here before. Well, la-dee-da. Hey, that's mine!
Maria's ready to buy her first home.
But a down payment and closing costs, those are big checks.
Good thing I have big news. Come on. When you buy with Rocket Homes and finance with Rocket Mortgage, you get up to $10,000 cash toward closing from Rocket Mortgage. Yeah, and one you can get only with Rocket. Isn't that a good deal? It's a good deal, right? Visit onlywithrocket.com to get started today.
I don't like the look of that Rick, Morty. We gotta escape.
I'm not gonna help you, Rick. You're a monster.
Don't be ridiculous, Morty.
Will you stop saying that? It's stupid.
Take his Morty away.
Come with me. Yeah, gladly. Jeez, man. Rick's, huh? Hey, man, you seem to know how this place works. Is there any way we could shut down that grid and rescue all those Mortys outside? It would be pointless. Mortys have no chance of defeating a Rick. In here.
Ah, isn't it beautiful? Yeah, it looks like payday at Neverland Ranch in here. Zing! That guy got it. Rick, quiet. You're missing my symphony. Hey, I'll take it over Mumford and Sons. Zip! This guy is on it. He's not laughing at your dumb jokes, Rick. That's just a random noise it makes every 10 seconds. Aw, you see, Rick, you're not as clever as you think you are. I wanted you to find me. We're not so different, you and I. Yeah, duh. See this right here, Rick? I crunched the numbers. I created a spectrum of all the Ricks. I listed them out from most evil to least evil. Here's where I am. And look at right here's where you are, Rick. This guy right here, super weird. I get it. So you want me to team up with you to take down the Council of Ricks, right? Is that where you're going with this? Because that's where I'd be going. Please. I think I'm doing pretty good on my own. I'm simply gonna download the contents of your brain and then kill you. Okay, if we had a little more titanium nitrate and just a tad of chlorophyte tartrate. Ovenless brownies!
It's incredible what a gifted mind can accomplish when priorities are in order.
Well, come on, I can't take all the credit, Jerry. It was your idea. Come here, Jerry.
Hey, come here. I want to show you something. Okay, look, everybody makes fun of me for getting these, but you're a genius scientist. What do you think? See, there's little R2-D2s where the George Washington should be.
You know, Jerry, I'm not going to tell you that these will increase in value or even hold their current value. The truth is, you bought them because you like them. They have value to you. That's what matters.
How long are you staying?
Until we find your Rick.
I found mine. I found mine.
Help! There is no escape, my son. We will find our peace in the next world. So what? You're just gonna give up? We're giving in to the power of the one true Morty. One day he will return. Praise the one true Morty. Ugh. All right, Mortys, listen up. My name is Morty Smith from Earth Dimension C-137. I know you're scared because I'm scared, but that's no reason to accept our fate. We're Mortys. We're not defined by our relationships to Rick. Our destiny is our own. This sounds like something the one true Morty might say. I'm sick of being a human shield. I want to be a gardener. I want to write really crazy, intense action novels. I'm more than just a hammer. He is the one true Morty. The one true Morty.
Hey, keep it down.
You've lived quite a life, Rick. It's a real shame you're not going to be around to see it through. You're crying? Over a Morty? No, I'm just allergic to dipshits. Ugh, pathetic. We both know that if there's any truth in the universe, it's that Ricks don't care about Mortys. Do your worst, you little bastards! Kill me! Do it! Do it! Morty, thank God! Get me out of this! Come on!
You're lucky I'm not a Rick.
Point taken, but this is no time for arcs. Yeah, hello? Hey, what do me and OJ not have in common, huh? Who is this? I found the real killer, bitch! Get over here! Yo, ding dong, we're done here. Time to go. Well, Jerry, I guess this means goodbye.
Well, does it have to? I mean, you look just like Rick. We could maybe, get rid of him. I'm not saying kill him necessarily. I'm also not saying necessarily not kill him, but...
Jerry, we both know it wouldn't work. It's time to go back to our lives. I love you, Jerry. I love you.
What's gonna happen to all these Mortys?
They'll go back to their families.
You either make it or you don't.
This is so bad.
Holy freak!
This is the gut check. We went the wrong way. Our bodies are eating themselves. There's some world-class athletes out here.
Don't stop.
Came here to suffer, and here we are.
$500,000. I'll do whatever it takes to get there.
Race starts now, baby!
Race to Survive New Zealand, Monday at 11 on USA.
Attend school regularly, play video games, date girls. Poor little Rickless bastards. Earthrick C-137, the Council apologizes for its false accusation. And in the way of reparations for our terrible mistake, we would like to compensate you with this voucher for a free replacement Morty in the event that your current Morty should... guys, not a good time. Come on, Morty, let's hit it.
Is it time for ARCs yet, Rick? I did a pretty good job back there for a human cloaking device. Saved your ass.
All right, Morty, don't break an arm jerking yourself off.
Man, I can't believe you, Rick. That right there, that was a great opportunity to show a little humanity, to connect with me a little.
Hey, Morty, you want connection? Go be part of some stupid club like all those dumb Ricks. Maybe I don't connect because I'm the rickest Rick there is. And it would go without saying that the rickest Rick would have the Mortiest Morty.
It would go without saying, huh?
Yeah, it would. Did you hear me say it?
Nah. The Mortiest Morty.
Just don't get too big for your loafers, Buster Brown. A cocky Morty can lead to some big problems. Can be a real bad thing for everybody.
Oh yeah? How's that?
Wubba-dubba-dub-dub! Oh, hey, Jerry. What are you doing in my room, buddy?
Nothing. I was just, checking the smoke detectors.
All right. Okay, get out. What's that dipshit doing out there? Are you friends with him? You know he eats his own shit, right? Oh my god, this is rich. I've got like 10 Ricks to call right now.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
All right, Morty, you ready for our adventure to the lost city of Atlantis?
Ready as I'll ever be, Rick.
For fuck's sake. Hello, I'm Rick K22. This is my Morty. We're going from reality to reality, asking Ricks to contribute to the Citadel of Ricks Redevelopment Fund. What are you, stupid? We're done with the Citadel of Ricks. I was never on board with it in the first place. That's why I murdered everyone in charge and left it to rot. Oh, that was you.
They tried to murder him first. Oh, jeez. Well, you'll be happy to know that the council's gone now. Yeah, he knows. He murdered them.
You want to rein in your Morty? Every day.
The Citadel of Ricks Redevelopment Fund. Donate.
Morty, he's not gonna donate. You're pitching the policeman's ball to a black teenager here. Let's go. You don't have to be a dick. I think you know that's not true.
Jeez, I didn't know there were still Ricks and Mortys living on the Citadel. I wonder what their day-to-day lives are like.
Well, you can keep wondering that while we go on a fun, fresh, self-contained adventure to Atlantis. Anyone continuing to explore the Citadel is either stupid or one of the unfortunate millions held hostage by their terrible ideas.
Man, I'm glad I'm not one of them.
Somewhere out on that horizon, out beyond the neon lights, I know there must be something better, but there's nowhere else in sight.
about the Citadel in the morning. Pretty self-explanatory. Good morning. I'm Rick D716B, and I'm Rick D716. Must be nice. Coming up, gravity outages in East Sanchez Heights. And is your uranium-powered cellular matrix making you sick? The answer may not surprise you. It's yes. It's uranium. Those stories and more after this break.
60 iterations off the central finite curve. There's a Rick that works more with wood than polarity plating. His name is Simple Rick, but he's no dummy. He realized long ago that the greatest thing he'd ever create was his daughter.
I love Daddy!
We captured that moment. We run it on a loop through Simple Rick's mind. And the chemical that makes his brain secrete goes into every Simple Rick Simple Wafers wafer cookie. Come home to the impossible flavor of your own completion. Come home to Simple Rick's.
Just one day remains before our newly Democratic Citadel elects its first president. It's anyone's race among the Rick candidates. But a certain other candidate should be getting at least one vote for most adorable. That's right, the Morty Party candidate still in the race, and you just gotta love him for that. Here you see him in his little Morty suit waving. Isn't that adorable? Little jackass. Yeah, I think we actually have the audio for his speech here. Oh, geez. Oh, man, I'm gonna lose the election and stuff.
We had a good run, sir, but I think it's time to pull out of the race. I feel pretty confident about tonight's debate. You shouldn't, sir. You should be terrified. Maybe you should find a little faith, young man. You don't pay me to have faith, and we're the same age.
Sorry, I was expecting...
A Rick partner? Lesson 1, rookie. Expect the unexpected. Now get in. Parties are human. Get the fuck off the car, you rickless fucking animal. The election's got these yellow shirts more riled up than a picture date Jessica.
That's pretty harsh, sir.
So report me. Nobody gives a fuck.
Look, I'm just saying. Makes me a little sad to hear a Morty cop calling Mortys animals.
Well, it makes me sad to hear another Rick cop buying into his sensitivity training.
Well, I'm glad to know there's more like me.
Oh, there was one. Why do you think that seat was empty?
Robbery at 5th Avenue. 5th That's Mortytown.
Unit 7 responding.
Good idea, Rick.
Good idea, Rick.
This is a great adventure.
This is a great adventure.
I love being your new Morty.
I love being your new farty.
Very amusing, Mr. Smith. Almost as amusing as when your first Rick was decapitated on Zorpathian 9. Or was that your third Rick? How many Ricks have you had?
5.
I see. So you are top of the class in something. Tomorrow you'll be transferred to your new Ricks. Hopefully, they will be your last. Yes, Slow Rick, Tall Morty. Did I graduate this time yet? Anything's possible, Tall Morty. Ugh.
Guess we won't be seeing each other after this, huh? I say we make our last day count. I say we go to the wishing portal. That's a myth. It's not a myth. My first Rick's fourth Morty knew a Rick whose Morty went there. If we're not here for graduation, our butts are gonna wind up in Mortytown. I thought your last Rick fused you with the lizard, not a chicken. Okay, fine. I'm in. Me too. What the hell? I thought I saw a fly.
I'm gonna take that and put it with this. I'm gonna take this and put it with that. Take a step back, look at it. Take a step back, look at it.
This summer's hottest blockbuster isn't a movie. It's a spicy new wrap from Jimmy John's, starring ghost pepper cheese and introducing firecracker chips. The reviews are in. This summer, it's gonna be a hot one. Jimmy John's new firecracker wrap.
Listen up, fucknuts. I've been your supervisor for 5 years, but all shitty things must come to an end, and I have been promoted to regional manager. Yeah, I feel the same way. May we never meet again. Of course, that makes the position of supervisor available, so, as of next week, the ass you'll be kissing will be that of K83, affectionately known as Cool Rick. I know I'm new to the Citadel, and some of you might not think I put in my time, but what can I say? I'm Cool Rick! Yo, haha, check me out. All right, knuckleheads, any questions? All right, then, back to work, you gold rickers.
No Ricks, no families, high up their asses and running amok. Mortys are raised to be sidekicks. Without a side to kick, they just start kicking. They were about my height. around 14 years old. Oh, their shirts were yellow? Yeah, make sure you get that down.
Any mutations, augmentations, 3 eyes, a tail, maybe a buzz cut?
No, just 4 normal Mortys. Normal? Put it in your blog. Let me turn over a few rocks. Oh, jeez. Hey, what's going on, fellas? Oh, jeez, man, nothing, man. We're just hanging out and stuff. I hear that. Oh, jeez. I guess I'm supposed to be figuring out who robbed the store across the street, but, oh, jeez, I don't know. Oh, jeez, man, that sucks that your Rick's making you do that. He's not my Rick. He's my partner. Oh, jeez. Well, maybe the uniform makes a big difference. Who am I to say? To me, you just look like a sidekick. Call me a sidekick one more time. Call me a sidekick. Hey, man, come on. Oh, jeez. Want to see how I paint a wall? It was the Mortytown Locos, man. The Mortytown Locos. Oh.
Do you realize how many codes you just violated?
Oh, jeez, Rick. What do I know about knowing stuff? Get in the fucking car.
More lasers. You can take more time to answer the question if you like. Okay, Juggling Rick, how would you solve the Citadel's financial crisis? First off, can I just say that I believe this Citadel is the greatest in the entire multiverse. Now, I believe the answer to your question has 3 parts. First, education spending must get much higher, but it has to be balanced with defense. Whoa,
can we fact check this, please? Never mind, who am I kidding? This race is over.
That's how you run a Citadel. Candidate Morty, the number of displaced Mortys is soaring, while Rick's satisfaction levels are plummeting, and the divide between the 2 groups has never been wider. Solve that one real quick.
I don't see a divide between Ricks and Mortys.
Oh, shocker. Would like to offer a rebuttal? Gentlemen, I think we can all agree on one thing. Well, came out as 2 things, but you get the idea.
You guys finished? The division I see is between the Ricks and Mortys that like the Citadel divided and the rest of us. I see it everywhere I go. I see it in our schools, where they teach Mortys we're all the same because they're threatened by what makes us unique. I see it in our streets, where they give guns to Mortys, so we're too busy fighting each other to fight real injustice. I see it in our factories, where Ricks work for a fraction of their boss's salary, even though they're identical and have the same IQ. The Citadel's problem isn't homeless Mortys or outraged Ricks. The Citadel's problem is the Ricks and Mortys feeding on the Citadel's death.
Holy shit.
He's headed for the Flavor Core. But I've got a message for them. For the Ricks and Mortys keeping it alive. A message from the Ricks and Mortys that believe in this Citadel to the Ricks and Mortys that don't. You're outnumbered. Holy shit. I don't believe it. I can't believe it. I know. That's why you're fired.
Sounds like you're looking for work. I can offer you a very enticing compensation package. First, let's talk benefits. Daddy loves you. That's Daddy's good girl.
Your life is a lie, man. All your lives are lies. Don't you get it? They told us we were special because we were Ricks, but they stripped us of everything that made us unique.
We know how you feel. We're working stiff Ricks just like you, but our assembly line is justice. What are your demands? I want a portal gun. Unregistered, untraceable, with enough fluid to take me off this goddamn prison. The media's outside. We'll keep them there. Anyway, so yeah, the suspect says the Citadel is a lie, built on lies, and some other shit. I say appreciate the life you have, because it can always be worse. Back to you, Ricks. Thank you, Rick 716C. That fucking guy. Tell me about it. Meanwhile, in election news, an unexpected turn of events as Morty from the Morty Party soars to the top of the polls. Yes, Morty, what's your original reality and where's your Rick?
Gosh, we moved around so much it's hard to remember. I see every Rick as my Rick. I hope they see me as their Morty. Another, please, with less water. Hey, cheer up, pal. Morty's gonna be president. Imagine this kisser getting blamed for everything. I guess I should have had more faith.
It's not faith you need. It's fear.
What's this?
It's secrets. What do you think it is? Look at how I'm dressed. Having taken aim at the system, are you afraid at all for your safety?
I'd rather live in hope than fear. If I had to fear anything, I'd fear other people being afraid of fear itself.
Memorial Day the Rural King way. Kick off summer with savings on these items and more now through June 5th. If you're active duty or a veteran, we celebrate you with 10% off through May 27th at Rural King or ruralking.com.
But no, I'm not afraid. Hey, Rick, man, when there's a Morty president, you gonna lick my balls or what?
Shit, grandson, you keep me peeling squab squamps and slipping nib-nibs, I'll lick whatever ain't nailed down. Hands in the air!
What the hell, man? What the hell in hell? You guys doing a little chemistry homework with Grandpa?
Is this what I think it is?
Bootleg portal fluid. Guess his math was off. Search the place. Are you my new Rick?
It's okay, Morty.
Jesus!
He stabbed me. He cut me bad, Morty.
It's okay. You're okay.
You were right. Everything I learned at the academy was...
Doesn't matter. Nothing's wrong with putting your faith in a Morty. You just gotta pick the right one.
Why is there a crib in here?
Something they do to make you feel bad.
Boy, got us knee-deep in paperwork, huh?
Go to the car and grab a Medipack. Let me worry about this.
What happened?
Same old story. Morty's killing Mortys. Almost got it.
Hey, y'all get the hell away from my damn mega fruit! Sick 'em, boy! I don't wear this damn hat. Commit to this rural character so you can eat for free while you come of age.
I bet the wishing portal leads to a reality where where it's a bunch of French toast with boobies. I bet it leads to a place with a bunch of flies everywhere. Yeah, I bet it goes nowhere. I bet it's a big hole where the Citadel dumps all its broken dreams. Slick, why do you have to be so dramatic? You want to know why? Because of this. I'm part of an experimental line of Mortys with a drama implant. How do you think it feels, Fat Morty, to know that no matter where I go, I'll always be the one that makes everybody sad and a little bored? Slick, that implant isn't who you are, okay? You also roll up your sleeves. I thought I was left-handed, Morty. Then you should use your left hand to eat more vegetables. Hey there, how you doing? Great to meet you.
I'm a plumber, sir. I'm a Rick and I'm a plumber.
That doesn't sound like Rick work. You didn't come to the Citadel to be a plumber, did you?
I sure didn't, sir. Mr. Morty, I cloned myself so you could kiss me as a baby.
This is just like a Morty baby. Hey, did you end up getting a new job? Yeah, I did. Assassinating... Time. One dance for 10, 2 for 25.
No thank you and bad math.
Yeah, this is a good time.
What is this place?
The Creepy Morty. What is it your kind's always saying? Don't think about it. Come on, there's someone important I want you to meet. Bubble, how'd it go with the Mortytown Locos? They had a little accident. They won't be causing any trouble anymore. Those were bad Mortys. Very bad Mortys. Big Morty likes to contribute to keeping the peace in Mortytown. Think of him as a drug lord, and us as cops on his payroll.
Morty.
Which Morty?
My partner. Morty, you're right. Mortytown is bad, but it doesn't mean that we have to be.
Hey, what's going on here, Morty? Which Morty? The cop, morons? Don't worry about Rick, Big Morty. He's new. He doesn't understand how it works. That's what you said about your last partner. Why would you say something like that, Big Morty? You're fucking things up for both of us here. Wrong. He's fucking things up for both of you. Unless he takes the money.
Big Morty, you're under arrest.
Smartest man in the universe. They're just cops! Not so big now, are you? I never was. It was figurative.
That's enough.
If we don't kill him, he'll talk.
If you do, I'll talk.
One thing's for sure, y'all don't have to worry about Cowboy Morty talking. This little cowpoke's gonna mosey up on out of here.
You told me to put my faith in the right Morty. I've got faith in you, partner. Do the right thing.
Oh, Grandpa Rick, I don't want to be on the Citadel anymore. I want to be a regular kid. I want to go to school and throw balls around and masturbate.
Same old story. Rick's killing Mortys. Okay, man. Okay, we got your portal gun. What the hell's he doing? Where am I? A bad place, but you're going to a better one soon. Hey! Hey! No! God damn it! A portal to the Blender dimension? That's the oldest trick in the book! I'm a Rick! I'm more Rick than any of you! Then you should know you just killed your only leverage! Then come and get me, motherfuckers! I'm Rick D. Sanchez III, owner of this here wafer establishment, and I say that the Rick in there is right. He's more Rick than any of you. He's a terrorist. What Rick isn't? The Citadel was founded by Ricks for Ricks to be free. What's your name, young man? Rick, and I'm same age as me, I know. How long have you worked here? 15 years? What the hell have we become? Whatever time you were gonna make him serve, he's served it. It ends now. Come with me, friend. Where are we going? To your new life, which starts with walking the fuck out of here. Yo, J-22, give him hell! All right!
There's a Rick that held a factory hostage after murdering his boss and several co-workers. The factory made cookies, flavored them with lies. He made us all take a look at what we were doing, and in the bargain, he got a taste of real freedom. We captured that taste, and we keep giving it to him so he can give it right back to you in every bite of new Simple Rick Freedom Wafer Selects. Come home to the unique flavor of shattering the grand illusion. Come home to Simple Rick.
It is real. After you. There it is. The wishing portal. They say for your wish to come true, you have to give up something really important. For me, that's my panini maker. I wish for 1,000,000 sandwiches. And yes, I see the irony. I guess I wish I had something cooler than this dumbass surfer necklace. I wish incest porn had a more mainstream appeal. For a friend of mine. None of those things are gonna happen, you know. Morty wishes never come true. Not on the Citadel. Then why did you bring us here? Because I wish that would change. I wish anything about this life would change. Well, I hope you're putting something pretty goddamn important in there. Me too. But I doubt it. No! Maybe it went somewhere nice.
Garbage dump. Stand back.
He had to be stopped. He couldn't be allowed to win.
Then you should have worked on your aim, bro.
He's alive? No. You gotta listen to me. I worked for him. I was his campaign manager. That Morty is not what he seems.
Yeah, well, no Morty seems like a president.
He won?
Yeah. It was a blowout. But hardly call it a blowout. It was almost close enough to trigger a recount. Jesus, what are you, joke security now, too? Why am I still here? I already confessed to everything. Your case has been reviewed. You're free to go. But I violated at least a dozen departmental codes. New department, new codes, new Citadel.
Did we miss graduation? Where are the new Ricks?
No graduation, no new Ricks. The school's curriculum is changing.
To what?
I don't know and I don't have to know. I've been fired. Good luck, turds.
Holy crap. Slick's wish came true.
Sorry I'm late, Mr. President. Had a little crisis at work. Worth it!
It's no problem. A little more off the top. You were saying, Garment District Rick?
We were saying, President Morty, that we don't care who sits in that seat. A Rick, a Morty, a goddamn Jerry, doesn't matter. We've been running the Citadel since before the council, and you'll find that we're still running it now.
Does he really speak for everyone here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, I think it's important to be clear. Raise your hand if he speaks for you. Amazing!
You got some of that mermaid puss.
I'm really hoping it wasn't a one-off thing and I can see her again. By the way, hey, still not curious about what might have happened at that crazy Citadel place?
Not at all, Morty. That place will never have any bearing over our lives ever again. Unlike that mermaid puss. Yeah! We're going back for seconds. We're gonna do that shit every week, man. That was Atlantis.
Oh, shit!
Did you get any of that?
Jerry, come on. We gotta go. You gotta come with me, Jerry.
Rick?
It's important, Jerry. The fate of the galaxy rests on your shoulders. Let's go. Put some pants on. Never mind. There's no time for pants, Jerry. I'll make you a pair of pants on the way. It's a Rick and Jerry adventure. Rick and Jerry episode. thought, hey, what about Jerry? He's good with regular folk. This is a real situation where Jerry could really shine. He's a master convincer.
Rick, I'm not an idiot. I know what this is.
Oh, okay, well, I told Morty, look, parents get divorced, they get sad, he'll be fine, but I think he's worried you're gonna, you know. And you know how Morty gets when he gets emotional. It impedes my work, so I told him I'd take you out and give you a win.
Wait, my son asked you to take me on some kind of pity adventure to keep me from killing myself?
Wait, what did you think it was?
An execution.
Jeez, you really do need a win.
No, I don't know. I mean, you never made me the pants, so...
So you thought I was gonna drive you into the middle of the galaxy and shove you into the vacuum of space with your dick hanging out? And we're seeing how you'd act if that were about to happen? I mean, shit, I'll make you the pants right now. Take me 2 seconds to make you
I have pants at home.
Jerry, if I make pants, they'll be better than your pants at home. Also, if I wanted to kill you...
Yeah, I get it. It'd be amazing. Please, take me home. I'll tell my son we had an amazing adventure.
Well, if it's all the same, could we go get our story straight? Because you're a terrible liar.
You called me a master convincer!
You believed me?
This seems kind of fancy.
Jerry, for all you know, this is the equivalent of an alien truck stop. You have no frame of reference. You're in a universe beyond your imagining. But yes, it is super fancy. I mean, my job here is to make Morty happy. I'm not going to take you somewhere dangerous.
Rick Sanchez. I told you if I ever saw your face in here again, I would stick you like the pig you are.
Snoopy bloopers. I told you if you tried, there'd be 2 funerals.
Someone? Someone?
My friend, it has been too
It's great
long.
to see you again, buddy. Yeah, you're doing it.
Mr. Sanchez gets anything he wants.
The resort's covered in an immortality field. You can't die here. That's the gimmick.
Okay, but still, bad parenting.
Hey, rich a-holes are rich a-holes. They all pay top dollar to come here and enjoy a consequence-free vacation. No death, no disease, no dismemberment. Can't even have a heart attack.
Got it. The perfect place to take the most fragile being in the universe.
I can tell you expect me to refute that, but it's right on the money. If I come home without you, I doubt Morty's gonna let me off the hook.
Yeah, but what if you came home with Jeff Goldblum?
Jeff Goldblum? What the fuck are you talking about, Jerry? Jesus, holy fucking shit. Yo, what's up, Big Chill? Don't go into that telepod.
Maybe we would have fun on a fake adventure.
On a fake adventure.
Speaking of, what are we gonna tell Morty?
I don't know, but whatever it is, we're gonna need a couple more of these babies.
What's wrong?
Mom, do you think I'm hot?
I don't think that's something that matters.
So I'm not hot?
I'm saying the part of you that cares about that is a part you shouldn't give any energy to.
That's not an answer.
Because I'm not an issue of Cosmo, okay? I'm your mother and a doctor and...
I'm hideous.
Jeez, what's with her?
Teenage girl stuff.
Is that a hoof collage?
It's perfectly legal if that's what you're wondering.
Coolsies.
We just don't have anything in common anymore, Summer. Oh yeah, Ethan? What do you have in common with Trisha Lang? A mutual love of French cinema? The belief that a carbon tax is the only viable solution to climate change? Or could it be her massive stripper titties?
There it is. Boobia.
And that's when Malachi the Squid King rips off his face, and beneath it is my face. I liked it. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, of course he likes it. Look at him. Motherfucker got 2 heads and 3 trunks.
All right, we'll put a pin in it. I'm gonna go take a leak. My hands are dry! My hands are dry!
My name is Rosato Groupon. I am the assistant general manager of the restaurant.
Do you have any comment cards? Because I might have some thoughts.
My kingdom was usurped by force, with weapons and technology supplied by your father-in-law.
Hey, he usurped my kingdom too, man. He basically got me kicked out of my home, stole my family.
Then we are brothers. And you have wondered what your life could have been without Rick.
Wondered? Sure. I mean, I've wondered about having a vagina.
Would you help me kill him?
What? No. He's my wife's father. Move on.
Do you like theme park rides?
Oh, you really moved on.
There is a popular attraction here called the Whirly-Durly. Between the first Whirly and the third Durly, the ride dips just outside the immortality field.
You're asking me to lure Rick to his death?
I'm only asking you to go on a ride with Rick, get off the ride without Rick, and go home to your family, where you can wonder about having a vagina.
Okay. That was a very specific example pulled from thin air. I don't want to be known as the vagina guy.
Risotto, you needed. Someone ordered the Nuzzy Guzzy Fresh and Fuzzy Special.
Look, I'm not like Rick, so you're free to do as you please. But there comes a time in every man's life when he must choose the foundation on which his legacy will be built. One of compromise, or one of blood.
Once a time a year, there's a special person here.
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Oops. Okay, just a little more on the other side then. Oh, come on! Oh, jeez! Ah, stop!
So the hospital just let you walk right out of there with horse parts in a bag?
For Christ's sakes, Morty, women going through a divorce need a creative outlet. What was that?
Summer! I'm coming, Summer!
What the hell happened?
Oh.
How do we get her back to normal?
I don't know, man. This thing is pretty complicated. I'm gonna call Rick.
Well, hold on. We can't just call your grandpa whenever there's a problem. We can handle this ourselves.
I mean, I don't see the point in trying to. This is obviously Rick-level shit.
I have a medical degree.
Is that what this is about? Like you want to prove yourself?
Oh, it's not about anything, Morty. How dare you?
Okay, good. Then I'll just call... Ow!
Morty, I need this.
Hey, Jerry. Triple Trunks here says he knows a place where the ladies drop panties for anyone bipedal.
Yeah, I'm not really interested. My heart still belongs to Beth.
Oh, huh. Okay.
What? You don't think I have a shot?
I didn't say that.
Excuse me, may I have another one of these?
Coming right up.
Things weren't always so bad between Beth and me. We had some good times when we were younger.
Oh, yeah, I bet. That's how teenage pregnancy happens, my friend.
Yeah, no. Things were pretty great, even until a couple of years ago.
Jerry, I get it. That's around the time I moved in with you guys.
Oh, I guess you're right.
Jerry, I hope you're not suggesting that I had anything to do with your marriage breaking up, because there are some major issues between you and Beth that have been there since you guys met. Hey, to new beginnings.
To the whirly-durly.
The whirly-durly? All right, what's going on here? When did you get cool?
When you stole my wife!
Should have done that a long time ago. We're going on the whirly-durly!
Whirly-durly, baby.
Aha, look at this. It says normalize. I bet if we just press that.
But if the machine was made by spider people, normal would mean 8 legs.
Oh, God, are you going to go on another spiel like you did with the flesh-colored crayon? I'm pretty sure normalize will make her normal. I'd call that progress.
She's huge!
And normal.
I'm not normal!
Okay, this says reverse. Done and done.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Oh, come on. What else could reverse possibly mean?
Mom, call Rick! Thank you.
There's a customer service number on here.
Mom!
Oh, man, this is gonna be awesome. I gotta hand it to you, Jerry. This was a solid idea.
Yeah, uh-huh.
And you know what? I'll cop to it. I put a lot of strain on your marriage. It wasn't fair. I'm sorry.
What?
I didn't respect your marriage. I certainly didn't do it any favors, and for what it's worth, I'll apologize to Beth for it when we get home.
Woo! Whirly-durly! Yeah!
Stop the ride! We gotta get off.
What are you talking about, buddy?
We gotta get out of this thing. We gotta get out!
Jerry, come on, man. We haven't even gotten to the first whirly.
No, this sucks. It's so boring. I mean, I'm falling asleep here. Let's just get out and crawl down the sides. Get down! Duck down! It's more fun when you scrunch down.
Jerry, what the... Oh, shit.
Rick, up here. There's a spot where you can kill him.
Good call, Jerry. Hey, how'd you know about that?
Leave that?
So, Jerry, big fan of the whirly-durly, are you?
Not anymore, obviously.
But when you were, how did you know about it?
We had a deal, Jerry Smith.
It's a really common name. Now take it easy, Rick. You've been in a serious roller coaster crash. It's no time to be thinking about who did or didn't play a role in your attempted murder. Ah! Get it off me! It's eating me! Look, I confess, okay? They told me about all the bad stuff you did to this planet and reminded me of all the bad stuff you did to me, but then you said you were sorry and I realized you're not a monster. Not like this thing. Fuck, it's got me good. This is a mislead, right? You're inventing a thing to save me.
That would be called a knife, Jerry. It's been invented. I'm making a way out of here. One seat ought to do it.
I'm sorry. I made a mistake. I won't do it again.
Nobody ever does.
You self-righteous piece of shit! You took my family!
I took your family? Who do you think had more taken from them when you shot 20 cc's of liquid dream killer into my daughter? She was Rick's daughter, Jerry. She had options. Oof. That all ended because she felt sorry for you. You act like prey, but you're a predator. You use pity to lure in your victims. It's how you survive. I survive because I know everything. That snake survives because children wander off, and you survive because people think, oh, this poor piece of shit, he never gets a break. I can't stand the deafening silent wails of his wilting soul. I guess I'll hire him or marry him.
I knew you wouldn't let me die.
That was never an option.
Because you never had a son?
No, because I need a living organism coated in kibble snake pile to attract a Smoog light runner.
Wait, what's happening?
Use that confusion, Jerry. It'll make you wriggle more like an abandoned newborn.
Jesus Christ, what the fuck, Rick? Help! Help me! Ah!
There's a spaceport 20 miles south. We'll be able to board a Galaxy-class cruise ship and jump through a wormhole that'll put us within spitting distance of the Milky Way. But hey, it's about the journey, not the destination, right, Jerry?
Just stay put, sweetie. Mom's still on hold.
More Pfizer customer service. How may I help you?
Yes, I'm having a little trouble with one of your machines.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, ma'am. Do you see a little compartment on the side of the machine?
Let me check. Yes, got it.
Mom, great. Now, do you see the little button next to it?
I do.
Give that button a push.
Okay.
Mom, listen to me.
We're free!
Okay, so I pushed the button and 3 little men ran out. What do I do next? Hello? I think we got disconnected. Morty!
Don't Morty me! I tricked Rick into taking Dad on an adventure because I thought I could get a break from this kind of shit. But no, like father, like goddamn daughter. You want to be like Rick? Congratulations! You're just as arrogant and just as irresponsible!
Everything okay here?
Mind your own goddamn business, Gene! I'm having a conversation with my mother here. Kissing Rick's ass isn't gonna help keep him around, Mom. But it will help you lose everyone else.
Like I lost Summer.
Hey, you haven't lost her yet.
No, I definitely did. She's gone.
God damn it!
Go ahead.
Oh, come on.
What's happening?
Your friend has Class C or above cybernetic augmentations. Emphasis on the above. In any case, he needs to be neutralized.
What? Wait!
Ugh, brain hurty.
What did you do?
It's a synaptic dampener that blocks violent tendencies and controversial thought. He will now be an ideal passenger.
I want cookies and a 90-minute cut of Avatar.
Seriously?
Quit it.
It'll wear off in 6 hours. It's cheaper than banning dangerous people from flights. I mean, let everybody buy a ticket, right? Otherwise, the terrorists win.
I'm sorry, I'm not a classic maternal archetype. Okay, I don't know what to do when you people come to me with your weird puberty issues. What are you gonna do when your daughter asks you if she's attractive?
I'll say yes.
Morty, gross.
Well, she's gonna be super hot. Her mother's gonna be Jessica. Wait, when did Summer ask you that?
Right before she Clive Barkered herself. Why?
Wait, I know where she is. Ethan and Summer were supposed to go camping, and then he dumped Summer for this girl Trisha Lang who's got huge boobies and took her. Campsite, the one with the name that sounds like somebody gave up halfway through naming it. Camp Flabbanabba.
Mama's coming, baby. Mama's coming, and she cares about your titties.
They have sweet Smiggle honey cookies, and low-calorie petroleum flakes.
Obviously cookies.
Let's get you the flakes, then.
Okay, but it's not what I wanted.
Well, maybe next time you won't be such a dumb piece of shit and you can pick for yourself.
That's not nice.
What's that? Did you just have a controversial thought?
No.
That's what I thought, bitch. You little punk ass. This is the best.
I agree. You've made things even easier than if you hadn't been incompetent.
Uh-oh, we get shoot now.
right, folks, if you could please take your seats. We're about to enter the wormhole, so I hope everybody bought a dinner first.
Nice.
Jerry, step over there and lock yourself in the escape pod.
You're not killing us?
I'm killing Rick. You're free to go. You're no threat to me or anyone.
Now you're just being mean.
Yeah, you're mean. No offense.
Mean would be shooting you, Jerry. This is saving a bullet. Go back to your quietly ashamed family and live out the rest of your days in denial of your vagina fantasies.
It was a one-time thought that everyone has!
What are you doing?
I'm being triumphantly brave!
It's not triumphant or brave. You're not risking anything.
You might shoot me.
I think you know I won't, because you know I feel sorry for you. You're just doing this so you can tell yourself you fought. Ow!
Temporal shield compromised.
Congratulations, Jerry. You get to die a man.
Well, that's okay. I'll leave. Please don't shoot.
Bodies unchanged, yet our minds have lived 1,000 lifetimes. Is that enough time for me to forgive you?
I don't know, but it's enough time for a synaptic dampener to wear off.
Jesus! He hadn't decided he was still going to kill us.
He was talking himself into it. I've seen it before. Cosmic apotheosis wears off faster than salvia.
I'm starting to believe you, because I just finished merging with your essence for an endless epoch, and I'm already back to thinking you're an asshole.
Fine with me. Let's just go our separate ways. Sounds like you and the word epoch have a lot of catching up to do.
Wait, don't leave me!
All right, folks, you're free to get up and walk around the cabin and maybe take the wormhole out for breakfast.
Okay, you could do the dinner one or the breakfast one, but not both.
You think you got that thing figured out?
Yeah, I know what I'm doing.
Good, because I have an idea.
It's actually a contraction of some and more. You see that?
Oh, wow. I was way off.
Morty, what's happening here? Summer got into my grandpa's garage, messed around, and turned herself into a monster. My mom did the same to make her feel better. She's a good mom.
Oh my god. I have to go call my mother.
Trisha, wait! Ethan! Hey, it's okay. Sit down. You made my sister cry, Ethan. You messed with her body image.
Look, Morty.
Shh. Careful, Ethan. Your s'more is burning.
I guess we better get on the same page about our fake adventure.
Right.
I'll make you a deal. I'll leave out the part where you tried to murder me.
And I'll leave out the part where you admitted to sabotaging our marriage.
You wanna...
Nah, if the family sees me like this, they'll feel sorry for me, which is no longer my signature move. Later days, amigo. Actually, I just realized I don't have my wallet and my bus passes in there, so maybe...
Stay strong, Jerry. I believe in you.
I tell you, fellas, this is the life.
It certainly is.
To freedom!
Ooh, looks like a 422.
Oh, a couple cranks on the scaling knob with a 4-dilobyte crossfade would fix that up in a jiff.
4? You'd be lucky to clear 13% demorphized with that kind of range.
Gentlemen, what did we agree on?
No work talk!
Let's just relax and enjoy our retirement, shall we?
Did you get any of that?
Principal Vagina here. Don't let the name fool you. I'm very much in charge. Reminding you that tonight is our annual flu season dance. I don't know how many times I have to say this, but if you have the flu, stay home. The flu season dance is about awareness, not celebration. You don't bring dead babies to Passover.
Okay, here we go. Hey, Jessica.
What's up, Morty?
What are you doing? Wait. Were you about to talk to her?
Well, I mean, I was thinking about it.
Dude, stay in your league. Look at how hot she is. You don't see me going to a bigger school in a wealthier district and hitting on their prettiest girl.
Gee, thanks, Brad.
I throw balls far. You want good words? Date a languager.
Yeah, try not to worry about it, Morty. You're a good kid. And there's not a premium on that right now, but you'll be getting girls sometime after Brad's out of shape.
You're missing the point, Dad. I don't want girls. I want Jessica.
Ah, well, I remember feeling that way about a young lady named your mom. And that's not an urban diss. Your mom was my Jessica. I remember the first time I saw her. I thought...
I should get her pregnant, and then she'll have to marry me.
I beg your pardon, Rick. Inappropriate.
Sorry, please proceed with your story about banging my daughter in high school. I'm not sure you want to take romantic advice from this guy, Morty. His marriage is hanging from a thread.
My marriage is fine, thank you.
Jerry, it's your house. Whatever you say it is how it is, but I think a blind man could see that Beth is looking for the door. I barely have a reason to care, and even I notice.
Come on, Rick. Don't talk about my parents like that.
Listen, Morty, I hate to break it to you, but what people call love is just a chemical reaction that compels animals to breed. It hits hard, Morty, then it slowly fades, leaving you stranded in a failing marriage. I did it. Your parents are gonna do it. Break the cycle, Morty. Rise above. Focus on science.
All right, well, I'm gonna go get dressed for the dance.
Yeah, I'm just going to check on your mom.
Morty, hand me that screwdriver, huh? I'm almost finished making my ionic defibrillator, Morty. It's gonna be great.
Hey, listen, Rick. You know how you said that, love is a chemical and all that stuff from earlier? Well, I was thinking, could you make some sort of chemical thing happen inside of Jessica's mind? So where she falls in love with me and all that sort of thing? Like maybe make some sort of love potion or something?
Morty, that's such a poor use of my time. It's beneath me. Hand me the screwdriver.
You know what? No, Rick, I'm not gonna hand you the screwdriver. I'm not gonna hand you anything ever again, Rick. I'm always helping you with this and that and the other thing. What about me, Rick? Why can't you just help me out once for once?
You're growing up fast, Morty. You're growing into a real big thorn straight up into my ass. Listen, this is called oxytocin. I extracted it from a vole. You know what a vole is, Morty? You know what a vole is? It's a rodent that mates for life, Morty. This is the chemical released in the mammal's brain, that makes it fall in love. All right, Morty, I just gotta combine it with some of your DNA.
Oh, well, okay.
A hair, Morty. I need one of your hairs. This isn't Game of Thrones.
Ow!
All right, Morty. Whoever you smear this stuff on will fall in love with you. And only you, forever. Are you happy now, Morty?
Heck yeah! Thank you, Grandpa Rick. Hey, there's no dangers or anything or side effects, right?
Whoa, what am I, a hack? Go nuts, Morty. It's foolproof. Unless she has the flu.
Beth, do you still love me?
What kind of question is that?
The yes or no kind?
Jerry, do you want homeless people to have homes?
Yes.
Are you going to build them?
No.
Then what good was the yes?
Wait, is loving me the house or the homeless people?
Loving you is work, Jerry. Hard work. Like building a homeless shelter. Nobody wants to say no to doing it, but some people put the work in. So what do you say? Do you see me working here? Does this conversation seem tedious to me?
Sort of.
Then I obviously sort of love you, don't I? So stop asking and maybe I'll love you more. Crap. They need me at the horse hospital.
This late?
The racetrack had a Starlight Derby. There was a 7-horse collision and Davin's there alone.
Davin.
Flu, yo, you gotta be aware of all the flu, up in the air. I'ma give me a shot, make the flu go away. Flu-hating rapper, just rapping away. Yo, flu-hating rapper, it's a flu-hating rap. Hey there, Jessica. Whoa, oh, whoopsie.
Oh my God, Morty, you look really nice tonight.
Wow, thanks.
I love you, Morty. I love you so much it burns.
Oh man, I love you too, Jessica.
Is this pump bothering you, Jessica?
Leave him alone, jerk. I'm in love with him. He is more man than you will ever be. That's
It's about flu awareness. Gotta be aware of the flu and the airness. Yo, I'm a flu-hating rapper.
Oh man, Morty. I'm really sorry.
Oh, well, no problem, Brad.
There's something special about you, Morty. So special.
Whoa, take it easy.
Get your hands off of him.
Back off. I'm trying to be with my man.
That's enough, Bradley. We don't want you injuring your ball-throwing arm.
Oh, Principal Vagina.
Never leave me, Morty. Never.
Sure. I mean, of course not. What do you think that was all about?
Who cares? Just hold me.
Let it go! I love you, Morty! Let go of me!
She's gonna be alone with that guy all night.
Yeah, Dad, digging around the insides of horses. It's not a very romantic setting.
Well, Summer, there's always the possibility that she made the whole work thing up. Maybe Davin's digging around in her insides.
Grandpa, so gross. You're talking about my mom.
Well, she's my daughter, Summer. I outrank you. Or family means nothing, in which case, don't play that card.
She's not responding to my text.
Careful, Dad. Jealousy turns women off.
Well, isn't that convenient?
Not for the men they cheat on, no.
Okay, I'm going to go out for some ice cream. And maybe stop by the hospital to support my wife with my confidence.
God, Grandpa, you're such a dick.
I'm sorry, Summer. Your opinion means very little to me. How come you're not at this stupid dance everyone loves so much?
Screw that. I don't want to get sick. It's flu season.
It is?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Please, just let this work out.
Oh, do it, Morty. Do it. Rip my clothes off and mate with me for life.
Can we maybe go somewhere more private?
Jessica, get a hold of yourself. You don't deserve to carry Morty's jeans.
I love Morty, and I hope Morty loves me. I'd like to wrap my arms around him and feel him inside me.
Oh, crap.
Morty, come on, we gotta get you out of here. You're not gonna believe this because it usually never happens, but I made a mistake. Come on, Morty. We gotta get out of here. Come on, Morty.
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Oh, good. If anything ever happened to you, I would kill myself. I love you bad, Momo.
Morty, the principal and I have discussed it, and we're both insecure enough to agree to a 3-win.
I didn't realize when I gave you that serum that Jessica had the flu. You know, that might have been valuable information for me, Morty.
What the hell is going on, Rick?
What does it look like? The serum is piggybacking on the virus. It's gone airborne, Morty.
Oh, crap. What are we gonna do, Rick?
It's gonna be fine, Morty. Relax. I whipped up an antidote. It's based on praying mantis DNA. You know, praying mantises are the exact opposite of voles, Morty. I mean, they mate once and then they, decapitate the partner. I mean, it's a whole ritual. It's really gruesome and totally opposite. There's no love at all. I basically mixed this with a more contagious flu virus. It should neutralize the whole thing, Morty. It'll all be over very shortly. By the way, Morty, I know you didn't ask or anything, but I'm not interested in having sex with you. These serums, they don't work on anybody related to you genetically. Okay, well, sometimes science is more art than science, Morty. A lot of people don't get that.
Come on, are you kidding me? Hello?
Morty! You're not Morty! Bring us Morty!
Nobody's killing me until after I catch my wife with another man.
I had sex with Billy.
But you were already pregnant.
Yeah, so what's the worst that could happen?
We interrupt pregnant baby with breaking news.
Oh, come on.
This just in. Morty Smith's whereabouts are still unknown.
What the hell?
The only thing that is known is how cute he is.
I love him so much, I want to make love to him and then eat his head.
I love him more than you do, Harold.
You wish, you stupid bitch!
Morty's mine!
Morty's mine!
Meant to be together!
Where is Morty?
Oh my God, Rick, the whole world is infected!
Yeah, it's pretty wild how fast that spread. I've really outdone myself.
Outdone yourself? Whoa, are you kidding me, Rick? This is not okay! Not only do they all want to have sex with me, but now they want to eat me afterwards!
Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. Mantises are the opposite of voles? I mean, obviously DNA is a little more complicated than that. You know what though, Morty? This right here is gonna do the trick, baby. It's koala mixed with rattlesnake, chimpanzee, cactus, shark, golden retriever, and just a smidge of dinosaur. Should add up to normal humanity.
That doesn't make any sense, Rick. How does that add up to normal humanity?
What, Morty, you want me to show you my math? I'm sorry, are you the scientist or are you the kid that wanted to get laid? Well, I'm glad we saved all those horses, but I'm almost sorry we're finished.
Yeah, it's satisfying work.
It's more than the work. I love being in that sterilized room, sealed off from the world. It's the only time I can really think and feel.
What are you doing?
I'm playing African Dream Pop. What do you do after a long night?
Oh, I better get going. Jerry's been texting some pretty high maintenance stuff.
Beth,
What is it, Devin?
just once, I'd like to know what it was like to give your son a bath.
What?
What does Morty's skin smell like? How soft are his privates?
Let go of me, Devin!
Take me to Morty. You're not Morty.
No, I'm Mr. Crowbar. And this is my friend, who is also a crowbar.
That's stupid.
Yeah? Well, look where being smart got you.
Jerry, thank God.
God? God's turning people into insect monsters, Beth. I'm the one beating them to death. Thank me.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you.
Take a good look down there, Morty, and soak it in, because, once I pull this lever, it's all back to normal.
Just do it already.
Well, technically, Morty, there's no rush. I mean, once it's fixed, it's done. It's fixed. We can just enjoy it for a little bit. I mean, look at how crazy it is. I mean, Morty, when's the next time you're gonna see something like this? I mean, soak it in. It's pretty neat. It's pretty interesting.
That's it, Rick. I'm pulling the lever.
Well, what do we have here, Morty? Looks like I was right and you were wrong, huh? I bet you feel pretty stupid right about now, huh? I bet you feel like the world's smallest man that you were doubting me about this whole thing, Morty.
Oh, Rick, something's not right.
Yeah, you're not right.
No.
Ever.
No. Look, you idiot.
Bet you're loving this, Morty. This must be the best day of your life. You get to be the mayor of I Told You Town. You're welcome.
Hold on. I wish that shotgun was my penis.
If it were, you could call me Ernest Hemingway.
I don't get it, and I don't need to.
Mom! Dad! Summer!
Where's Morty?
I don't know. Do you think Grandpa Rick had something to do with this?
It's not fair to assume that, Summer.
Oh, not fair? Give me a break. He is a selfish, irresponsible ass, and he left my mother. A real man stands by his woman.
Boy, Morty, I really Cronenberged the world up, didn't I? You got a whole planet of Cronenbergs walking around down there, Morty. At least they're not in love with you anymore, though. It's a huge step in the right direction.
Oh my God, it's a living nightmare. How could you be so irresponsible, Rick?
Me irresponsible? All I wanted you to do was hand me a screwdriver, Morty. You're the one who wanted me to buckle down and make you up a roofie juice serum so you could roofie that poor girl at your school. I mean, are you kidding me, Morty? You're gonna try to take the high road on this one? You're a little creep, Morty. You're just a little creepy creep person.
All right, fine. I should have just listened to you when you refused to make the serum. I'm willing to accept my part of the blame for this, Rick, but I'll tell you something, you know what? You gotta accept your part of the blame. I'm not the one who fouled up the serum. I'm not the one who haphazardly, mixed a bunch of nonsense together and created a bunch of Cronenbergs. You gotta fix this, Rick.
All right, Morty. We are in a pretty deep hole here, but I do have one emergency solution that I can use that'll kind of put everything back to normal, relatively speaking. Here, Morty, put this on while I do a little bit of scouting.
Wow, Rick, I gotta say, you really pulled a rabbit out of your hat this time. I mean, I really thought that the whole place was gonna be messed up for good, but here you did it. You figured out that crazy solution like you always do. Whew, that's some great luck.
Come on, Morty, luck had nothing to do with it. I'm great. That's the real reason. Now, Morty, what do you say, buddy? Will you hand me a screwdriver so I can finish my ionic defibrillator?
Sure thing, Rick. Here's a screwdriver.
All right, Morty, thank you very much. I got 1 screw turn, and 2 screw turns, and... All right, Morty, here we are.
Oh my God, Rick! Is that us? We're dead! What is going on, Rick? I'm freaking out!
Calm down, Morty. Look at me. Calm down, Morty.
No, I can't do
You
it.
gotta calm yourself, Morty. Morty, calm down, Morty. Morty, you gotta calm down, Morty. Morty, will you listen to me, Morty? Shut up and listen to me. It's fine. Everything is fine. There's an infinite number of realities, Morty. And in a few dozen of those, I got lucky and turned everything back to normal. I just had to find one of those realities in which we also happen to both die around this time. Now we can just slip into the place of our dead selves in this reality, and everything will be fine. We're not skipping a beat, Morty. Now help me with these bodies.
This is insane.
Look, Morty, I'll grab myself. You grab yourself, okay? I mean, that seems fair to me. I mean, that seems like a fair way to divvy it up.
Rick, what about the reality we left behind?
What about the reality where Hitler cured cancer, Morty? The answer is don't think about it. It's not like we can do this every week anyways. We get 3 or 4 more of these tops. Now pick up your dead self and come on. Haste makes waste. I don't suppose you...
Got lifeless eyes. Black eyes like a doll's eyes. When he comes at ya, he doesn't seem to be living until he bites ya. And then the blood and the red and the water.
You ever wonder what happened to Rick and Morty?
Sometimes. But I'm ashamed to admit, now that they're gone, I'm finally happy.
Here we are, Cronenberg Morty. A reality where everyone in the world got genetically Cronenberged. We'll fit right in, Cronenberg Morty. It'll be like we never even left Cronenberg world.
Yeah, Cronenberg Rick. But, I'm gonna miss Cronenberg world because everyone was Cronenberged all along like us from the beginning, I mean, I wish we hadn't genetically ruined Cronenberg world beyond repair like we did, and turned everyone into regular, normal people just walking around.
Don't you worry about that sort of thing, Cronenberg Morty. Let's go make ourselves at home, huh?
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Oh shit, I almost parked. Hey, Morty, hold on. Watch this.
Uh-huh.
Well, I thought it was cool. So, we should be in and out, simple exchange, not even really an adventure. And if anything goes wrong, which it won't, jump into the same vat of acid I jump into.
Okay, wait, what? What vat of acid?
What, Morty, close the door. I pre-scouted this location and placed a vat of fake acid amongst the real ones. It's got air hoses and a compartment of bones at the bottom. If things go wrong, which they won't, we jump into the vat of acid and I'll release the bones, they'll float up. What is this face you're making?
Aren't you an inventor?
Yeah, what part of a fake acid vat with built-in air supply and quick-release bones isn't inventive enough for you? And when did my job become pitching you ideas?
Right! Let's just do this. I have English homework.
You're still learning English? It's the language you speak. How dumb are you?
Interesting choice of meeting place, Rick.
You like it? My grandson had notes.
Come on.
Show him the crystals, Morty.
I'll make lots of money with these.
I'll make lots of those with these.
Well, those are fake.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Seriously?
Come on. You brought fake crystals and a gun?
Beats real crystals and no gun.
Okay, but does anything beat fake crystals and a fake arm?
Oh! You know who I am? Even if you kill me, you're a dead man.
You serious? Morty, he's right. We're screwed. Let's just end it. Quick death. Come on.
Oh, man.
Oh, hey! God, holy shit, what the fuck? Holy shit! What kind of psycho? His own grandson?
Guess he took your threat pretty serious. Yeah, but it just doesn't make any sense. Well, he was a scientist. Maybe he knew more about acid. Maybe it's like the most painless way to go. How could that have been painless? You saw that pause before the bones floated up? That had to be 5 seconds of unparalleled torture. I can't get my head around it. I thought I'd seen this galaxy at its darkest. This is gonna take a while to feel normal. We're pretty good listeners, boss. Drinks are on us if you want to talk it out. Thanks, but what happened? It happened here. I don't want to lose a moment. Take your time, boss. We'll stay here as long as you want.
Absolutely. I got nowhere to be.
And then little Tommy Flip-Flams running down the Hyperloop. His ass is on fire from xenon fluid, but his AI hologram is fucking his own pee hole.
Great story, boss.
Really detailed. Yeah, well, I got a million of them.
All right, I think I'm ready to deal with the world now. Let's get out of here. Should we drop our buddy in here before we go? Yeah, probably a good idea. Should we use a different vat? Does acid lose its acid power the more it dissolves?
What am I, an acidologist? Here, grab that rat-like creature. We'll do a little test.
Look, if you're gonna test the damn acid, don't use a rat. Take that ladle, grab a spoonful, and put it in the analyzer.
Oh, Malone! Okay, I'd say that's pretty acidy.
Drop him in. What are you doing? You said not the rat, the guy. Oh, Malone! Look at the size of the bones on that rat.
Oh, how many sets of bones this rat got?
And look how the smaller ones are shaped. They're like little cartoon bones, like if you drew a bone in art class.
All right, that tears it. I'm canceling the rest of my night and calling a bone scientist. We're getting to the bottom of this.
Jesus fucking Christ, enough already!
Can we go?
The fuck is wrong with you?
Just admit it was a shitty idea.
Having a grandson?
A vat of fake acid? Are you dying of dementia?
How are you talking to me like this? When did you get so cocky?
Tonight! Tonight, Rick. The night I saw you
Because
fail.
you ruined it!
It was pre-ruined.
Oh, was it worse than when I was a pickle? Oh, that's right. You weren't there for that. Turns out kind of cool. Maybe there's a connection there.
Excuse me?
What's that cool thing you did without me again? The awesome thing? I guess you wanted a dragon? Unforgettable.
God, fuck you.
Timely, too. You really got in on that Game of Thrones fever right at the peak.
You trying as hard as you can to hurt me right now proves my point.
I'll let you know when you have a point, and the world will know when I try to hurt
Big
you.
man, big genius, big lonely drunk.
Save some of these atomic-age beatnik singers for your English homework, Bukowski. There's no such thing as a bad idea, Morty. It's about execution.
No such thing as a bad idea, except all of mine, right?
Morty, wanting a dragon isn't an idea.
I'm not talking about that. I'm constantly pitching you ideas, Rick, and you act like they're not even worth thinking about.
What, a helicopter lawn chair? That's just something you saw on TV.
What about my video game-style place-saving device?
Oh, my God. Here we go.
It's a good idea, Rick. A device that lets you...
Save your place like in a video game, but in real life so that you can try stuff and then go back to your save point. Yes, Morty, I saw it on Futurama.
Oh, so you don't do anything unless it's original.
I don't do time travel.
It's not time travel. It's saving a place in time.
Oh, my God. Is this what you think I do? This is where the heavy lifting happens in your mind? Do you have any idea how much fucking work would have to go into a machine
that... You can't do it!
I can do anything, Morty. Your idea is not worth doing.
You can't do it.
Before, what you're trying to do was called negging. It was called reverse psychology, and incels didn't invent it. Bugs Bunny did.
You can't do it.
There is nothing I cannot do.
A place-saving video game thing.
You're a piece of shit!
Just say you can't do it!
I won't!
You won't say you can't!
Fuck you, Morty!
Fuck you!
Fuck you!
So are you gonna...
Yes, I'm gonna fucking do it!
Rick, it's 3 a.m. What's going on? Why'd you call me?
You were right, Morty. I failed. I can't make it. And honestly, I'm pretty ashamed. That might be why I've been so aggressive and unfair about rejecting your ideas.
Rick.
Fake acid vat, Morty. Maybe I've lost it. Maybe I never had it.
Come on, you know I didn't mean it that way. I think we just need to find better ways to communicate.
Sorry, I lash out sometimes. I don't know why I do that. I'm so ashamed of myself. Hearing you talk about the vat, it really opened my eyes. Like, what the fuck am I even doing?
Hey, I don't like hearing this talk. You're a great inventor. We just got a couple things to work on. Let's start with inventing a little honesty. Sound good?
Thank you, Morty. Sounds good. Or maybe I'll just kill you.
What? Whoa, Rick.
Because I fucking did it!
Oh, yeah!
Booyah!
Holy shit, you did it!
I did it, you little son of a bitch!
How did
What, do
you-
you want me to explain, or you want to go have some fun?
I want to have some fun. Oh my god. Rick, this is thank you.
You can thank me later. Go nuts.
Best grandpa ever!
That's all I ever wanted to hear.
All right, class. I know I've been absent for most of this school year. I'll be honest with you. During spring break, I attended a Renaissance fair and fell in love with a buxom hand axe juggler half my age. I overplayed my interest in her lifestyle just to get closer to her, traveling the country with her troupe, and I am embarrassed to say I am now an expert blacksmith with several STDs and a broken heart. I beseech your nasty little asses to speak on the matter no further. Now that that's out of the way, who wants to do some math?
I'll do it.
A bold move, Morty Smith, but can you deliver?
Oh, I've got something to deliver.
Oh, God! What the hell? Oh, God damn it, this is traumatizing!
Oh, my God. What's wrong with your dick?
I'm allergic to sheepskin. Bold move, Morty Smith, but can you deliver?
Holy shit, I could do anything.
Yes, with math, anything is possible. Except a long-term relationship with a woman that calls you a warlock for using a phone.
Hi, hey, Jessica.
Oh, hey, Morty.
Hey, Jessica, right?
Yeah, hi, sorry. I thought you knew my name because we've interacted so many times, but maybe I was just being stupid. Sorry. Hi, I'm Jessica. That's me.
Cool.
Jessica.
See you around.
Yeah, I hope I see you around.
Guess we'll see. I think I'm gonna like... hi, Jessica. Hey, I'm sorry I brushed you off the other day. I was just trying to be cool.
Oh,
and...
I don't even know what you're talking about. But you seem different. Like you finally found yourself.
Yeah, I guess I have.
That's good to hear. I like who you found.
Yeah, I do too.
Looking forward to seeing more. I'll see you tomorrow, Morty.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow.
How's it going?
You know, it was fun, Rick. Real fun. You know, I definitely sowed those oats, but I think you invented a little lesson for me along the way. Living without consequences is great, but then I started wondering, what am I living for? What am I building? If I'm always looking back, I'm never looking ahead. And then it hit me. We are who we are because of consequences. You can't live without consequences, you know? You feel me?
Wow, that's a beautiful thought, Morty, but no, there were definitely consequences.
What are you talking about?
I mean, you did everything you did. It all happened.
No, but the respawn button, the do-over.
It's not a do-over. You just did it over and over.
What are you saying? What did you do?
I think it's more appropriate to ask, what did you do? You see, Morty, you weren't saving your place and going back. I don't respect time travel. If Ant-Man and the Wasp can do it, I'm not interested. It wasn't so much a do-over as it was isolating a moment in time, splitting your probable selves, and shunting you into a near-duplicate, equally probable reality, transporting you into it at the moment of parallel determination. Pretty nifty. Time crystals are a bitch and a half, but the only real hitch is that there was already a you in each probable dimension, so we had to solve for that. That's right, you little bitch. It's the prestige. You prestige
Rick,
yourself.
how many did I kill?
Tell me, Morty. Every time you reset to smell Jessica's hair, every time you relived a satisfying fart, that's how many Mortys you've incinerated, you greedy little junkie.
Oh, God. Even those times when I...
Especially those times. It's over, Morty. Feel this. Take this in. This is God.
Why would you do this?
My hands are clean, Morty. I gave you a choice. You could listen to me explain in great scientific detail how it all works, or you could have fun. Did you have fun, Morty?
Is this because of the vat?
No.
I'm sorry.
I'm afraid it's too late for that, Morty. What's done is done, but it can end. The original split is still time-stamped. I can make it so those Mortys never existed at all. Make them purely theoretical.
Oh, God, what do I do?
I think it's clear you've done enough.
Tell me how, Rick. Tell me how I saved those Mortys.
You live with the consequences. Those things happen somewhere, but you can merge the probable realities so that only one Morty did them.
Just do it.
All right, let me just sync these up and get you back to your dimension.
Wait, so you're not even my Rick? Then why do you know about the vat?
Every Rick has a vat. Well, Morty, I'd say we've invented a little honesty today. How about you?
I don't deserve this. I was just having fun.
So is Jeffrey Dahmer. Speaking of, time to pay the piper.
Morty Smith, come out with your hands up, you sick fuck. We're also fine with just shooting you if you want a suicide by cop.
What is this?
Wow, it's like a SWAT team, some drug dealers, some grassroots Me Too activists, the ACLU. Jesus, Morty, the AARP.
I don't want to talk about
the
it.
NAACP Gamergate. Morty, is that Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Is that what you want me to say? What do I do?
Well, I'm stumped. Seems like there's no way out of this one. Unless...
God damn it.
Yeah, I guess it is, what did you call it? A shitty idea?
God damn it.
Say the vat is good.
The vat is good.
Kiss the vat.
Do not go into that vat. It appears to be full of acid.
It is. Please, he's just a little boy. Let me talk to him.
Tell him we're very upset.
Morty, please, step back. That vat is full of acid. It'll melt you completely, leaving only your bones.
God damn it.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I'm going in the vat.
Oh, I blame myself. Oh, what a tragedy. Well, he's bones now. I guess all debts are paid.
Agreed. He's definitely dead.
Why else would the bones come up?
While his actions were horrifying, and we are well within our rights to be outraged, I do wonder if we bear some responsibility for this young man melting himself in acid. Are we here for justice? Or something else? Though justice be thy plea, consider this, that in the course of justice, none of us should see salvation. We do pray for mercy.
Merchant of Venice, nice. Very cool. Lots to think about.
Vengeance is a tomb.
All right, okay, this isn't a poetry reading. A kid just died. Everybody go home and hug your loved one or something.
Wait, how do we know that's really acid and you didn't just have someone's bones in there?
If you're doubting if that's really acid and not just jacuzzi-heated Mountain Dew, you're welcome to use this ladle.
You think I'm a goddamn idiot? Brought my own. 'Cause 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 'cause
off? No, huh? I'm acid proof. Fuck all of you. Fuck all of you. I'm gonna be rich. Here's my ass. Take a good look. Spank it. Acid proof.
Feels like that guy had other stuff going on. Don't ever make fun of me again, ever. All right, come on, Morty, let's go home.
Wait, what? This isn't our reality?
Wait, you think I'd waste our home teaching you a fucking lesson? I am gonna miss this place, though. Johnny Carson's still alive and on the air. 9/11 never happened. And Rocky Road ice cream has peanut butter instead of marshmallows.
The fuck? What? The marshmallows are the best part.
Morty!
Our next guest gave us, well, actually very little information, besides the fact that he is impervious to acid. So here he is. He's here to prove it. Let's welcome this guy.
Let's do this shit.
Now, you're sure about this?
Eat my ass.
I did not know that ass was on the menu.
Don't steal my moment. Do it.
Okay, then without further ado, drop him.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Looks like I'll be eating ass flambe. Please kill me.
Did you get any of that?
Morty's on Jessica's Instagram again.
Get out of here, jerk.
What's so embarrassing, Morty? Sharing it with your family might help.
Summer, stop shaming your brother. Morty, stop being a creepy, perverted cyber stalker.
I'm not cyber stalking. I just wanted to know where she got this necklace from. And now I know. Her grandma left it to her.
You're quiet, Rick. Shouldn't you be revealing grandmas aren't real?
Hi, I've placed an auto-response chip in my brain so I can spend time with my family.
But you are spending time with your family.
Thank you for talking to Rick. All right, I'm finished with my breakfast and my Amazon wish list. Let's go, Morty. I need death crystals from Forbodulon Prime.
Dad, there's a way we do this now.
Morty, would you please accompany me to Forbodulon Prime for death crystals?
Well, thank you for asking. Yes, I will do that.
It is a hot photo. I think grief flushes your cheeks. Dad, you hardly put any syrup on.
Honey, stop raising your father's cholesterol so you can take a hot funeral selfie.
Never get to do anything.
Rick, maybe if we go a little...
Faster? Good idea, Morty. It'll get us through these asteroids sooner.
Jeez, you're really this pissed about my mom making sure I'm okay with our adventures?
What's next, Morty? What if I want you to jump off the Empire State Building? I have to ask?
Yes?
And you seriously don't see how that's a slippery slope? Just shut up and help me with these, please?
Why are they called death crystals? Do they kill you?
You're thinking of bullets, Morty. Death crystals show you how you're gonna die.
Jesus Christ! I die a million times?
Your future stems from your present, which, if you're living right, keeps changing. The truth is, anyone that knows how they're definitely gonna die is either boring as hell or about to get shot down.
Who are those guys?
Crystal poachers. There's no lower form of life. They think the galaxy's their own personal piggy bank.
Wait, then what are we?
We're Rick and Morty. You're about to witness the only real use for these crystals. They show you when the other guy's reloading. Certain death, certain death, certain death, uncertain death. And certain death, certain death, certain death. Definitely gonna get shot by this guy. This is totally my fate. Nothing I could possibly do. Okay, now not so much. Help me gather these up.
You just use these to win fights?
I don't use them. People that spend their life avoiding death are already dead. They're also rich, and I like to spend my life with their money.
Oh my God.
Morty.
Jessica. Oh.
I love
Morty.
I love you.
Jessica. I want to die with Jessica.
What are you doing?
Oh, can I drive?
Why?
The feel of the open road?
All right. Who's this grandson? I like his style. Morty, you know outer space is up, right?
Yeah, I'm just, following my instinct.
Will you just go up?
Stop, you're gonna make me die wrong!
Wait a minute, what? Morty, do you have a death crystal in your pocket?
No, maybe.
You little monster, I thought you were masturbating.
You took that in stride?
You'd rather I address it?
Why would I be doing it?
Why would you steal a death crystal?
I want to die old!
Then stop driving! You son of a bitch! Give me the wheel, Morty! God damn it!
Oh, shit! Oh, shit, oh, shit, oh, shit, oh, shit!
I love you, Morty.
I will avenge my death.
Holy shit!
Just kidding. I'm a crisis detection and correction hologram generated by a chip that real Rick put in your spine. Real in quotes because calling density privileged entities real is incredibly holophobic. Morty, do me a solid, problematic wordplay aside. Grab the gun with the blue handle from the trunk and get a tissue sample from the corpse. All right, now take that to the trunk and insert it into the clone compiler. I see you appear to be holding a death crystal that's guiding your decisions more than I am. That's your right. I just want to remind you that some people can't hold anything and can never die. So that's a little offensive to me. Oh, okay. Listen, I'm programmed for tolerance, Morty, so I'm willing to accept that you're doing this if you're willing to accept that you need to stop.
Accepting. Rerouted. Backup. Data. Operation. Phoenix. Initiated.
What the hell? I axed this protocol. What are you doing with my clone? It's okay, I'm you. I took my own clone vat offline a couple seasons ago, so I think my backup got rerouted to your universe. I'm sorry. All good. Happy to help. By the way, annoying that I even have to ask, but you are down with fascist dystopias, right?